Chapter 3575. During the Battle of the Geniuses in the Devata Realms, although Tang Sanpao did not intentionally get close to Duan Lingtian, from the moment his identity was exposed, it was destined that he and Duan Lingtian would never cross paths. Since then, Duan Lingtian had never seen Tang Sanpao again. However, from the moment the palace master of the Tidal Temple joined forces with the Dead Spirit clan to possess him, Duan Lingtian knew he was destined to be enemies with the Tidal Temple. As the young master of the Tidal Temple, Tang Sanpao was destined to be his enemy as well. However, Duan Lingtian did not expect Duan Lingtian would be able to see Duan Lingtian. He did not expect to see Tang Sanpao in the Nine Serenities battlefield. Swoosh! Duan Lingtian no longer bothered to conceal his identity, since he knew Tang Sanpao had discovered his identity with his divine consciousness. Moreover, based on Duan Lingtian's attitude, it was obvious he did not come with good intentions. Perhaps, as soon as Duan Lingtian recognized him, the other members of the Tidal Temple in the Nine Serenities battlefield must have received a message and learned of Duan Lingtian's whereabouts. Tang Sanpao. Duan Lingtian looked at Tang Sanpao calmly and said indifferently, "Aren't you afraid I'll kill you for coming here alone? It can be said that the Tidal Temple and I will fight to the death." As Duan Lingtian finished speaking, an icy cold light flashed in his eyes, and his killing intent was awe-inspiring. Tang Sanpao was taken aback when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. Then he shook his head and said, "Duan Lingtian, I didn't expect you to know the original owner of this body that I've possessed." Tang Sanpao has long been reduced to ashes. Duan Lingtian narrowed his eyes when he heard Tang Sanpao's words. At the same time, a thought flashed in his mind. He recalled the divine consciousness that gave him a sense of familiarity when it probed him earlier. In the next moment, a figure appeared in his mind at the right time. "Why, you're Mi Xian." Duan Lingtian recalled Mi Xian, a god king from the Dead Spirit clan. His divine consciousness was similar to the divine consciousness that had probed him earlier. The only difference was that it was not as vast and powerful as the divine consciousness that probed him in the past. Duan Lingtian naturally understood this. After all, the Abyss Serenity battlefield forbade the bodies and souls of gods from entering. "I didn't expect Tang Sanpao's body to be possessed by Mi Xian." Duan Lingtian did not expect this at all. "You're smart," Mi Xian said indifferently as he looked at Duan Lingtian. It was as though he was looking at a dead man. "Mi Xian, I'm not surprised that you entered the Nine Serenities battlefield using Tang Sanpao's body. However, your soul shouldn't be strong enough for you to enter the Nine Serenities battlefield, right?" Duan Lingtian was puzzled by this. Naturally, through Mi Xian's divine consciousness that was comparable to a 10 Directions celestial emperor, Duan Lingtian could not be certain. "Humph!" Mi Xian snorted coldly. "The Dead Spirit clan is a living being in the form of souls. We're skilled in soul attacks. It's easy for us to seal souls." Mi Xian's words confirmed Duan Lingtian's suspicion. As expected, Mi Xian had used a secret technique to suppress his soul to the level of a 10 Directions celestial emperor. That was why he was not rejected by the Nine Serenities battlefield. In the history of the Nine Serenities battlefield, there was no lack of such people. However, even if such people entered the Nine Serenities battlefield, they would not be able to break the seal. Once the seal was broken, their souls would be suppressed by the Nine Serenities battlefield and would be reduced to ashes. The Nine Serenities battlefield was formed when the realms of the gods collided. Its power was beyond imagination. Even deities would not be able to withstand its power, let alone ordinary celestials. Swoosh! 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 The sound of wind whistling rang in the air as several figures appeared at the edge of the battlefield where Duan Lingtian and Mi Xian were facing off. They stared at them from afar. The two people in the lead were none other than Luo Yiming and Luo Feng, the deputy leader of the Northern Profound Alliance. When they saw Duan Lingtian, they were surprised. Although Duan Lingtian was dressed in a black robe and had a black bamboo hat on his back, he had removed the bamboo hat from his head, revealing his true appearance. Supreme Guardian is so young. Luo Feng exclaimed in surprise. I didn't expect that. Luo Yiming nodded. The others also looked at Duan Lingtian in shock. Was this the true appearance of the Northern Profound Alliance's Supreme Guardian? This is the person who killed 2 of our great guardians and came looking for trouble with the Supreme Guardian? Luo Yiming and Luo Feng shifted their gazes from Duan Lingtian to Mi Xian. They were both furious and fearful. They knew this person was not someone to be trifled with. How could someone who dared to provoke the Supreme Elder of the Northern Profound Alliance be an ordinary person? Duan Lingtian, I have to admit that your performance in the 9 Serenities battlefield is shocking. Currently, no one among the 9 star gods of war is a match for you in the 9 Serenities battlefield. You must be very proud of this, right? Mi Xian said unhurriedly as he looked at Duan Lingtian mockingly. Based on his attitude, it was clear he did not intend to make a move on Duan Lingtian. To him, Duan Lingtian was already a sitting duck. Duan Lingtian? However, when the group of people from the Northern Profound Alliance heard how Mi Xian addressed Duan Lingtian, from the leader of the Northern Profound Alliance, Luo Yiming, to the vice leader of the Northern Profound Alliance, Luo Feng, and the ordinary disciples, they were stunned. Wasn't the Supreme Guardian of the Northern Profound Alliance Li Feng? How did he become Duan Lingtian? What was going on? Duan Lingtian. Isn't he the one who killed the 2nd Alliance leader of the Brahma Alliance, Wulong, in the 9 Eastern region? He's not only the vice alliance leader of the disbanded Brahma Alliance, but he's also the only true disciple of the legendary Heavenly Emperor of the solitary destructive heaven, Feng Qingyang. Supreme Guardian is Duan Lingtian? Could it be that Li Feng is just his alias? It's said that Duan Lingtian is skilled in the law of space. Our Supreme Guardian is also skilled in the law of space. Everyone from the Northern Profound Alliance was shocked when they learned that their Supreme Guardian, Li Feng, was the same person as the famous Duan Lingtian in the 9 Serenities battlefield. No wonder the Supreme Guardian is so strong. Many people say he's as strong as Wulong and Duan Lingtian. It turns out that he's the Duan Lingtian. I really didn't expect our Supreme Guardian to be the same person as the Duan Lingtian. Even Luo Yiming and Luo Feng felt as though they were in a dream as the elders and protectors of the Northern Profound Alliance discussed the matter fervently. Mi Xian, you don't have the strength of a god king here. Aren't you afraid that I'll kill you if you show up in front of me? Duan Lingtian remained calm in the face of Mi Xian's mockery. You should know that you can't break the soul seal in the 9 Serenities battlefield. God King. As soon as Duan Lingtian finished speaking, most of the people from the Northern Profound Alliance were stunned. They did not know what the 2 words meant. On the other hand, Luo Yiming and Luo Feng's expressions changed drastically. When they looked at Mi Xian's back again, a hint of fear could be seen in their eyes. This person is a god king. In the Devata realms, even a lesser god was considered an extraordinary figure, not to mention the godly king powerhouses who were superior to lesser deities, intermediate deities, and higher deities. The person in front of them was a god king? Based on what the Supreme Protector of the Northern Profound Alliance had said, the Supreme Protector of the Northern Profound Alliance had entered the Netherworld battlefield by sealing himself. Thus, he was unable to display his full strength in the Netherworld battlefield. Once he displayed strength surpassing that of an immortal, he would be suppressed by the Netherworld battlefield. Their clans were also heaven-grade forces. In the ancient records of their clans, it was recorded that a god sealed his cultivation base and soul to enter the 9 Serenities battlefield to kill others. However, he was killed by the 9 Serenities battlefield because he unleashed his strength. Instead of killing his enemy, He was killed by the Nine Serenities battlefield. This incident made them realize that even a god could only unleash strength equivalent to a 9-star god of war in the Nine Serenities battlefield. Even if he can only unleash strength equivalent to a 9-star god of war in the Nine Serenities battlefield, I'm afraid the Supreme Guardian is no match for him, right? Luo Feng muttered to himself as he stood next to Luo Yiming. Since we know this, I'm sure the Supreme Guardian knows this as well. However, based on his expression, it's obvious he's not afraid of Mi Xian. Luo Yiming studied Duan Lingtian for a moment before he came to this conclusion. At the same time, Mi Xian scoffed when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. Duan Lingtian, if I need the strength of a god king to kill someone like you, who hasn't even become a 9-star god of war, then I would have lived my life in vain. Even if I can't unleash strength that exceeds my realm in the Nine Serenities battlefield, do you think I would come looking for you alone if I didn't even have the strength of a 9-star god of war? The disdain on Mi Xian's face deepened when he finished speaking. 9-star god of war. Although the people from the Northern Profound Alliance had long suspected that Mi Xian was a 9-star god of war, they were still shocked when they heard it from Mi Xian's mouth. At the same time, their hearts sank. They were deeply surprised that their identity as the Supreme Guardian of the Northern Profound Alliance had been exposed. However, this did not mean that they no longer regarded him as the Supreme Guardian of the Northern Profound Alliance. If not for this Supreme Guardian, the Northern Profound Alliance would have been destroyed long ago when the other two major forces in the Second North District had joined forces to kill their way to the 9-star god of war. Naturally, they did not wish for anything to happen to this Supreme Guardian today. 9-star god of war. Duan Lingtian narrowed his eyes and smiled faintly. That's great. Ever since I became a 9-star god of war, I haven't fought with anyone. This time, I'll use you as a whetstone. Chapter 3576. I just hope you won't be so angry that you'll break the seal on your own. At that time, I won't even have to do anything. The Nine Serenities battlefield will kill you for me. The moment these words left Duan Lingtian's mouth, everyone was instantly shocked. Even the members of the Northern Profound Alliance were shocked. The Supreme Guardian has become a 9-star god of war? Luo Yiming, the leader of the Northern Profound Alliance, was shocked. If the Supreme Guardian of the Northern Profound Alliance was really Duan Lingtian, it meant he was not even 700 years old yet. A 9-star god of war who was not even 700 years old? What did this mean? This meant he could become a god before he turned 1,000 years old. In the realms of gods, there were many young geniuses who could become gods before they turned 1,000 years old. However, in the Devata realms, no one had ever done it before. Based on what he had heard, the only true disciple of the legendary heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven, Feng Qingyang, had ascended from the mundane realm to the Devata realms. He had never heard of anyone who had become a 6-star god of war before they turned 1,000 years old, let alone becoming a god. A 9-star god of war. The members of the Northern Profound Alliance looked at Duan Lingtian with a burning gaze. They had been shocked by the identity of the Supreme Guardian of the Northern Profound Alliance, but now they were only shocked by the fact that the Supreme Guardian was a 9-star war god. The Supreme Guardian has become a 9-star god of war? Heavens! Previously, when the Supreme Guardian killed 4 8-star gods of war, I had a feeling he would soon become a 9-star god of war. I didn't expect this day to come so soon. It's a pity the Supreme Guardian will have to leave the Northern Profound Alliance after today. Now that his identity has been exposed, he won't be able to stay in the Northern Profound Alliance. Moreover, the Northern Profound Alliance might even be disbanded. Disbanded? That can't be, right? Why can't it be? Don't forget that the Heavenly Tao Alliance in the 9 East region was disbanded because he killed Wulong. That's because Wulong died in the Heavenly Tao Alliance's hands. That's why the Brahma Alliance decided to vent their anger on the Northern Profound Alliance. The Northern Profound Alliance didn't know the true identity of the Supreme Protector, so he didn't offend the Brahma Alliance. Do you think a force like the Brahma Alliance will reason with you? The members of the Northern Profound Alliance whispered among themselves as they felt a sense of danger. Some of them even felt that the North Dark Alliance was about to be disbanded. You've already become a 9-star war god? When he heard Duan Lingtian say that he had already become a 9-star war god, even Mi Xian's expression turned grave. Although he tried to ease it, Duan Lingtian saw it clearly. Duan Lingtian, even if you've become a 9-star war god, you're still too naive if you want to use me, Mi Xian, as a stepping stone. Mi Xian sneered and said disdainfully, even if I can't use the profundities I've comprehended with this body, it's still easy for me to deal with you. As soon as Mi Xian finished speaking, he made his move. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. The void trembled as cracks appeared in the void. 9-dimensional profundities shot toward Duan Lingtian like shadows. Mi Xian had comprehended the law of space, one of the 4 supreme laws. In the past, he could only rely on his soul energy to activate the law of space. Now he could activate the law of space with his demigod cultivation base. A demigod and a 9-star war god had the celestial origin energy of divine energy. When he activated the law of space, it felt as though the void would shatter. Buzz, 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 buzz. 9-dimensional profundities shot toward Duan Lingtian at the same time. This 9-star war god is also skilled in the law of space. Many people from the Northern Profound Alliance were shocked by the scene before them. They knew that the Supreme Guardian of the Northern Profound Alliance was proficient in the law of space. However, they didn't expect that the opponent of the Supreme Guardian of the Northern Profound Alliance was also proficient in the law of space moreover. His opponent was a 9-star war god. Retreat. When the 9-dimensional profundities shot out, a violent energy swept out and slammed into the void, causing it to tremble. Terrifying energy shot out in all directions, injuring some of the Northern Profound Alliance's disciples who were closer to them. Everyone from the Northern Profound Alliance panicked. Only the Alliance leader, Luo Yiming, and the Vice Alliance leader, Luo Feng, did not retreat. The law of space. Duan Lingtian smiled faintly in the face of Mi Xian's attack. Just as well. Let me see how strong the law of space is with my celestial origin energy that has the divine energy. As soon as he finished laughing, 9 spatial tears appeared above Duan Lingtian's head. Then, 9-dimensional profundities shot out. 9-dimensional profundities against another 9-dimensional profundities. In the first clash, both of them did not use their fused profundities. It was just a duel of profundities. When the two collided in the void, it did not cause much of a commotion. Instead, it was as though their powers had cancelled each other out. This was one of the special characteristics of the law of space. When 2 equally matched spatial powers fought in the void, everything would return to deathly stillness. Tang Sampeo's body has also cultivated to the level of a 10 Directions Celestial Emperor. After the first clash, Duan Lingtian realized that Tang Sampeo's body was a genuine 10 Directions Celestial Emperor. Moreover, Mi Xian's celestial origin energy had also given birth to the characteristics of the divine energy, so it did not belong to him. Duan Lingtian, let's see how strong you are now. Mi Xian sneered after the first wave of attacks was destroyed. Then, in a flash, he appeared next to Duan Lingtian and struck with his palm. Boom! Rumble! A terrifying spatial storm wreaked havoc where Duan Lingtian was standing, causing the void to tremble as though it would crack open at any moment. Duan Lingtian's figure was completely shredded into pieces. To be more precise, it was an afterimage that was destroyed. Duan Lingtian had already teleported to the sky as soon as Mi Xian had used the teleportation profundity. As soon as Mi Xian struck with his palm, Tens of thousands of sword rays condensed from space energy shot out. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. A rain of swords fell from the sky. The sword Tao formed from space energy flashed and disappeared in the void, reappearing above Mi Xian's head in the blink of an eye. Duan Lingtian had not only used space energy, but he had also used the space sword Tao. This time, it was clearly too late for Mi Xian to teleport. Space sword Tao? It's indeed extraordinary. Mi Xian's voice rang in the air. It seemed as though he was not surprised by Duan Lingtian's technique at all. In just a blink of an eye, he raised both of his hands above his head as violent space energy surged out of his palms. Several intents of the rules of space merged with one another and formed a barrier above him. It shrouded the sky and the sun, as if it were able to isolate the heavens and earth. Boom, 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 boom. Thousands of spatial sword lights fell like a rain of swords, landing on the violent spatial force surging from Mi Xian's hands and colliding with it, producing deafening booms. The sword rays continued to fall as if there was no end to them. The space energy above Mi Xian's head gradually diminished after a while. It was clearly unable to withstand Duan Lingtian's attack. Damn it! Mi Xian's expression was slightly ugly. If not for the fact that this body has yet to completely merge with my soul and can't fully display my comprehension of the law of space, Duan Lingtian wouldn't be a match for me even if he used the space sword Tao. Right now, the power of the law of space I can display is only half of the power of the law of space my soul has comprehended. It's on par with Duan Lingtian's comprehension of the law of space. He's using the space sword Tao to completely suppress me in terms of profundities. If I want to defeat him now, I can only rely on soul attacks. With a thought, a 7-foot-long spear suddenly appeared in Mi Xian's hands. With a shake of the spear, the thousands of sword rays blocking Duan Lingtian's attack were no longer so easily defeated by the space energy surging from his hands. The spear in Mi Xian's hands was pitch black and surrounded by strands of blood-red light. It gave off an evil feeling. Now that it was in Mi Xian's hands, it seemed to strengthen the power he displayed. He completely blocked Duan Lingtian's attack and was no longer as passive as before. A divine weapon? When Duan Lingtian saw the 7-foot-long spear in Mi Xian's hand, he recognized it as a divine weapon with just a glance. He wasn't surprised that Mi Xian had a spirit weapon. Do you think you're the only one with a divine weapon? A mocking smile appeared on Duan Lingtian's lips, and then with a thought, a sword flashing with rainbow light appeared around him. It was none other than the high-quality divine weapon in his hands, the 7 Orifices exquisite sword. The moment the 7 Orifices exquisite sword appeared, the sword rain in the sky became even more powerful. Mi Xian's momentary advantage not only vanished, but he was also being routed even faster. Mi Xian's expression didn't change, as if he had expected all of this. The moment the sword rays intensified, Mi Xian teleported away with his spear, completely avoiding the sword rain. He appeared in the air not far from Duan Lingtian and coldly stared at Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian, it's time to end this. Mi Xian no longer had any thoughts of leaving Duan Lingtian alive. He was prepared to use the soul attack he was most skilled at, destroying Duan Lingtian's soul in one blow and killing Duan Lingtian. The current situation did not permit him to capture Duan Lingtian alive. Duan Lingtian's strength had exceeded his expectations. If he had known that Duan Lingtian was this strong, no matter how conceited he was, he wouldn't have come alone. Before coming, he had believed that Duan Lingtian was only a peak 8-star war god. Chapter 3577. Mi Xian was not surprised that Duan Lingtian had a Devata artifact. Based on Wu Hongqing's analysis, Duan Lingtian's master, Feng Qingyang, the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven, must have obtained a fortuitous encounter in the Azura Hell, one of the 7 deadliest places in the Devata realms, to become a god and a lesser god king in just a few hundred years. There was no doubt the fortuitous encounter contained a Devata artifact. After all, the fortuitous encounter had to have been left behind by a god king. Naturally, such a powerhouse would have left behind more than one Devata artifact. It was not surprising that Feng Qingyang had given one to his only true disciple, Duan Lingtian. For this reason, Mi Xian was not surprised that Duan Lingtian had taken out a Devata artifact to suppress his defenses. However, he did not continue to defend himself. After all, he knew he would be the unlucky one if he continued to defend himself. Duan Lingtian's strength, with the help of the Devata artifact, had far surpassed his strength with the help of the Devata artifact. In fact, they were not even on the same level. There was no point in continuing to defend himself. For this reason, Mi Xian decided to use the soul attack. He was best at to kill Duan Lingtian in one fell swoop. The only difference was that he would not be able to use his divine weapon to cast his soul attack. However, in his opinion, even if he could not use his divine weapon to cast a soul attack, he would still be able to easily kill Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian, I'll kill you today. In the future, I'll make sure you're master. Feng Qingyang is buried with you. Mi Xian said indifferently. At the same time, a ray of flowing light suddenly shot out from between his eyebrows. It was a golden ray of light that was surrounded by a grayish energy, causing the space to shake wherever it passed. You've lived a good life since you're able to die under my soul attack. Although Mi Xian's soul was only at the level of a 10 directions celestial emperor, with his comprehension of the law of space, there were only a handful of demigods in heaven and earth who could withstand his attack even without the help of a divine artifact. As for those people, without exception, they were all people who had external forces to rely on. It was either a soul attack divine artifact or a soul defense divine artifact. Whoosh! The soul attack, wrapped in spatial energy, flew towards Duan Lingtian as the rain of swords continued to chase after Mi Xian. Right now, Mi Xian wasn't even in the mood to defend against Duan Lingtian's sword rain. In his opinion, as long as he killed Duan Lingtian, the rain of swords would naturally disappear. Die! Right now, Mi Xian was looking at Duan Lingtian like he was looking at a dead man. In all the Devata realms and the 9 serenities battlefield, Duan Lingtian did not think there was anyone who was not a god who could withstand his soul attack. He was certain Duan Lingtian would die. Soul attack. Duan Lingtian raised an eyebrow when he saw Mi Xian's soul attack. However, there was no hint of panic on his face. Instead, a faint smile appeared on his face. I've been waiting for a long time. A faint smile appeared on Duan Lingtian's face. In the next moment, a 7-colored light suddenly shone in his eyes. At the same time, the 7-colored light, swords that had been revolving around him, instantly merged into his body and reappeared. This time, they appeared within the 7-colored light, swords that had been shot out from his eyes. Swoosh! Duan Lingtian's 7-colored soul attack that had merged with the law of space and the space sword Dao shot toward Mi Xian's soul attack that was not far away. From afar, it looked like 2 comets colliding in the starry sky. Finally, the 2 attacks collided. In the next moment, there was no earth-shattering explosion. After all, it was only a soul attack, and there was still a big difference between it and a material attack. The 2 attacks converged, and after a moment of entanglement, a sword with 7-colored flowing light appeared, and the 2 soul forces disappeared without a trace. They exhausted each other, a high-grade divine artifact. Before the members of the Northern Profound Alliance could react, Mi Xian's voice rang out. His eyes were wide open, and his face was filled with shock and disbelief. Just now, Duan Lingtian had used this sword to suppress him with a physical attack. Then he used this sword to unleash a soul attack that was evenly matched with his. Only a high-grade divine artifact or above could unleash a physical attack and a soul attack at the same time. In other words, Duan Lingtian's sword was a high-grade divine artifact. After the initial shock, greed appeared in Mi Xian's eyes. If he could obtain such a high-grade divine artifact, his strength would rise by more than a level. In the next moment, Mi Xian seemed to think of something, and his expression changed. No. Pucci! 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 After Mi Xian's soul attack failed, the rain of swords landed on his defenseless body. In the blink of an eye, Mi Xian's body was riddled with holes. Whoosh! As his body was riddled with holes, a soul leaped out. It was Mi Xian's soul. Mi Xian's soul trembled violently in the void. Duan Lingtian, from now on we will fight to the death. Mi Xian's tone was filled with extreme anger and unwillingness. He had spent a lot of effort to merge with Tang, Sanpeo's body. He had even used the dead spirit race's ability to completely possess a physical body. Although he could possess another person's body in the future, he would not be able to accept everything about that person. He could only possess the other person's body. Fight to the death? You'll have to live until then. Duan Lingtian sneered and said, destroy him. Swoosh! Almost at the instant Duan Lingtian's words left his mouth, a beautiful figure suddenly appeared outside the seven-colored light sword that was suspended in the air. The beautiful figure was a young woman who wore clothes that were intertwined with seven-colored lights, and she was especially eye-catching. The moment she appeared, the Northern Xian Alliance members' attention was drawn to her. Artifact soul! Mi Xian's soul trembled when he saw the scene before him. It was clear that he was far more agitated than before. It was a prominent divine weapon with an artifact soul. Even in the realms of gods, a divine artifact of this grade would be considered a top-tier treasure. Yes, master. The woman Duan Lingtian summoned was the seven orifices exquisite sword soul, Huang. After replying to Duan Lingtian's order, Huang charged toward Mi Xian's soul with her sword in hand. A dazzling seven-colored sword ray streaked across the sky in an unstoppable manner. It was as though it could destroy and annihilate everything. Under the watchful eyes of the Northern Xian Alliance members, Mi Xian's soul trembled as though it would be destroyed in the next instant. Duan Lingtian, you don't have the strength to kill me. At this critical moment, Mi Xian's soul clasped his hands together. Instantly, his body emitted waves of mist and dark green flames that burned on his body. In the next instant, as the dark green flames burned and the mist covered the surrounding area, there was a flash of blood and Mi Xian's soul completely disappeared. Swoosh! At this moment, Huang Oi's sword missed Mi Xian. As expected of the former patriarch of the dead spirit clan, an intermediate god king, Mi Xian managed to escape from me, even though he sealed his soul at the level of a 10 directions celestial emperor. When Mi Xian's soul disappeared without a trace, Duan Lingtian knew he would not be able to kill Mi Xian today. Although Duan Lingtian had acted decisively, he was not confident he could kill Mi Xian. After all, Mi Xian was a god king. Even if Mi Xian's soul was sealed, it would not be easy to kill him. Although I don't know if you willingly allowed yourself to be possessed by Mi Xian, at least I've avenged you. Duan Lingtian muttered to himself as he looked at Mi Xian's battered body. To be more precise, it was Tang Sanpeo's body. Naturally, he was speaking to Tang Sanpeo inwardly. Meanwhile, the members of the Northern Xian Alliance looked at Duan Lingtian with burning eyes. A 9-star god of war. A 9-star god of war who had a high-grade divine artifact, and a divine artifact that had given birth to an artifact soul. A 9-star god of war who had nearly killed another 9-star god of war and caused his soul to escape from his body. How could such a person be the supreme guardian of the Northern Xian Alliance? Alliance leader Luo. After Mi Xian escaped, Duan Lingtian put away the 7 orifices exquisite sword and looked at Luo Yiming, the leader of the Northern Xian Alliance. Thank you for taking care of me during this time. Now it's time for me to leave. There's no need for the Northern Xian Alliance to disband like the Heavenly Tao Alliance. After all, You didn't know my identity in the past. Moreover, the Brahma Alliance won't have a chance to vent their anger on you." After saying this, Duan Lingtian turned around and left without waiting for Luo Yiming's reply. He teleported and disappeared from the sight of the North Dark Alliance's members. He left. Luo Yiming, the leader of the Northern Shin Alliance, was not surprised by Duan Lingtian's sudden departure. However, the others couldn't help but feel disappointed. "I thought the Supreme Guardian would lead the Northern Xian Alliance to the Central Region. I didn't expect him to leave." "You're too naive. So what if the Supreme Guardian helps the Northern Xian Alliance to secure a place in the Central Region? It's easy to secure a place, but it's difficult to protect it. With the Supreme Guardian's talent, it won't take long for him to become a true god. At that time, he'll have no choice but to leave the Nine Serenities battlefield. At that time, the powers that didn't make a move on the Northern Shin Alliance because they were afraid of the Supreme Guardian will continue to watch the Northern Xian Alliance grow." Judging from the Supreme Guardian's words, he's not going to cause trouble for the Brahma Alliance, right? That's possible. Ever since the death of the second leader of the Brahma Alliance, Wulong, the Brahma Alliance has been chasing the Supreme Guardian all over the Nine Serenities battlefield. Even if the Supreme Guardian shows himself now, the Brahma Alliance won't be able to do anything to him. Chapter 3578. Previously, when Wulong, the second guardian of the Brahma Alliance, came to challenge him, Duan Lingtian did not think the Brahma Alliance was involved. After all, it was a personal challenge. In fact, even when Wulong had challenged him, he hadn't thought of killing him. It was only when Wulong tried to kill him that he decided to kill Wulong. He knew that killing Wulong would offend the Brahma Alliance and the Heavenly Emperor of the Brahmaji Heavenly Palace. However, he still did it to clear his mind. If he showed mercy to Wulong because he was afraid of the Heavenly Emperor of the Brahma Heavenly Clan, no matter how hard he tried to comfort himself, it would leave a trace of resentment in his heart. And just this trace of indignation was enough to make it difficult for him to continue on the path of cultivation. If I hadn't killed Wulong back then, I wouldn't have been able to enter the demigod realm. Even now, Duan Lingtian didn't regret killing Wulong. If he hadn't killed Wulong, his path of cultivation wouldn't have been so smooth. He wouldn't have been able to break through to the demigod realm and become a 9-star war god. The Brahma Alliance, while he was in seclusion, he wasn't completely dead. Occasionally, he would come out of seclusion, and it wasn't hard for him to overhear some members of the North Profound Alliance talking about how the Brahma Alliance was searching for him. The Brahma Alliance had even set up a bounty for him. Anyone who could provide him with clues would be rewarded handsomely. Those who killed him could bring his corpse to the Brahma Alliance and claim the bounty as well. I'll deliver the bounty myself. I hope the Brahma Alliance won't disappoint me. After leaving the Northern Profound Alliance, Duan Lingtian headed south. He was originally in the north, and the Central Region was to the south. After crossing the Central Region, he would reach the south. However, his current target wasn't the south, but the Central Region. To be more precise, the Brahma Alliance was his target. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. Duan Lingtian flickered as he teleported. Every time he teleported, he would cross a great distance and arrive at the Central Region of the Nine Serenities battlefield. Sir, do you know where the Brahma Alliance is? After entering the Central District, Duan Lingtian teleported and appeared in front of a middle-aged man. He asked with a smile on his face. However, the middle-aged man was a little annoyed that Duan Lingtian had blocked his way. I don't know. Thank you. Duan Lingtian didn't ask the middle-aged man any more questions. With a teleport, he disappeared from the middle-aged man's sight and reaction range. The middle-aged man was so scared that he broke out in cold sweat. He's so strong? Even if it was the space law's teleportation profundity, only those who were far stronger than him could come and go without a trace. It was precisely because of this that he realized how terrifying Qin-Shi was at this moment, and he felt a wave of lingering fear and relief in his heart. At this time, Duan Lingtian asked a few more people for directions, but without exception he was rejected. At this moment, Duan Lingtian finally realized how rash he was to block their path. Therefore, after finding his next target, he didn't stop him. Instead, he flew side by side with him. "Sir, do you know where the Brahma Alliance's base is?" Now, Duan Lingtian's target was also a young man. The young man had a medium build and an ordinary face, but his eyes were extremely sharp and his chiseled face showed some determination. The moment Duan Lingtian spoke, his expression changed with a whoosh. In his opinion, since this purple-clothed young man was able to approach him so silently, it would be extremely easy for him to kill him. "Don't be nervous." Duan Lingtian shook his head as he looked at the young man who hurriedly distanced himself from him. "If I wanted to harm you, do you think you'd still be alive?" Hearing Duan Lingtian's words, the young man's expression eased. "The Brahma Alliance's base is in the Chinibyu district." "Chinibyu district?" Duan Lingtian was startled. "Then which district are we in right now?" "Chinibyu district." The young man looked at Duan Lingtian in puzzlement. This purple-clad young man with frightening strength didn't know which district he was in right now. "How do I get to the Chinibyu district?" Duan Lingtian asked the young man again. Hearing this, the young man pointed to the southeast. "If you go in this direction and cross the Chinibyu district, you'll reach the Chinibyu district. The Brahma Alliance is the strongest force in the Chinibyu district. When you get there, you can ask anyone to find the Brahma Alliance's base." "But why are you going to the Brahma Alliance's base?" "Recently, the Brahma Alliance has no plans to recruit new people." After saying this, the young man kindly reminded Duan Lingtian. Since the second leader of the Brahma Alliance, Wulong, was killed, the Brahma Alliance cancelled their original recruitment plan and has been postponing it. Even now, they haven't said when they will recruit new people. "I don't plan to join the Brahma Alliance." Duan Lingtian smiled faintly. Then his eyes subconsciously narrowed into slits. "I asked for the location of the Brahma Alliance's base because I want to find trouble with them. Thanks." In the end, before the young man could react, Duan Lingtian had already disappeared in front of his eyes. It was only now that the young man came back to his senses. "Find trouble with the Brahma Alliance? Him? Are you kidding me? But looking at him, he seems a little familiar." Thinking back to the purple-clad young man's appearance, the young man only felt that he was familiar, but he couldn't remember where he had seen him. It wasn't until a dozen breaths later that the young man racked his brain and remembered why he felt that he was familiar. He looks exactly the same as the Duan Lingtian that the Brahma Alliance is looking for. It's just that the real person is more charming than the portrait. At this moment, the young man finally remembered. The reason he felt that the purple-clad young man was familiar was because he had seen his portrait. He said he's going to find trouble with the Brahma Alliance? Does he have the confidence to deal with the Brahma Alliance? Isn't he just an 8-star god of war? No matter how powerful and heaven-defying an 8-star god of war is, it's impossible for him to contend with the #1 leader of the Brahma Alliance, Jiying. Jiying is a famous 9-star god of war in the 9 Serenities battlefield. His strength is incomparable. Could it be that he has become a 9-star god of war during this period of time? The more the young man thought about it, the more he felt that this was the case. Otherwise, why would Duan Lingtian hide in the beginning and appear directly to find trouble with the Brahma Alliance? Let's go and join in the fun. After guessing the identity of the other party, the young man didn't hesitate and immediately walked in the direction that Duan Lingtian had left in. Of course, he didn't know which direction Duan Lingtian had left in. However, he knew that Duan Lingtian had definitely gone in the direction he had pointed out. If I can personally witness the battle between Duan Lingtian and the leader of the Brahma Alliance, Jiying, I can say that my life has not been in vain. As the young man sped along, his eyes became brighter and brighter. The Brahma Alliance's base was located in the Chinibyu district. As the strongest force in the Chinibyu district, The Brahma Alliance's base was located in the center of the Chinibyu district. It was surrounded by many cities. In the Brahma Alliance's base, both Ji Ying and Yu Chaochuan, the 9-star god of war from the Tidal Temple, were waiting for Mi Xian's return. They were curious. Was the Northern Profound Alliance's supreme guardian Li Feng in the 2nd North District Duan Lingtian? However, they waited patiently. Before Mi Xian could return, an unexpected guest appeared. Ji Ying. A calm but penetrating voice resounded in the Brahma Alliance's base. Didn't the Brahma Alliance say that you're looking for me, Duan Lingtian? Now that I, Duan Lingtian, am here, aren't you going to show your gratitude? Duan Lingtian stood outside the Brahma Alliance's base with his hands clasped behind his back as he spoke calmly. Although his voice was not loud, it was extremely penetrating. In just a blink of an eye, everyone in the Brahma Alliance's base heard it. The elders and disciples of the Brahma Alliance, standing in front of the Brahma Alliance's base, frowned. They wanted to ask the person in front of them about his identity and why he was approaching the Brahma Alliance. However, before they could open their mouths, the other party's next words shocked them. He's Duan Lingtian. Heavens! He's Duan Lingtian, the only true disciple of the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven, Feng Qingyang? The Duan Lingtian who killed the former leader of the Brahma Alliance, Wulong Alliance? He actually came to the Brahma Alliance. Moreover, he even asked the Lord Alliance Master to come out. Is he tired of living? Hasn't he been hiding all this time? Why did he come out now? The elders and disciples of the Brahma Alliance were shocked by Duan Lingtian's words. If this person was really Duan Lingtian, there was only one possibility. Duan Lingtian was no longer afraid of the Brahma Alliance. He was no longer afraid of the Brahma Alliance's leader. Has he become a 9-star war god? The elders and disciples of the Brahma Alliance weren't the only ones who had such thoughts. Even the people in the Brahma Alliance's base were thinking the same thing. As long as this person wasn't an imposter, it meant that he had become a 9-star war god. Duan Lingtian. Even Yu Chaochuan, the 9-star war god from the Tidal Temple, had a solemn expression on his face. It seems like the supreme guardian of the Northern Profound Alliance in the 2nd North District isn't Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian has personally come to the Brahma Alliance's base, and it seems like he's already a 9-star war god. Yu Chaochuan naturally didn't think that Mi Xian would be defeated by the current Duan Lingtian. He thought that Mi Xian was still investigating the identity of the Northern Profound Alliance's supreme guardian, which was why he hadn't returned yet. But now, the Duan Lingtian they had been searching for all this time had delivered himself to their doorstep. Now, that Ji Ying should be coming towards me, right? Almost as soon as Yu Chaochuan thought this, Ji Ying's voice came from outside. Our goal is Duan Lingtian. Since he's here, why don't we go and meet him together? Yu Chaochuan sneered inwardly. Ji Ying was usually so arrogant. Wasn't he looking for him because he wasn't confident that he could defeat the Duan Lingtian? Chapter 3579. Almost no one in the Brahma Alliance thought Duan Lingtian was here to seek his death. What a joke! If he was not strong enough, why would Duan Lingtian come to them? Duan Lingtian hovered in the air with his hands clasped on his back. His expression was calm and emotionless. As time passed, more and more figures walked out of the Brahma Alliance's encampment. There were also people approaching from other directions. They stood at a distance and stared at the purple figure from afar. He's Duan Lingtian. It's one thing for him to look young, but is he really not even 700 years old? This news has been verified by many sources. Do you think it's fake? Duan Lingtian was no stranger to the onlookers. He was the only true disciple of Feng Qingyang, the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven. He was the young genius who had recently won the Devata realm's battle of geniuses and displayed his strength as a 7-star god of war. Not long ago, he had killed the strongest person below the 9-star god of war in the 9 Serenities battlefield, Wulong, who is also the second leader of the Brahma Alliance. After that, he replaced Wulong and became the strongest person below the 9-star god of war in the 9 Serenities battlefield. Since then, the Brahma Heaven Alliance had gone to great lengths to search for Duan Ling Tian in the 9 Serenities battlefield. However, their efforts were to no avail. Today, Duan Ling Tian had taken the initiative to look for Duan Ling Tian with a calm expression on his face. It seems like this disciple of the Heavenly Emperor of the solitary destructive heaven has broken through and become a 9-star god of war. At this moment, most of the onlookers had rushed over after receiving news of Duan Ling Tian's arrival. Most of the onlookers were familiar with the people from the Brahma Alliance. After receiving news of Duan Ling Tian's arrival, they had also sent messages to their friends. Therefore, more and more people gathered to watch the show. It seems like Duan Ling Tian didn't come with good intentions. I wonder who's stronger between him and the alliance leader of the Brahma Alliance, Jing? The number of onlookers is still increasing. I wonder if the other 9-star gods of war from the central region will come to watch the show as well. I think so. However, that's only if they make it here in time. A group of people stood in the distance, watching Duan Ling Tian while whispering to each other. The number of onlookers was still increasing. It's the second guardian of the Heavenly Chu Alliance, Qingjini. He actually came as well. As an old man in a gray robe approached, many people's attention fell on him. The Heavenly Chu Alliance was also a famous force in the central region. Its strength wasn't any weaker than the Brahma Alliance. If one were to say that the Brahma Alliance was the biggest power in the Middle Two District, then the Brahma Alliance was the biggest power in the Middle Two District. In that case, the Heavenly Chu Alliance would be the strongest in the 3 Middle Districts. The leader of the Heavenly Beginning Alliance was also a 9-star god of war. As for the second protector of the Heavenly Beginning Alliance, Qingjini was an 8-star war god. Moreover, he had been famous in the central region for a long time. Thus, when he arrived, many people recognized him and took the initiative to greet him. Guardian Qin, are you here to join in the fun as well? Guardian Qin, there will definitely be a battle today. Do you think the leader of the Brahma Alliance, Jing, or this Duan Ling Tian will win? Many people who had met Qingjini before or knew him took the initiative to greet him. Every one of them was very enthusiastic. Some people couldn't help but ask Qingjini what he thought of today's matter. It's hard to say. Let's just watch. Qingjini smiled faintly. After Qingjini, a few other famous 8-star war gods in the central region also arrived. They also attracted a lot of attention. Of course, those who could make it in time were those who were nearby and had received the news. There were still many people who were on their way because they were far away. As for those who were further away, they chose to give up and come personally. However, all of them were waiting for the news. Many people were curious about the outcome of today's battle. On one side was the only true disciple of the Heavenly Emperor of the solitary destructive heaven, Duan Ling Tian. On the other side was the first true disciple of the Heavenly Emperor of the solitary destructive heaven, Jing. Since Duan Ling Tian dares to come, it means that he's confident. As long as Jing accepts the challenge, he'll most likely lose. Many people thought so. He's still not coming out? As more and more people gathered around, they realized that the alliance leader, Jing, hadn't come out even though a lot of people from the Brahmi Alliance had come out. Is alliance leader Jing afraid? If he doesn't come out today, not only will he and the Brahma Heaven Alliance be disgraced, but his master, the Heavenly Emperor of the solitary destructive heaven, will also be disgraced. Who knows what's going on? Many people could not help but whisper among themselves when they saw that the alliance master of the Brahma Heaven Alliance, Jing, had yet to show himself. Of course, their voices were very soft since there were many people from the Brahma Heaven Alliance present. It seems like I'm not too late. Suddenly, a loud voice rang from the horizon, attracting everyone's attention except for Duan Ling Tian. Under everyone's gaze, a sturdy old man wearing a loose green robe descended from the clouds. His expression was determined, and there was a blood-red, diamond-shaped mark between his brows. He was holding a sheathed saber in his left hand. The old man's messy white hair fluttered in the wind, making him look wild and unruly. Could he be Swordsman Chu? As soon as the old man appeared, some people's eyes flickered, and they frowned slightly. Some people who reacted quickly could not help but exclaim softly, "Swordsman Chu?" Immediately, the gazes that fell on the old man changed again. Swordsman Chu did not belong to any faction. No one knew if he had any background outside the Nine Serenities battlefield. However, he was a lone cultivator in the Nine Serenities battlefield. The reason Swordsman Chu was famous in the Central region was because he was a 9-star god of war. Greetings, Senior Swordsman Chu. While many people were still guessing the old man's identity, the second guardian of the Heavenly Beginning Alliance, Qin Jinyi, stepped forward and took the initiative to greet the old man. Greetings, Senior Swordsman Chu. The 8-star gods of war followed Qin Jinyi's lead and bowed respectfully to the old man. In an instant, the old man's identity was confirmed. He was the 9-star god of war, Swordsman Chu. In the Nine Serenities battlefield, only Swordsman Chu could make a group of 8-star gods of war bow down to him. Swordsman Chu nodded indifferently in the face of everyone's greetings. You don't have to worry about me. I'm only here because I happen to be nearby. I heard that there's a show here, so I came to join the fun. As Swordsman Chu spoke, his gaze fell on the purple figure not far away. This is the only true disciple of the Heavenly Emperor of the solitary destructive heaven, Duan Lingtian. That's him, Senior Swordsman Chu. Qin Jinyi replied respectfully. He looks talented. Swordsman Chu nodded. I just don't know if he's reckless or if he's really strong. Alliance Master Jiying has come out. The gazes that had gathered on Bladesman Chu immediately shifted to the entrance of the Brahma Alliance's encampment as a cry of surprise rang out. At that place, 2 people were walking through the air while being escorted by over 10 people. It's Alliance Master Jiying. He's finally come out. Everyone's gaze fell on one of the 2 people in the lead. They recognized this person as the Alliance Master of the Brahma Heaven Alliance, Jiying. Who's that beside Alliance Master Jiying? Is he an expert the Brahma Heaven Alliance recently recruited? When the crowd recognized Jiying, they instinctively shifted their gazes to the person beside Jiying. The fact that this person was walking side by side with Jiying was enough to prove that he was not a simple person. In the past, only Jiying's junior brother, Wulong, who was the second Alliance Master of the Brahma Heaven Alliance, received such treatment. Many people were curious about the identity of the person beside Jiying. Someone exclaimed in shock, Heavens! Am I seeing things? Isn't the person beside Alliance Master Jiying the Hall Master of the 10,000 Beast Heaven Subhall Yu Chaochuan? Hasn't he not entered the Nine Serenities battlefield for a long time? Why is he here again? What? Are you saying that the person beside Alliance Master Jiying is the Hall Master of the 10,000 Beast Heaven Subhall Yu Chaochuan? Yu Chaochuan? He's a veteran 9-star god of war. Why is he with Alliance Master Jiying? Don't tell me Jiying asked him to help her deal with Duan Lingtian? I'm afraid Jiying doesn't have that much influence. In my opinion, the Heavenly Emperor of the Brahma Heaven must have asked the Tidal Temple for help. That's why the Tidal Temple sent Hall Master Yu Chaochuan here. If he's really here to help Jiying deal with Duan Lingtian, not only did Duan Lingtian fail, but he's also in danger. When they found out the person standing next to the leader of the Brahma Alliance was Yu Chaochuan, the 9-star god of war and the palace master of the Tidal Temple's 10,000 Beast Heavens Vice Palace, many people looked at Duan Lingtian with a hint of pity in their eyes. The Hall Master of the 10,000 Beast Heavens Subhall? Duan Lingtian, who had been waiting for a long time, turned to look at Yu Chaochuan when he heard the discussions in the surroundings. A sneer appeared on his face as he thought to himself, the title temple is not slow at all. Not only is Mi Xian here, but a 9-star god of war is here as well. Let's see who's stronger between him and Mi Xian. Duan Lingtian's eyes were filled with fighting spirit. With just a thought, he disappeared from where he was standing. When he reappeared, he had already teleported to the entrance of the Brahma Heaven Alliance's estate. He stood in front of Jiying and Yu Chaochuan. "You're Duan Lingtian?" Although Jiying had seen Duan Lingtian's portrait before, this was his first time seeing Duan Lingtian in person. At the same time, an ominous premonition rose in his heart when he saw the calmness in Duan Lingtian's eyes. In the end, he clenched his teeth and sent a voice transmission to Swordsman Chu, who was standing nearby. "Senior Swordsman Chu, I would like you to join forces with me and Palace Master Yu to deal with Duan Lingtian. After this, I'll ask my foster father to personally return the favor." Ji Ying would never do anything that he was not confident in. Although he felt Duan Lingtian might be bluffing for him to be so calm at this moment, he still found a helper and made a promise that Duan Lingtian could not refuse. Bladesman Chu's eyes lit up when he heard Ji Ying's voice transmission. A greedy expression appeared on his face. Chapter 3580. Swordsman Chu was a 9-star god of war who had made a name for himself in the 9 Serenities battlefield a long time ago. Similar to Yu Chaochuan, the palace master of the 10,000 Beasts Heaven sub-palace of the Title Temple, he was also a veteran 9-star god of war in the 9 Serenities battlefield. Whether it was Yu Chaochuan or Swordsman Chu, as long as they disappeared from the 9 Serenities battlefield, people would start to speculate. Could it be that they had already attained godhood? Generally speaking, those who had attained godhood were not allowed to appear in the 9 Serenities battlefield. However, in recent years, Swordsman Chu rarely went missing. He was quite active in the 9 Serenities battlefield, so many people knew about him. As for Yu Chaochuan, he had not appeared in the 9 Serenities battlefield for many years. Many people thought he had already attained godhood. Who knew he would appear in the 9 Serenities battlefield again? I thought Yu Chaochuan had already attained godhood and left the 9 Serenities battlefield forever. I didn't expect he still hasn't attained godhood. How old is he? If he hasn't attained godhood, it seems like he has no hope of attaining godhood. Even if he has no hope of attaining godhood, as the 9 Serenities war god, he's still strong enough to stand at the top of the Devata realms. Yu Chaochuan's appearance caused quite a commotion when he was recognized. When the crowd saw Duan Lingtian standing opposite Yu Chaochuan and Jiying, the atmosphere turned solemn. Among the 3 people standing before them, 2 of them had made a name for themselves in the 9 Serenities battlefield, Yu Chaochuan and Jiying. The other person had not been in the 9 Serenities war for long, but no one could ignore his presence. Duan Lingtian, do you think Yu Chaochuan will make a move today? Many people's eyes flashed with uncertainty. That depends on why Yu Chaochuan is here. If he's here by coincidence, he might not help Jiying. After all, if he helps Jiying deal with Duan Lingtian, the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven won't let him go. If he's here to help Jiying deal with Duan Lingtian, he'll definitely make a move. However, based on Duan Lingtian's appearance, it seems like he's not afraid of them at all. Perhaps he is deliberately mystifying, or perhaps he doesn't know how terrifying Yu Chaochuan, this veteran 9-star war god, is. Right now, the group of onlookers were all very curious as to why Yu Chaochuan would appear here. At that moment, the Title Temple's 10,000 Beasts Heaven's Vice Hall Master, Yu Chaochuan, was frowning slightly. He seemed to have encountered some sort of problem. Yu Chaochuan had sent a message to Mi Xian the moment the Alliance Chief of Brahma Alliance, Jiying, had gone to find him and told him that Duan Lingtian had come to visit him. However, Mi Xian hadn't responded. Lord Mi Xian. Yu Chaochuan couldn't help but send a second message. If you receive my message, please reply me. Duan Lingtian has already come to visit. He is in Brahma Alliance. You can come back directly. However, Yu Chaochuan still did not receive Mi Xian's message. Although Yu Chaochuan felt this to be a bit strange, he was not surprised. With Mi Xian's personality, he might not even bother to reply to his message. He might be on his way back. Even in his wildest dreams, he would never have thought that. It wasn't that Mi Xian didn't want to reply to him, but that he couldn't. Mi Xian's body had been destroyed, and he had only managed to escape with his soul using a secret technique. He was currently recuperating his soul in a secluded area of the Nine Serenities battlefield. Although he had received Yu Chaochuan's message, he couldn't reply. This was because Yu Chaochuan's soul orb was still in the spatial ring of his original body. They're finished. Mi Xian had fought Duan Lingtian before, so he knew Duan Lingtian's current strength very well. After learning that Duan Lingtian had joined the Brahma Alliance, he knew it was impossible for Yu Chaochuan or Jiying to be a match for Duan Lingtian even if they joined forces. In fact, with Duan Lingtian's current strength and the power of the high-grade divine Sword of the Sword Soul, it would be difficult to find anyone below the divine spirit realm who could match him. Naturally, Yu Chaochuan was unaware of this. At this moment, Yu Chaochuan's attention was focused on Duan Lingtian, who was hovering in the air nearby. This was not his first time seeing Duan Lingtian. He had seen Duan Lingtian during the Devata realm battle of the geniuses. However, he did not expect Duan Lingtian, whom he regarded as a junior at that time, would be strong enough to fight him now. Earlier, Duan Lingtian did not pay much attention to Yu Chaochuan when they were far apart. Now that he saw Yu Chaochuan, his first impression of him was that he looked familiar. It was not difficult to guess he had seen Yu Chaochuan during the Devata realm battle of the geniuses. After all, during the Devata realm battle of the geniuses, the 9-star gods of war were not eye-catching. It was the few divine spirit realm powerhouses who were eye-catching. Both of you come at me together. Duan Lingtian ignored Jiying's question. He looked at Jiying and Yu Chaochuan calmly. He was different from the onlookers in the surroundings. The onlookers might not be certain Yu Chaochuan, the palace master of the 10,000 Beasts Heaven's Vice Palace, was here to deal with him, but he knew Yu Chaochuan was here to deal with him. When he heard Yu Chaochuan had not entered the Nine Serenities battlefield for a long time, he was even more certain Yu Chaochuan was here for him. Although Duan Lingtian's voice was not loud, it was clearly heard by everyone present on the scene. Apart from Jiying and Yu Chaochuan, who had a slightly solemn expression on their faces, Swordsman Chu's expression had also turned solemn. As for the others, they were in an uproar. Duan Lingtian wants to fight Alliance Master Jiying and Palace Master Yu Chaochuan alone? Isn't he too arrogant? Even if he's a 9-star god of war, the two people standing opposite him are also 9-star gods of war. Moreover, they're 9-star gods of war who have been famous for a long time. I reckon he's arrogant after becoming a 9-star god of war. He thinks he's invincible. Alliance Master Jiying and Palace Master Yu Chaochuan have teamed up. In our 9 Serenities battlefield, the number of 9-star gods of war who can contend against them can be counted on one hand, and those people are said to be the people closest to God. Newborn calves aren't afraid of tigers. This Duan Lingtian is still too young. Hearing Duan Lingtian's words, the spectators couldn't help but shake their heads. Only the other 3 9-star gods of war did not look down on Duan Lingtian like them because of his arrogant words. Duan Lingtian, I hope your strength is worthy of your arrogance. Jiying stepped into the air with a gloomy expression. His gaze was like lightning as he stared at Duan Lingtian. Today, I, Jiying, will kill you, Duan Lingtian, outside the Brahma Alliance's mountain gate and avenge my junior brother, Wulong. At the same time Jiying stepped into the air, Yu Chaochuan also stepped into the air. This scene caused an uproar among the crowd. Yu Chaochuan really came out? It's one thing for Duan Lingtian to be arrogant, but the two of them are also so shameless? From the looks of it, Palace Master Yu Chaochuan really did find outside help for Alliance Master Jiying. He found outside help in advance. Did he already guess that Duan Lingtian would come knocking on his door? Seeing that Jiying and Yu Chaochuan were really going to join forces to deal with Duan Lingtian, the current atmosphere was pushed to the peak. The hearts of the spectators also hung in suspense. More people stared fixedly at Duan Lingtian. They were all curious. What kind of strength did Duan Lingtian have to make Jiying and Yu Chaochuan treat him like this? Duan Lingtian, I, Yu Chaochuan, will properly discipline you on behalf of your master today. Yu Chaochuan also spoke. His tone was indifferent and his gaze was cold. Discipline me? Duan Lingtian glanced indifferently at Yu Chaochuan, a hint of disdain appearing at the corners of his mouth. You think you're worthy. Duan Lingtian's eyes were full of contempt. You're courting death. Even though Yu Chaochuan was already quite old, he was still infuriated by Duan Lingtian's disdain and contempt. However, he did not lose his rationality because of anger. He did not attack first, instead looking at Jiying and calling out, Alliance Master Jiying, let's attack together. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. Almost at the instant Yu Chaochuan's voice fell, green light wreaked havoc on Jiying's body. Waves of green wind that could be seen with the naked eye twined around his body. It was incomparably fast, like an illusion. Jiying was skilled in the law of wind. Whoosh, whoosh. Meanwhile, on Yu Chaochuan's body, there was a dark blue radiance that surged, flying into the horizon like a great wave. When it landed, it condensed into an expanse of azure power around his body. Clearly, Yu Chaochuan was skilled in the law of water. Attack! As Yu Chaochuan spoke again, he and Jiying moved together. The terrifying power of wind and water intertwined and swept out. At this moment, the water seemed to be able to borrow the power of wind, increasing its speed by another step. As for the wind, besides being swift and fierce, with the cooperation of the water, it also had a powerful oppressive force. Retreat! Retreat! Almost at the instant Yu Chaochuan and Jiying attacked, the group of protectors and elders of the Brahma Alliance behind them all retreated with the disciples of the Brahma Alliance far away. After they retreated, a series of earth-shattering noises reverberated throughout the area. It was the aftermath of the Two's power that affected the Brahma Alliance's mountain gate, raising the mountain gate and a large area around it to the ground, leaving behind a huge crater. Not a single blade of grass grew inside. There was no life at all. If the aftermath of two 9-star gods of war working together is like this, then how terrifying would the center of the storm be? The scene in front of their eyes caused everyone to be shocked. When the crowd looked at the eye of the storm again, they saw the power of wind and water sweeping out in all directions. After that, it formed a circle that completely enveloped the purple figure. Just as the crowd was shocked by this, another ray of light entered the field like a ghost. Clang! Under everyone's gazes, the figure of swordsman Chu entered the field and stood side by side with Yu Chaochuan and Jiying. As the golden light on his body pulsed, he suddenly pulled out the narrow scabbard in his hand. The moment the scabbard appeared, thousands of rays of light flashed. Wong! 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 The golden rays of light that blotted out the sky followed the power of wind and water and attacked together. Chapter 3581. No one had expected Chu Feng to suddenly make a move. Initially, everyone thought Chu Feng was only here to join in the fun. However, they did not expect him to join forces with Jiying and Yu Chaochuan to deal with Duan Lingtian at this crucial moment. Chu Feng and Yu Chaochuan were veteran 9-star gods of war in the 9 Serenities battlefield. Although Jiying had become a 9-star god of war much later than them, Compared to Duan Lingtian, who had just become a 9-star god of war, he could be considered a veteran. 3 veteran 9-star gods of war were fighting against a new 9-star god of war. If the crowd hadn't seen this scene with their own eyes, they wouldn't have believed it, even if the person who told them about this matter made it sound like a deluge of heavenly flowers. Was a veteran 9-star god of war so shameless? The truth was he was shameless. Of course, at this moment, even the members of the Brahma Alliance felt that their leader was shameless, but they only thought about it in their hearts. No one dared to say it out loud. However, some people had other thoughts. They felt like a lion would use its full strength even if it was hunting a rabbit. Duan Lingtian, since leaving the 9 Serenities battlefield, you're the first person to make me use my divine weapon, Yu Chaochuan said solemnly. Yu Chaochuan's tone was solemn. A walking stick had appeared in his hand at some unknown time. Upon closer inspection, the walking stick was sparkling and translucent. When it appeared in his hand, there was a deep blue light flowing around it, as if there were blue divine dragons dancing about. At the same time, he shook the walking stick in his hand. The water energy that was charging at Duan Lingtian grew even more majestic and vast. It was as though a mountain flood had broken through a dam as it charged at a weak figure. Swoosh! Although Ji Ying didn't say anything, a bead appeared in his hand. The bead was surrounded by green qi. Streams of condensed green qi were like saber lights and sword shadows. They were extremely sharp. As Ji Ying infused his celestial origin energy into the pearl, an even more terrifying wind energy surged out of the pearl and joined in the attack on Duan Lingtian. As for Chu Feng, he had already used his Emperor-grade celestial weapon the moment he made his move. When Bladesman Chu activated his Emperor-grade celestial weapon, a blood-red silhouette could be seen on it. It was the Emperor-grade celestial weapon's weapon spirit. Although it was not a divine artifact, it was still an Emperor-grade celestial artifact with an artifact spirit. Its power was comparable to Yu Chaochuan and Ji Ying's divine artifacts without artifact spirits. In the Devata realms, divine weapons without souls were not considered divine weapons. Instead, they were called quasi-divine weapons. In the hands of those below the 9-star god of war, their strength was comparable to an Emperor-grade celestial weapon with an artifact spirit. Only in the hands of a 9-star god of war, whose celestial origin energy had the characteristics of divine energy, would the celestial weapon's power surpass that of an Emperor-grade celestial weapon with an artifact spirit. I'm afraid Duan Lingtian is doomed this time. 3 9-star gods of war working together. If it were any other 9-star god of war, I'm afraid it would be difficult to resist, right? With the 3 9-star gods of war working together, perhaps only the gods can contend against them. Although the people present on the scene guessed Duan Lingtian had already become a 9-star god of war, they were certain Duan Lingtian would die when they saw the 3 9-star gods of war attacking Duan Lingtian at the same time. None of them were optimistic. With the strength of the 3 9-star gods of war, it'll be difficult for Duan Lingtian to teleport away. Someone sighed. That's only natural. The 3 of them are so powerful that they've sealed the space. It'll be difficult for him to teleport away when the space trembles. Let alone the law of space's teleportation profundity. Even if he fused the teleportation profundity and the transportation profundity together, it'll be difficult for him to escape under such circumstances. The onlookers looked at the raging storm. The power within the storm was like a water dragon and a wind dragon, and it was accompanied by many dazzling golden saber lights. Those were saber lights condensed from Saber Master Chu's celestial origin energy, which contained the law of gold. Chu Feng was an expert in the law of metal. At this moment, almost no one thought Duan Lingtian had a chance of surviving. Duan Lingtian, who was in the center of the storm, stood in the air. He cast the Tao of Control. The space within a radius of 10 meters was distorted and distorted, sucking in the water and wind energy that were closest to him. However, Since the two energies were too vast, it was difficult for Duan Lingtian to cast the Tao of control. He could only barely defend himself. After that, Chu swordsmen had joined the fray, and the 3 nine-star gods of war had attacked with their weapons. Even if Duan Lingtian relied on his celestial origin energy to control the weapons, he would not be able to withstand their attacks. There's a third person? Duan Lingtian was surprised by the addition of a third person, but he did not panic. However, his eyes flashed coldly as he thought to himself, "It doesn't matter if he's from the Tidal Temple or the Heavenly Emperor Ji Fantin. He'll definitely die today." Pine Willow Divine Tree. 7 orifices, exquisite sword. With just a thought, Duan Lingtian summoned the Pine Willow Divine Tree's godly image avatar. However, the Pine Willow Divine Tree's godly image avatar was more substantial than before. Moreover, when Duan Lingtian opened his little world, it resonated with the divine Tree of Life. The resonance caused the Pine Willow Divine Tree's godly image avatar to become more substantial. Moreover, the Pine Willow Divine Tree's trunk and branches were covered in a layer of faint white light. After the Tao of Control was suppressed, the water and fire energy and the dazzling golden saber ray entered the Pine Willow Divine Tree. The Pine Willow Divine Tree's trunk and branches were destroyed. The Pine Willow Divine Tree was being healed by the Divine Tree of Life's energy. Duan Lingtian had discovered this after he became a 9-star god of war. He could rely on his celestial origin energy to link the Pine Willow Divine Tree's godly image avatar with the Divine Tree of Life in his body. They resonated with each other and shared the power to heal. "Master, let Huang, or kill them for you." The 7 orifices, exquisite, sword appeared. Huang, who was dressed in a 7-colored robe, was standing on the sword. Her graceful figure flashed as she bowed to Duan Lingtian. At the same time, a sword-shaped imprint suddenly appeared on Huang Er's forehead. A rainbow-colored light flashed from the sword-shaped imprint. Following that, the 7 orifices exquisite sword under Duan Lingtian's feet shot out thousands of rainbow-colored sword rays that blotted out the sky and covered the earth. The Pine Willow Divine Tree was no longer harmed. Duan Lingtian withdrew the Pine Willow Divine Tree's godly image avatar. He was stunned when he saw the scene before him. Earlier, he had formed the Pine Willow Divine Tree's godly image avatar and used the 7 orifices exquisite sword. He wanted to merge the 7 orifices exquisite sword with the Pine Willow Divine Tree's godly image avatar. Then he wanted to borrow the Divine Tree of Life's power and use its indestructible branches to drive the 7 orifices exquisite sword to kill the 3 people who had surrounded him. However, he did not expect that he would attack directly after the 7 orifices exquisite sword appeared. Moreover, it was so powerful that even Duan Lingtian was shocked. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. The rainbow-colored sword rays that filled the sky formed a sword net that was bright and dazzling. It was especially eye-catching in the dark storm before the eyes of the people outside. The scene in front of them caused the surrounding crowd to be stunned. They had thought that the storm would silently annihilate Duan Lingtian and kill him. However, they did not expect such a scene to appear after the storm. What's that rainbow-colored light? Why does it feel like it's getting brighter? Is that Duan Lingtian's technique? That's impossible. Why do I feel like the combined attack of Yu Chaochuan, Bladesman Chu, and Ji Ying is about to collapse? They're all 9-star gods of war. How can they have such a technique? Just as the crowd was shocked and could not help but whisper among themselves, boom! A loud sound rang out. The center of the storm in front of the crowd suddenly exploded. The rainbow-colored light was like a rainbow-colored, scorching sun. It was so dazzling that it hurt their eyes. They subconsciously squinted their eyes. The terrifying power exploded, and the aftermath of the power wreaked havoc. The rainbow-colored light was like a rainbow-colored wave that spread and wreaked havoc in the air. Some of the Brahma Alliance's disciples with low cultivation were directly killed. Even those with higher cultivations were injured. Only those who were 7-star gods of war and above managed to retreat in time at the critical moment. They were unscathed, but their faces were extremely pale, and their eyes were filled with fear. Could this Duan Ling Tian be a god? Impossible. The power of a god is not limited to this. It would be difficult to find someone among the 9-star gods of war who could compete with this power. Under everyone's shocked gazes, the rainbow-colored light dissipated and Duan Lingtian's figure appeared. He was unharmed. However, at this moment, everyone's attention only lingered on Duan Lingtian for a moment before it fell on the rainbow-colored figure standing in front of Duan Lingtian. Who is this person? Huang. I was wearing a rainbow-colored robe that looked incomparably luxurious. Her beautiful face was too much for the eyes to take in. Her cold autumn eyes seemed to keep people 1,000 miles away. Those who want to kill my master must die. Just as Yu Chaochuan, Bladesman Chu, and Jiying's gazes fell on Huang. Their eyes filled with shock and fear. Huang spoke. Her voice was pleasant to the ears, but also contained a bone-chilling coldness. In the next moment, Huang moved. Whoosh! The rainbow-colored sword flashed. Yu Chaochuan tried his best to block, but the sword still pierced through his forehead. His soul was shattered, and he died. The entire place was deathly silent. Yu Chaochuan's corpse smashed onto the ground. His face still maintained the expression of fear he had before he died. His eyes were completely round, filled with fear and disbelief. Clearly, even at the moment of his death, he didn't think that his life would wither away like this. Huang. Duan Lingtian looked at Huang with a hint of shock in his eyes. Could it be that after my celestial origin energy gave birth to the characteristics of divine energy, she transformed as well? Duan Lingtian had just broken through not long ago. He only discovered that he could communicate with the divine tree of life and use it to provide the pine willow divine tree with an endless supply of vitality. He had not noticed Huang's transformation before this. It was only now that he saw it with his own eyes. Chapter 3582. Huang was the sword soul of the 7 orifices exquisite sword. The 7 orifices exquisite sword was a divine artifact, a superior divine artifact. Ordinary divine artifacts required at least a 9-star god of war to display their true strength. The 7 orifices exquisite sword was the same. When Duan Lingtian's celestial origin energy developed the characteristics of divine energy, and he became a 9-star god of war, his strength increased the most. It was the 7 orifices exquisite sword that was hidden in his body. The 7 orifices exquisite sword strength increased because of Huang's sword soul. Huang's strength, the scene of Huang's attack still lingered in Duan Lingtian's mind. Yu Chaochuan, the hall master of the 10,000 Beasts Heaven sub-hall and the 9-star god of war, did not even have time to dodge. He was a 9-star god of war, not some random person. Although Duan Lingtian was confident he could kill Yu Chaochuan, he had to rely on the Pine Willow Divine Tree's godly image avatar, the Divine Tree of Life, and the 7 orifices exquisite sword. However, Huang had easily killed Yu Chaochuan with the 7 orifices exquisite sword. She was even faster than he had expected. Even Duan Lingtian was shocked by the scene before him, let alone the others. Now, when the others looked at Huang again, their gazes were no longer filled with amazement, but with shock and fear. They never thought that this graceful and beautiful young woman would be so decisive and terrifying in her actions. Yu Chaochuan was the hall master of the 10,000 Beasts Heaven sub-hall and a veteran 9-star god of war in the 9 Serenities battlefield. However, She had killed him as easily as stepping on an ant. The entire process was so simple that it felt like a dream. This isn't a dream. However, many people quickly regained their senses and realized this was not a dream. Everything was real. She had dressed Duan Lingtian as her master? Very quickly, someone thought of this, and his expression changed drastically. When he looked at Huang again, his gaze was intertwined between Huang and the 7 orifices exquisite sword floating at her feet. Could she be the sword spirit or sword soul of the sword? A divine artifact soul? After realizing what kind of existence Huang was, everyone was shocked. There was no lack of knowledgeable people in the crowd. When they saw Huang's strength, they could not help but mutter, normally speaking, for a demigod to possess such strength, it can only be a high-grade god artifact soul. High-grade divine artifact? You mean Duan Lingtian's sword is a high-grade divine weapon? Oh my god! High-grade divine artifacts, especially those with artifact souls, were considered priceless treasures even in the plains of gods. It's enough to make people fight over it. Duan Lingtian, how could he have such a divine weapon? After realizing that the divine weapon in Duan Lingtian's hand was a high-grade divine weapon, everyone present was shocked. Even Duan Lingtian's opponent, Jiying and swordsman Chu, were no exception. When the two of them saw Yu Chaochuan being killed, they already felt a great sense of danger. Now that they realized the sword in Duan Lingtian's hand was a divine weapon, and the soul of the divine weapon had the ability to instantly kill a 9-star god of war, only terror remained in the depths of their hearts. Duan Lingtian. Swordsman Chu stood in the distance, and he had a bitter expression as he looked at Duan Lingtian. I didn't intend to become enemies with you in the matter today. It was Ji Ying who coerced me. Let me go, and I'll owe you a favor. Swordsman Chu lowered his head. It could even be said that he was begging for mercy. The strength of Duan Lingtian's artifact soul made his heart tremble. He did not think that he could escape alive under Duan Lingtian's nose. Hearing Swordsman Chu's words, Duan Lingtian glanced at him indifferently and did not say anything. As for the others, when they looked at Swordsman Chu again, they could not help but shake their heads. If Swordsman Chu did not make a move, he would be a bystander like us. But now that he has interfered, it is equivalent to sending himself to his death. Sometimes a choice can really decide a lifetime. Swordsman Chu, what a pity. At this moment, almost no one thought that Swordsman Chu could survive. This was a 9-star god of war. Since he was already an enemy and could be killed, he should naturally be killed to prevent him from becoming a great threat in the future. In the next moment, their guesses were verified. Whoosh! Huang attacked again. Even though Swordsman Chu used the artifact in his hand to block with all his might, it was still difficult for him to block Huang's attack. In the blink of an eye, Swordsman Chu followed in Yu Chaochuan's footsteps. Another veteran 9-star god of war had fallen. In the blink of an eye, in just a dozen breaths of time, 2 9-star gods of war had fallen. The surroundings were deathly silent. Not a single sound could be heard. Many people's bodies were trembling slightly. Even in their dreams, they did not expect that they would be able to witness such a scene with their own eyes. Now, even if I die, my life will not be in vain. 2 9-star gods of war have been killed right under my nose. Someone sighed emotionally. His words resonated with many people. In one's life, it is already a great fortune to be able to witness the death of a 9-star god of war. Today, in just a blink of an eye, we have witnessed the death of 2 9-star gods of war. Even in the history of the Devata realms, in the history of the 9 Serenities battlefield, such a situation has never happened before, right? In just a dozen breaths of time, 2 9-star gods of war have fallen. This is destined to be recorded in the annals of history. Perhaps, today, another 9-star god of war has fallen as well. After the surrounding people whispered for a while, their gazes, as though they had discussed it beforehand, landed on Jiying, the leader of the Brahma Alliance, whose face was ashen and whose eyes were filled with panic. At this moment, anyone with eyes could see that Jiying's forehead was drenched in sweat. It was obvious that the deaths of Yu Chaochuan and Saber Master Chu had brought great pressure to him. Swoosh! While Jiying was suffering, Huang made her move again. However, she did not kill Jiying as everyone had expected. This was because Jiyu, the heavenly emperor of the Brahma heaven, had appeared. To be more precise, the soul imprint that Jiyu had left on Jiying had blocked the fatal attack. However, the soul imprint had dimmed. It was impossible for it to block the attack a second time. After Jiyu's soul imprint appeared, he did not look at Huang. Instead, he looked at Duan Lingtian. He knew Duan Lingtian was the one who had killed his disciple and adopted son Jiying. Duan Lingtian, Jiyu said. Although there was a hint of anger on his face, he suppressed his anger as he said in a low voice, "If you let my disciple go, we'll forget about the enmity between us. I won't hold it against you for the death of my second disciple Wu Long." Jiyu, the heavenly emperor of a Devata realm and the strongest heavenly emperor on the heavenly emperor ranking, was acting humbly. The onlookers were shocked when they saw his humility. The heavenly emperor of the Brahma heaven is willing to compromise with Duan Lingtian. The onlookers found it hard to believe. "Master." Jiying's face flushed red as he said in a low voice, "Master, there's no need for you to compromise with him. Duan Lingtian isn't worthy of you bowing down to him." "Shut up," Jiyu said coldly. Jiying was so frightened that he immediately shut his mouth. Although Jiyu was just an illusory figure, Jiyu's authority as his master and godfather was deeply ingrained in his heart. He did not dare to say another word. Everyone thought Duan Lingtian would give face to Jiyu, the heavenly emperor of the Brahma heaven, when he suddenly said, "Huang kill him." As soon as Huang finished speaking, she made her move. Jiyu, the heavenly emperor of the Brahma heaven, was furious. He shouted, "Duan Lingtian, you'll regret this. You'll regret this." Swoosh! A 7-colored sword ray flashed and destroyed Jiyu's illusory figure. Then Jiying, who had attacked with all his might, was killed in just a second. Duan Lingtian had a rough idea that Huang Er's strength was at the peak of the demigod realm. There were only a few people below the level of a god in the Devata realms and realms of gods who were a match for her. Killing a 9-star god of war was as easy as slaughtering a chicken. "I'm afraid my celestial origin energy has given birth to divine energy," Duan Lingtian thought to himself. It was not difficult for Duan Lingtian to figure out the reason Huang was so powerful. It must have something to do with his celestial origin energy that had given birth to divine energy. The reason why divine weapons were called divine weapons was because they were the weapons of the gods. Only deities could unleash its full power. The power of gods was the divine energy. Although Duan Lingtian had not become a god yet, the divine energy in his celestial origin energy was enough to activate the true power of the divine weapon. Following Jiying's death, the people in the surroundings fell silent again. Earlier, when Jiyu, the heavenly emperor of the Brahma heaven, had lowered his head and compromised in front of Duan Lingtian, everyone thought Duan Lingtian would not kill Jiying because he did not want to make an enemy out of Jiyu. They did not expect Duan Lingtian to ignore Jiyu and let his divine weapons soul kill Jiying. Since then, the 3 9-star gods of war who had joined forces to fight Duan Lingtian had all died. 3 9-star gods of war had died in just one day. This matter was unprecedented in the 9 Serenities battlefield. No one would have any objections, even if it was said to be unprecedented. Swoosh! Under everyone's envious gazes, Huang emerged with the 7 orifices exquisite sword. The 7 orifices exquisite sword transformed into a 7-colored ray of light and entered Duan Lingtian's body. It was a prominent divine weapon. Moreover, it was a prominent divine weapon with an artifact soul. In their opinion, Such a treasure was worth risking their lives to fight for. However, they did not dare to act rashly. After all, they knew if they acted rashly, they would definitely die. Only a reckless man would charge forward when he knew he was going to die. Under everyone's watchful eyes, Duan Lingtian put away the 7 orifices, exquisite sword, and looked around. From now on, I, Duan Lingtian, will take the Brahma Alliance's base. From now on, it will be my, Duan Lingtian's, cultivation place. I don't want to see anyone here after one day. Violators die. Chapter 3583. As soon as Duan Lingtian finished speaking, he flew into the Brahma Alliance's estate and disappeared from the crowd's sight. The crowd looked at each other before they retreated one after another. Let's go. There's nothing to see here. The Brahma Alliance is gone. I didn't expect a force as famous as the Brahma Alliance in the 9 Serenities battlefield would be wiped out just like that. Based on Duan Lingtian's actions, it's obvious he's planning to take over the Brahma Alliance's estate. Now let's disperse. From today onward, I'm afraid everyone in the 9 Serenities battlefield and the other Devata realms will know about this brilliant disciple of the Heavenly Emperor of the solitary destructive heaven. The crowd of onlookers stayed for a while before gradually dispersing. Of course, when they left, they didn't forget to spread the news of what had happened. For a time, everyone in the 9 Serenities battlefield knew what had happened outside the Brahma Alliance's territory today. Duan Lingtian, the only true disciple of Feng Qingyang, the Heavenly Emperor of the solitary destructive heaven, possessed a prominent Devata artifact with a soul. After he became a 9-star god of war, he easily killed the 3 famous 9-star gods of war in the 9 Serenities battlefield with the help of this prominent Devata artifact. Yu Chaochuan, Saber Master Chu, and Ji Ying were famous figures in the 9 Serenities battlefield. Yu Chaochuan and Saber Master Chu, in particular, were veterans in the 9 Serenities battlefield. I didn't expect the brilliant disciple of Feng Qingyang, the Heavenly Emperor of the solitary destructive heaven, to be so strong. Even the prominent Devata artifact is shocking. Is it possible that the Heavenly Emperor of the solitary destructive heaven, Feng Qingyang, gave him a Devata artifact? It's possible. After all, it's no secret that Feng Qingyang, the Heavenly Emperor of the solitary destructive heaven, had a fortuitous encounter in the Azura Hell, one of the 7 deadliest places in the Devata realms. Perhaps he obtained many Devata artifacts there and gave one to his only true disciple, Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian is really lucky to have such a good master. If you have Duan Lingtian's innate talent and comprehension ability, perhaps the Heavenly Emperor of the solitary destructive heaven would be willing to accept you as his disciple. Now, while Duan Lingtian's name had spread to every corner of the 9th Serenity battlefield, the high-quality god artifact in his hand that possessed an artifact soul had also become the focus of attention. Such a divine artifact was enough to move everyone's heart. While everyone in the 9 Serenities battlefield was in an uproar because of the deaths of the 3 9-star war gods, the people of the Brahma Alliance didn't leave the alliance. Instead, they were led by several 8-star war god enforcers to search for Duan Lingtian. Lord Duan Lingtian, we are willing to honor you as the new leader of the Brahma Alliance. If you don't like the name Brahma Alliance, you can give us another name. We only want to be loyal to you. The former enforcers of the Brahma Alliance led a group of elders and disciples to the valley where Duan Lingtian was staying and spoke respectfully. The strength Duan Lingtian had displayed shocked and inconceivable them. At the same time, they also felt that it would be their greatest fortune if they could protect them in the 9 Serenities battlefield. At that time, their faction would become a transcendent force in the 9 Serenities battlefield. Therefore, they didn't leave as Duan Lingtian had said. They stayed and tried to persuade Duan Lingtian to take over the Brahma Alliance. You still have 20 hours. However, the reply they received was Duan Lingtian. After that, Duan Lingtian didn't say another word. No matter how the enforcers of the Brahma Alliance tried to persuade him, it was the same. In the end, the people of the Brahma Alliance could only leave in disappointment. They could all see it. Duan Lingtian didn't plan to take over the Brahma Alliance. Their hopes were dashed. A day later, the former Brahma Alliance's base turned from a bustling place to a desolate place without a single soul in sight. This was all because of Duan Lingtian's words. An uninvited guest appeared in the independent realm where the tidal temple was located. It was none other than Jiyu, the heavenly emperor of the Brahma heaven. Although Jiyu tried to make his expression look good, anyone with a discerning eye could see the unconcealable gloom on his face. Hall Master Wu, the 9-star war god of your tidal temple, was killed in public. How can you tolerate this? For Jiyu, the deaths of his true disciples was no different from rubbing salt on his wounds. When his first true disciple, Jiying, was killed, he was so furious that he almost destroyed the area around his cultivation ground. The violent energy caused the entire heavenly emperor mountain in the Brahma heaven to tremble. Everyone could feel the wrath of a heavenly emperor. However, no matter how angry he was, it was useless. He couldn't do anything to the culprit. In the end, after he suppressed his anger, he left the heavenly emperor palace in the Brahma heaven and came to the independent realm where the tidal temple's main hall was located to look for Wu Hongqing. What can I do if I can't tolerate it? Wu Hongqing wasn't surprised by Jiyu's visit. He shook his head when he heard Jiyu's words. Duan Lingtian's strength has been established. It's harder to kill him in the 9 Serenities battlefield than to reach the heavens. Wu Hongqing was shocked when he first received the news. Duan Lingtian had become a 9-star war god. Moreover, he had a prominent divine artifact with an artifact soul. Based on all these factors, Duan Lingtian's strength had exceeded his imagination. Where's Mi Xian? Wu Hongqing was puzzled when he heard about the incident outside the Brahma Alliance's base in the 9 Serenities battlefield. Why did Mi Xian show up? Mi Xian was definitely stronger than Yu Chaochuan. However, he didn't show up during the battle. Was it because he had discovered Duan Lingtian's strength and didn't dare to act rashly? Or was it because he wasn't there? There must be someone he cares about outside the 9 Serenities battlefield, right? We can use them to threaten him to come out. Ji said in a deep voice as his eyes flashed coldly. There's no hurry. Wu Hongqing frowned slightly before he shook his head. It's best if we don't take this step unless it's absolutely necessary. Whether it's you or me, we'll be risking our reputation if we take this step. Moreover, Duan Lingtian isn't alone. He has Feng Qingyang, the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven, behind him. Wu Hongqing said, Feng Qingyang. Jiyu frowned slightly when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. I almost forgot about him. However, I'll have to ask him for an explanation. Jiyu's eyes glinted coldly when he finished speaking. You're going to ask him for an explanation? Wu Hongqing smiled disdainfully when he heard Jiyu's words. Heavenly Emperor Ji, I'm afraid you're unaware that Feng Qingyang, the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven, has become a lesser god king like me, right? Although you're a greater god, you might not be a match for him. What? Wu Hongqing's words shocked Jiyu. Feng Qingyang is a lesser god king? How's that possible? Didn't he just become a lesser god not long ago? Jiyu found this hard to believe. Humph! Wu Hongqing snorted. His only true disciple, Duan Lingtian, even took out a prominent god weapon with an artifact soul. Do you think it's difficult for him to become a lesser god king? When Jiyu first learned that Duan Lingtian possessed a prominent god weapon with an artifact soul, he was shocked as well. After all, even the tidal temple did not possess such a god weapon. Has he really become a lesser god king? Initially, Jiyu did not think in the same direction as Wu Hongqing's words. However, After Ji Yu's reminder, he suddenly felt that if the god weapon in Duan Lingtian's possession was given to him by Feng Qingyang, it meant that Feng Qingyang had obtained a fortuitous encounter in the Azura Hell. It was not impossible for him to become a lesser god king now. I've seen him display the strength of a lesser god king with my own eyes. What do you think? Wu Hongqing's rhetorical question completely dispelled the hope in Ji Yu's heart, causing Ji Yu's expression to become extremely ugly. A lesser god king. He could not afford to offend such a person. Moreover, Feng Qingyang was still so young. His potential was not something he could compare to. With his current strength, he would never be able to catch up to Feng Qingyang in this lifetime. Ji Yu's expression changed rapidly. He was unwilling to accept this outcome. Let's wait for him to come out. Wu Hongqing's tone was solemn when he spoke again. Currently, Duan Lingtian is practically invincible in the 9 Serenities battlefield. That's not necessarily true, right? Ji Yu had always hated Duan Lingtian. Now that he heard Wu Hongqing speaking so highly of Duan Lingtian, it was obvious he was slightly displeased. In the 9 Serenities battlefield, there's no lack of high-level 5 divine elements. If they make a move, they might be able to deal with Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian is only relying on the external power of the god weapon. As for those who possess the higher form of the 5 divine elements, they'll be able to utilize the power of the 5 divine elements to attack with the help of the 5 divine elements. As far as I know, the 5 divine elements have a certain restraining effect on god weapons. Ji Yu's tone was high, as though he had found a way to vent his emotions. However, when Wu Hongqing heard Ji Yu's words, he looked at Ji Yu as though he was looking at an idiot. However, he quickly looked away, so Ji Yu did not notice. High-level 5 divine elements? Was Duan Lingtian lacking in them? Perhaps Duan Lingtian had used too much energy to escape from him and Mi Xian with the help of the 5 divine elements. They would need time to recover and would not be able to help Duan Lingtian for the time being. However, if someone with high-level 5 divine elements made a move against Duan Lingtian, even if the 5 divine elements had not fully recovered, they would not sit idly by. If they were to join forces, even a high-level divine elemental spirit would not be able to defeat them. This was the first time he had seen someone who possessed all 5 divine elements at the same time. Trying to use the 5 divine elements against Duan Lingtian? Would that not be courting death? Naturally, Wu Hongqing did not say this out loud. He did not want Ji Yu to know too much. Chapter 3584. Most people were absolutely selfish in front of outsiders. For example, Wu Hongqing, the palace master of the Tidal Temple, did not tell Ji Yu that Duan Lingtian possessed 5 divine elements because he did not want Ji Yu to know about it. Otherwise, even if Ji Yu did not covet Duan Lingtian's 5 divine elements, Ji Yu, he would still leak the news. At that time, more people would know that Duan Lingtian possessed 5 divine elements. Duan Lingtian was aware that Ji Yu was backed by a force from the realms of gods. If Ji Yu found out about this, he would definitely spread the news to the realms of gods in order to earn some merit. So what if those people can restrain Duan Lingtian? Wu Hongqing glanced at Ji Yu indifferently and said, "Do you think you can get those people to make a move?" Which one of those people doesn't have a mysterious identity? Who would dare to reveal that they possess the 5 divine elements? Ji Yu fell silent upon hearing Wu Hongqing's words. He knew there were 9 star gods of war who possessed the 5 divine elements, and there was more than one of them in the 9 Serenities battlefield. However, no one knew who those people were, including him. If he knew, he would have coveted the 5 divine elements in those people's bodies. The 5 divine elements were enough to make him a heavenly emperor of a Devata realm who had been a god for many years, covet the 5 divine elements. After a while, Ji Yu's eyes flashed as though he had thought of something. He said in a low voice, "Even if I can't contact those people and ask them to make a move, News of Duan Lingtian possessing a prominent divine weapon would have spread in the Nine Serenities battlefield and the other Devata realms. Moreover, since he dares to openly stay in the Brahma Alliance's estate, there's no doubt those who possess the 5 divine elements would have gone to kill him and steal his divine weapon. At the end of his speech, Ji Yu's eyes were filled with a sense of unwillingness as well as a sense of satisfaction. The divine weapon in Duan Lingtian's hands was originally his, but now it was going to be taken advantage of by someone else. How could he be willing to accept this? However, if Duan Lingtian died, the person who killed Duan Lingtian could be considered to have avenged his 2 disciples. The Wanderer Heaven was one of the 81 Devata realms. Meanwhile, in the depths of an uninhabited desert in the Wangri sky, the originally calm yellow sand suddenly began to tremble. In the end, the tremors continued to grow stronger as one enormous figure after another emerged from the ground. These were all demonic beasts. These demonic beasts were of different shapes and sizes. However, they all had a flame mark on their foreheads. After they came out, they were like soldiers marching to war. They lined up in neat rows. Whoosh! As if a gust of wind blew past, a figure appeared above the heads of these demonic beasts. It was a middle-aged man dressed in a long green robe. He was tall and burly, and his face was as fair as jade. His aura was intimidating, and he gave off a feeling that he was not someone to be trifled with. A prominent divine weapon with an artifact soul? The middle-aged man's eyes flashed as he muttered to himself, "It's been more than 1,000 years. Finally, there's someone who can bring me back to the Nine Serenities battlefield. If it was any later, I would have become a god by now. I'm in luck. It just so happens that I haven't become a god yet." The middle-aged man muttered to himself. "Yan, are you confident?" The middle-aged man suddenly asked. He did not know who he was talking to. In the next moment, a vigorous voice rang out from within his body. "If I was still in the 7th form, I wouldn't be so confident. However, I'm now in the 8th form of the Chaos Divine Flame. With your help, it won't be difficult to kill that Duan Lingtian and take his prominent divine weapon." Although a 9-star god of war can unleash the power of a prominent divine weapon with an artifact soul, there's still a big difference between that and a true god activating it. With my current ability, I can restrain it. Based on the words of the middle-aged man, it was clear that the Chaos Divine Flame was one of the 5 divine elements. Moreover, it was in the 8th form. I think it should be fine as well. After all, you're not far from evolving to the 9th form. The middle-aged man nodded. "My battle pets, let's go. Follow me to the Nine Serenities battlefield." As the middle-aged man's gaze fell on the hundreds of beasts in the desert, he opened the small world in his body. Then, the flames between the eyebrows of the beasts flashed. One by one, they stepped into the air in an orderly manner and entered the small world in his body. "This time, all of you will follow me to kill a true genius. Although we can't reveal our identities in the end, this glory is something that you and I can be proud of." As soon as he finished speaking, the middle-aged man left the desert with the hundreds of beasts that had entered his small world. They headed to the teleportation point to enter the Nine Serenities battlefield. His target this time was none other than Duan Lingtian. To be more precise, his target was the prominent divine weapon in Duan Lingtian's possession. This time, many of my old friends will be attracted to the Nine Serenities battlefield. When the time comes, after killing Duan Lingtian, we'll have to fight for the divine weapon. On the way to the teleportation point to the Nine Serenities battlefield, the middle-aged man muttered to himself again. Soaring into the sky, the continuous barren mountains were crimson. Against the sunset, it looked as if the entire world had been dyed in blood. All of a sudden, boom, rumble. In the middle of the continuous barren mountains, a fiery heat wave suddenly erupted from the tallest mountain peak. It shot up to the sky as though it was going to soar into the sky. Upon closer inspection, one could see that there was a blue streak of light on the mountain peak. A jade blue light flashed around this heat wave. In the end, the entire heat wave instantly solidified and was completely frozen. Waves of cold air drifted down from all directions, causing the entire huge peak and even the surrounding desolate mountains to be covered in a layer of white frost. After a while, a snow-covered mountain peak appeared in front of them. An ice flower blossomed in the sky, following which a beautiful figure appeared in a timely manner. It was a skinny girl wearing a light yellow robe. She appeared to be in her early 20s. However, her eyes were filled with vicissitudes of life. A prominent divine weapon with an artifact soul. I must obtain it. The woman suddenly spoke, and her voice was extremely cold. At the same time, an old woman's voice rang in her mind. Don't be careless! Although you have my 8th form world, cleansing divine water. Don't forget that there are many 5 divine elements in the 9 serenities battlefield who possess high-form divine elements. Moreover, most of them aren't gods yet, so they can still enter the 9 serenities battlefield. I know that. The woman nodded, but her eyes were still filled with determination. No matter what, I'll do my best to obtain that divine artifact. If I can obtain that divine artifact, my path in the realms of gods will be much smoother after I become a god. I hope you'll succeed. At that time, I'll seal the divine weapon while you kill the owner of the divine weapon to obtain it, the old woman said. The old woman's voice sounded again, as if it was not difficult for her to imprison a divine artifact. In the 9 serenities battlefield, in the 13 middle districts of the central region. Brother, a figure appeared in the sky above a quiet valley and said respectfully, the news that Duan Lingtian possesses a prominent divine weapon with an artifact soul must have spread by now. I think you should make a move as soon as possible to prevent your old rivals from entering the 9 serenities battlefield as well. The figure belonged to a young man with a medium build and an ordinary appearance. His eyes shone brightly as he stared at a courtyard in the corner of the valley. A hint of anxiety could be heard in his voice. Swoosh! As soon as the young man finished speaking, a figure appeared out of thin air in front of him. I know. The reason I haven't come out for so long is because I've reached a critical point in comprehending the law of space's profundities. Now that my comprehension of the law of space has improved, my old rivals won't be a match for me if I don't use the 5 divine elements' energy. The person who appeared now was also a young man. He was tall, had a handsome face, and sword-like eyebrows that reached his temples. There was always a smile on his face, giving people a feeling of being bathed in the spring breeze. Brother, you've broken through again? The eyes of the young man with a medium build lit up. It seems like the prominent divine weapon in Duan Lingtian's possession is destined to be yours, brother. No one can guarantee anything before we obtain the divine weapon, the young man said as he shook his head. It's best to do your best. If you force it, it'll affect your state of mind and your path to becoming a god. The young man was one of the 9-star gods of war who possessed the 5 divine elements in the 9 serenities battlefield. The 5 divine elements spirit in his body was a profound divine metal, and it had already evolved to its 8th form. As long as it devoured more profound divine metals, it would be able to evolve to its 9th form. At that time, it would become even more powerful and terrifying. Stay here and wait for my good news. Brother, I want to go with you. Don't mess around. If a fight breaks out, I won't be able to take care of you. All right, brother, be careful. Meanwhile, Duan Lingtian, who was in the Brahma Alliance's base, was unaware that the 7 divine elements in the 9 serenities battlefield had appeared. Many 9-star gods of war who possessed the 5 divine elements in their bodies were tempted by the 7 orifices' exquisite sword. Whether they were in the 9 serenities battlefield or not, all of them who had not ascended to godhood were making their way to Duan Lingtian. An unprecedented crisis was slowly approaching him. After the calm before him, a storm would break out. Chapter 3585 The divine offering land was one of the realms of gods. The Xia clan was one of the top clans in the divine offering land. It was famous in the divine offering land. It was one of the most prestigious clans in the divine offering land. In such a family, the family rules were strict and everything was in order. If one were to talk about the biggest change in the Xia family in recent years, it would be none other than their eldest daughter, Xia Xuening. First, she died to prove her sincerity. Then, she reincarnated and had a man. She even brought back a daughter. This matter caused a huge commotion in the Xia clan. Do you think the eldest miss will be able to come out of the realm battlefield alive? In a corner of the Xia clan's mansion, many collateral disciples of the Xia clan had gathered. They were discussing the eldest miss of the Xia clan's direct line of descent. She was the pride of the Xia clan. Nobody dares to say. After all, the realm battlefield is a training ground created by a supreme powerhouse. Even the strongest person would be in danger of dying if they entered it, let alone the eldest Mississippi. I didn't expect the eldest miss to enter the realm battlefield. It's said that the eldest miss entered the realm battlefield to oppose the clan leader. She would rather die than marry the young master of the Yun clan. I've heard about this as well. The eldest miss didn't die to prove her sincerity like she did in her past life because of her daughter and her relatives in the mundane world. Based on a conversation between the collateral disciples of the Xia clan, it was clear they knew a lot. The third master is still imprisoned in the clan's inner court. It's said that he tried to escape several times but was stopped every time. A collateral disciple of the Xia clan suddenly brought up this topic. This time, the third master has really angered the clan leader. Letting those people go is equivalent to eliminating the eldest miss worries. If the eldest miss finds out about this, she might not even return to the clan in the future. It's normal for the clan leader to be angry. It seems that 300 years later, the marriage alliance between our Xia family and the Yun family is likely to fall through like that year. I really don't know what the clan leader is thinking. Since the eldest miss of this life already has a daughter, why is he forcing her to marry the young master of the Yun clan? Can't he just fulfill her wish? It's said that the young master of the Yun clan is obsessed with marriage. If he doesn't marry the eldest miss, he won't be able to enter the God-Emperor stage in his lifetime. Xia Jia, the third master of the Xia family, had been imprisoned by the head of the Xia family, Xia Yu, ever since he released Li Fei, Li Rou, and Duan Rafeng. He was not allowed to go out and was also restricted from communicating with the outside world. He was deeply afraid that he would tell his daughter, Xia Ningxue, that he had released those people. Xia Yu knew his daughter very well. If she found out about this, she would never return to the Xia family. He would not allow such a thing to happen. Third brother, you've gone too far this time. Every once in a while, Xia Yu, the head of the Xia family, would come to look for Xia Jia. He would always frown when he saw Xia Jia's sloppy appearance. Xia Yu shook his head as he looked at Xia Jia. Too much? I'm afraid he's not as overbearing as you, right? Xia Jia said calmly. Third brother, let's change the topic. Xia Yu said, I must give Qing Yan an explanation for this matter. You also know that those people you let go were handed over to the Xia clan because Qing Yan trusted me. Now that they're gone, I have to give him an explanation no matter what. Go ahead and give it to him then. Why are you looking for me? Xia Jia said exasperatedly as he rolled his eyes. Third brother, a straightforward person doesn't resort to insinuations. Xia Yu's expression suddenly turned solemn as he stared at Xia Jia. He said in a deep voice, I know you've obtained a piece of profound divine metal that's suspected to be a first-form profound divine metal. The Yun family has also recently obtained a piece of profound divine metal that's suspected to be a first-form profound divine metal. Give me that piece of profound divine metal. If it's really a piece of profound divine metal, it'll merge with the piece of profound divine metal in the Yun family's possession. It'll transform into a second-form profound divine metal and reveal its true form. Third brother, You must cooperate with me on this matter." A hint of warning could be heard in Xia Yu's voice when he spoke. Xia Jie was stunned when he heard Xia Yu's words. Then he could not help but laugh. Xia Yu frowned. "What are you laughing at? How can you still laugh at a time like this? Big brother, the small piece of metal you mentioned that seems to be a piece of profound divine metal was no longer with me 700 years ago." Xia Jie shook his head. "How's that possible?" Xia Yu was in disbelief. "You weren't willing when I asked you to study that piece of profound divine metal. You treasure it as much as your life. But now you're telling me it's no longer with you? Big brother, you're right. I do treasure it a lot." Xia Jie nodded. "My intuition tells me that it's a profound divine metal. If I can merge it with another first form profound divine metal, it'll transform into a profound divine metal's true form and begin the path of transformation. If it continues to grow, I might even be able to become a supreme being, let alone an ultimate god." Xia Jie paused for a moment before a gentle look appeared in his eyes. "However, I gave it away to someone 700 years ago." "Who?" Xia Yu asked in a low voice as he stared at Xia Jie. He wanted to find out who had taken the piece of profound divine metal from Xia Jie, so he could personally retrieve it. "He's not from the divine offering land or the realms of gods." Xia Jie shook his head. "Big brother, with your intelligence, it shouldn't be difficult for you to guess who I gave it to. He's not from the divine offering land or the realms of gods." Xia Yu frowned when he heard Xia Jie's words. After a moment, his expression changed. Even his voice changed. "Don't tell me, you gave the piece of profound divine metal to that young man named Duan Lingtian?" Although Xia Yu had never met the man in his daughter's life, he knew his name. Moreover, he knew his third brother had met the man and even scared off the Xia family's servant, whom his nephew had sent to kill the man. Now that he heard his third brother's words, he immediately knew who his third brother was talking about. Only that person would be able to give away the piece of profound divine metal that was suspected to be a first form, profound divine metal. "Big brother, you're really smart. No wonder father appointed you as the next clan leader of the Xia family." Xia Jie gave Xia Yu a thumbs up. "Stop flattering me." Xia Yu snapped. "You gave the piece of profound divine metal to Duan Lingtian in hopes of paving the way for Duan Lingtian and giving him Duan Lingtian a chance to rise to power. However, do you think a boy from the mundane realm who's weaker than a native from a Devata realm would be of any help to him even if the metal piece is a first form profound divine metal? In my opinion, even if the profound divine metal has a chance of gaining sentience, it'll leave him and look for another host. Third brother, you're being silly. Giving the piece of profound divine metal to him is no different from throwing it into the sea. It won't even cause a ripple." In the end, Xia Yu shook his head. He felt that his third brother was wasting his effort. Naturally, it was not difficult for him to guess his third brother's thoughts. He was hoping Duan Lingtian would be a good match for his daughter in the future. However, even if a young man from a mundane realm had the help of a profound divine metal, it would be difficult for him to ascend to the realms of gods. Perhaps he would be killed by someone else who had the profound divine metal. "Big brother, don't be so sure of yourself. I've met your son-in-law before. Even if he's from a mundane realm, he's not an ordinary person," Xia Jie said. Xia Jie nodded. Back then, he had given the piece of profound divine metal to Duan Lingtian because he hoped the piece of profound divine metal would change Duan Lingtian's fate. With the profound divine metal's help, Duan Lingtian's path in the Devata realms would be smooth sailing. It would not be difficult for him to ascend to the realms of gods in the future. Naturally, he would have to face greater dangers in order to ascend to the realms of gods. If the profound divine metal was exposed, he would be in great danger. "Third brother, I know you're worried about that girl. However, there's no need for you to turn to any doctor in a desperate situation." Xia Yu shook his head and said, "It's impossible for that young man from a mundane realm to ascend to the realms of gods. He's destined to be inferior to Qin Yen for the rest of his life. Some people's lives are predestined. It's not impossible to go against the heavens and change one's fate. However, it's hard to find even one person in a billion or a trillion people who can do that. Based on Xiaoyu's words, it was obvious he did not have high hopes for the man named Duan Lingtian, whom his daughter Xiaoning Shui had found in this life. No matter what, I still believe in him, Xia Jie said in a deep voice. Even now, Xia Jie still had hope in his heart as he thought about the purple figure in his mind. That young man gave him a very unusual feeling. Otherwise, he would not have given the piece of profound divine metal to Duan Lingtian in the first place. He had done that in hopes of opening up a path to the heavens for Duan Lingtian. At that time, in order to convince Duan Lingtian to accept the piece of profound divine metal, he had even concealed the fact that the piece of profound divine metal might be a first-form profound divine metal. He had only said that it was a strange item that even he could not discover. Up until now, Duan Lingtian, the person involved, was still kept in the dark. Even now, when he thought about the piece of profound divine metal that Xia Jie had given him 700 years ago, he still thought Xia Jie was unaware that the piece of profound divine metal was a first-form profound divine metal, one of the 5 divine elements. Duan Lingtian. In the 9 Serenities battlefield, Duan Lingtian, who was meditating in the Brahma Alliance's base, was suddenly awakened by a loud voice. The voice of the person who had come was filled with ill intentions. Duan Lingtian opened his eyes immediately. A cold smile appeared on his face as he muttered to himself. Even after I displayed such strength, someone still dares to look for trouble. It seems like you're very confident in yourself. A cold glint flashed in Duan Lingtian's eyes as he teleported and disappeared from his spot. Chapter 3586. Outside the Brahma Alliance's encampment, a tall and sturdy figure stood in the sky. He was more than 3 meters tall, and he was visually stunning. After all, this was a real height, not an illusion or a trick of celestial origin energy. It was a young man. He was more than 3 meters tall, and he had a determined face. He had a fierce look in his eyes, and he gave off a majestic aura. Now he was looking at the purple figure who came out of the Brahma Alliance's encampment. He asked arrogantly, "You are Duan Lingtian?" Duan Lingtian had just come out of the encampment when he looked at the 3-meter-tall young man in front of him. The young man was wearing a yellow robe. He stood there like a towering mountain, and he gave off a heavy feeling. Duan Lingtian glanced at him indifferently in the face of his unfriendly question. "You came all the way here to look for me, but you still don't know who I am? If you have something to say it quickly. I don't have time to waste with you. If you don't have anything to say, get lost." When Duan Lingtian reached the end of his sentence, his tone changed from calm to domineering. "Humph." After hearing Duan Lingtian's words, the tall and sturdy young man's face darkened. He snorted and said, "Duan Lingtian, do you really think that you are invincible just because you killed 3 9-star war gods with the power of a divine weapon? Let me tell you, there are many people below the god realm who can deal with you." The young man's tone was filled with anger. He was obviously angered by Duan Lingtian's words. "Even if there are people below the god realm who can deal with me, it doesn't include you," Duan Lingtian said indifferently. "Is that so?" The young man sneered. "I'm sorry, but I am one of the people below the god realm who can deal with you," Duan Lingtian. The moment his words left his mouth, the khaki energy on the giant young man's body swept out like khaki divine dragons. In just a blink of an eye, it shrouded Duan Lingtian's surroundings and formed a cage that trapped him. At the same time, an even darker yellow color extended from the giant youth's body. It stood on one side of the void and transformed into a human figure. It stood side by side with the giant youth, and its size was no different from the giant youth's. "Chaos Divine Earth!" Duan Lingtian couldn't help but exclaim in surprise when the energy, took the form of a human. I didn't expect you to have one of the 5 divine elements, the chaos divine earth. Looking at the form of your chaos divine earth, it must be quite high. The young man sneered disdainfully when he saw Duan Lingtian's surprised expression. Frog at the bottom of a well. My chaos divine earth has already transformed into its 8th form. Although you have a high-grade divine artifact and can unleash some of its power with your celestial origin energy, your divine artifact will be restricted by my chaos divine earth and won't be able to help you. The young man's tone was filled with arrogance when he spoke. Is that so? Duan Lingtian asked as he looked at the young man. You can give it a try. The young man sneered. All right, Duan Lingtian replied before he made his move. The law of space appeared in his hand. At the same time, a 7-colored light sword appeared in his hand. With just a wave of his hand, he seemed to be able to manipulate the space energy in heaven and earth. Swoosh! With the 7 orifices exquisite, sword in hand, Duan Lingtian stabbed it at the giant young man. The sword broke through the void and emitted a dazzling 7-colored light. It was like fireworks that bloomed in the night sky, gorgeous and dazzling. Humph! The young man snorted coldly before he began to make his move as well. A vast and majestic khaki-colored energy surged out of his body. At the same time, the cage around Duan Lingtian began to emit waves of pressure as well. The pressure was a powerful gravitational force. The gravitational force pressed down on Duan Lingtian's body, causing him to come to a halt. Even his attack was affected by the gravitational force. It was apparent that the young man was skilled in the law of earth. Whoosh! At the same time, the 8th form chaos divine earth moved as well. It circled around the young man like a yellow dragon as it charged toward Duan Lingtian's attack. Whoosh! The young man stretched out his hand, and the chaos divine earth whizzed out like a giant python with its mouth wide open to bite the 7-colored sword light that streaked across the void. In the next moment, the 7-colored light was annihilated, and the 7 orifices exquisite sword that Duan Lingtian had thrust out was tied up by the rope formed by the chaos divine earth. Master, the 8-form 5 divine elements completely restrains me. I can't move at all. At the same time, Huang Er's voice rang in Duan Lingtian's ears. At this moment, Duan Lingtian's expression turned grave. At least, that was what the young man thought. Who are you? Duan Lingtian asked in a deep voice as he manipulated the space energy to attack the young man. Yang Meng, a member of the Titan clan. The young man smiled brightly. Duan Lingtian, from today onwards, your prominent divine artifact is mine. Thank you. As soon as he finished speaking, the young man began to retreat. You're very strong. Even if you don't have a prominent divine artifact, I'm not confident that I can defeat you. The young man was about to take the 7 orifices exquisite sword with the chaos divine earth. However, how could Duan Lingtian let him go? Since you're here, don't leave. Duan Lingtian sneered. I don't have a prominent divine artifact to rely on, but you've also lost the chaos divine earth to rely on. As soon as Duan Lingtian finished speaking, he used the teleportation profundity to block Yang Meng's path of retreat. With just a thought, the space energy surged and transformed into a series of fierce attacks that swept toward Yang Meng. It's useless. Yang Meng was calm in the face of Duan Lingtian's attack. Even if I'm not confident that I can defeat you, I'm still confident that I can block your attack. Although you're strong, the law of earth I'm skilled in isn't something to be trifled with either. Almost at the same time Yang Meng's words left his mouth, the vast and majestic khaki-colored energy formed layer after layer of defenses that protected him within. Indeed, Duan Lingtian's attacks were unable to break through for a long time. At the same time, Yang Meng took the opportunity to put some distance between him and Duan Lingtian. However, Duan Lingtian teleported and approached him again. Just like that, The two of them played hide-and-seek in the sky above the Brahma Alliance's base. However, during this process, Duan Lingtian's strength was clearly running out. The frequency of his teleportations had also slowed down. It wouldn't take long for Yang Meng to shake off Duan Lingtian and leave the Brahma Alliance's base. Boom! Rumble! Rumble! It was as if thousands of soldiers and horses were galloping out. In the next moment, thick vines swept out from the void and headed straight for Yang Meng. At the same time, a green leaf flew over from afar. Its speed was getting faster and faster. In the end, it turned into a bolt of green lightning and headed straight for Yang Meng's Chaos Divine Earth. A moment later, it turned into a rope flickering with green light and bound the 7 Orifices' exquisite sword. Whoosh! At the same time, while Yang Meng was fending off the attacks of the vines in the void, a figure appeared at the right time. It was a beautiful woman with a voluptuous figure. Her eyes were like peach blossoms, and her every move carried the unique charm of a mature woman. At this moment, she was staring at Yang Meng like lightning. "Big guy, why don't you give this divine artifact to me?" From her words, it was obvious that she knew Yang Meng. "He Chuanli, I didn't expect you to be here." Yang Meng frowned slightly. Although he had guessed that his old rivals would come, he didn't expect them to come so quickly. He thought that he was already fast enough. That was why he wanted to snatch the Duan Lingtian's high-grade divine artifact first and leaving his old rivals empty-handed. However, he didn't expect an old rival to appear before he could leave. This old rival had the 8th form, Clear Heaven's divine wood. It was the green leaf that had turned into a bolt of lightning. It was currently competing with his Chaos Divine Earth for the high-grade divine artifact. Clear Heaven's divine wood. In the distance, Duan Lingtian came to a halt when he saw another person appear. He suddenly felt like he had become a supporting character and an onlooker. Yang Meng He Chuanli. Just as Yang Meng and He Chuanli, who had the 8th form Chaos Divine Earth and the 8th form Clear Heaven's divine wood, were about to break into a fight, another voice sounded from the distant sky. In the next instant, a golden ray of light streaked across the sky like a 6-pointed golden star. It appeared nearby in the blink of an eye. He was a young man with a medium build and an ordinary appearance. However, his eyes were bright and piercing. As soon as he appeared, a golden ray shot out of his body as he joined the fight for Duan Lingtian's prominent divine artifact, the 7 Orifices' exquisite sword. The profound divine metal seems to be in its 8th form as well. Duan Lingtian raised his eyebrows when he recognized the golden ray of light. It was one of the 5 divine elements, the profound divine metal. In the blink of an eye, 3 divine elements had gathered. Moreover, it wasn't his divine elements, but someone else's divine elements. Moreover, they were all in their 8th form. "You're early," another voice sounded. It was a woman's voice. Following that, a woman dressed in a light yellow robe appeared before Duan Lingtian's eyes. The woman had a delicate face and a thin figure. She looked like she was in her early 20s. However, there was a hint of vicissitudes in her eyes. It was obvious she was not young. Whoosh! At the same time, a blue ray of light flew out from the woman's body and joined in the fight for the 7 Orifices' exquisite sword, an 8th form world cleansing divine water. Upon seeing this, Duan Lingtian felt a little numb. Now, all that's left is the chaos divine flame. Just as Duan Lingtian thought to himself, a ray of light shot out from the distance. A streak of rapid fire rapidly approached from afar. From afar, it looked like a scorching sun. Chapter 3587. When the flames came closer, Duan Lingtian saw a scorching hot light shooting out from the flames. It turned into a fiery red rope that bound the 7 Orifices' exquisite sword and joined the fight. With this, the 5 divine elements were gathered together. Moreover, Every single one of the divine elements was an eighth form divine element, one that was extremely close to the ninth form. The ninth form of the divine elements was considered the final form of the divine elements. Furthermore, the divine elements could give birth to an independent soul that could leave their original bodies and form their own bodies. At that time, they would be able to live like a normal life form and would no longer be spied on. As for the original bodies of the divine elements, they would scatter between heaven and earth and transform into a large number of first-form divine elements. I didn't expect to be the last to arrive. The last person to arrive was shrouded in flames. He wore a fiery red robe that enveloped his entire body. Due to the flames surrounding his body, even his true appearance was concealed. It was difficult to see what he looked like. Of course, with just a glance, Duan Lingtian could tell that this person had intentionally concealed his identity. It seemed like he was not a nobody after leaving the 9 Serenities battlefield. As for the other 4 people, they either didn't reveal their true appearances, or no one would recognize them even if they walked out of the 9th Serenity battlefield. That was why they were able to reveal their appearances so openly and didn't have to worry about being recognized. In the 9 Serenities battlefield, they were not afraid of anyone. However, once they left the 9 Serenities battlefield, they would not be able to fight against anyone who had become a god. Even those who had become gods would be tempted by the 5 divine elements, not to mention that the 5 divine elements in their bodies were all in the 8th form. Furthermore, they were all close to the 9th form. Beast-toi, you haven't appeared in the 9 Serenities battlefield for a long time. I didn't expect you to make a special trip here. It seems like even you can't resist the temptation of the superior divine weapon. The woman in the yellow robe who brought the world cleansing divine water with her said in surprise when she saw the last person to arrive with the primal chaos divine flame. Han Xian, you can't resist the temptation as well, can you? The figure called Beast-toi, who was shrouded in flames, opened his mouth. His voice was loud and clear, full of energy. It was actually a male. I just arrived as well. Yang Meng, He Chunli, and Tan Jin arrived earlier than me. The woman called Han Xian glanced at the other 3 and smiled faintly. I didn't expect that all my old friends would gather together. Tan Jin, the young man who had brought the profound divine gold here, smiled faintly. It's the first time that all 5 of us have gathered together, right? Indeed. Yang Meng nodded. Right now, he was no longer arguing with He Chunli because it was meaningless. If they continued to fight, the other 3 would only benefit from it. Everyone, I'm sure none of you are willing to miss out on a high-grade divine artifact. At this moment, He Chunli also spoke. Her gaze landed on Duan Lingtian as a faint smile appeared on her face. However, before that, shouldn't we first eliminate the owner of the 7 Orifices exquisite sword? Only then will the 7 Orifices exquisite sword become ownerless. Otherwise, even if we fight until our heads bleed over the 7 Orifices exquisite sword, we won't be able to use the 7 Orifices exquisite sword in the end. As soon as He Chunli spoke, Duan Lingtian became the target of everyone's criticism. I agree. Yang Meng was the first to agree. His gaze turned cold as he looked at Duan Lingtian. I agree. Tan Jin also nodded. The young man, who had a faint smile on his face, gave off a harmless vibe, but the coldness in the depths of his eyes was enough to make one's heart palpitate. I have no objections. Han Xian also spoke. Since that's the case, let's eliminate him first. As soon as the voice of the beast flame faded, it was as if a storm was brewing behind him. One after another, gigantic beasts appeared. They were all gigantic, demonic beasts. They gathered around the beast flame and lined up neatly, as if they were well-trained soldiers. Roar! Roar! The group of beasts roared in unison, their voices shaking the heavens. Scorching flames burned on their bodies. It was obvious that these beasts were similar to Beast-toi in that they were proficient in the law of fire. This fellow is still the same as before. He likes to bring a group of beasts out whenever he goes out. Yang Meng shook his head. Ha! Tan Jin laughed. Yang Meng, the beast fire's demonic beasts aren't just for show and show. Could it be that you've forgotten the last time when you fought with the beast flame? Your defense was broken by the attacks of these demonic beasts. Yang Meng snorted when he heard this. That's because I was waiting for him to break my defense. Otherwise, even if his beast set up a formation, they wouldn't be able to hit me. No matter what, you have to admit that beasts are not ordinary. Tanjin smiled. At this moment, the 7 orifices exquisite sword was being restrained by the 5 divine elements. It could not control itself at all and could not help Duan Lingtian. At this moment, Duan Lingtian was also surrounded by 5 powerful 9-star gods of war who possessed the 5 divine elements. At the same time, a group of beasts stood in a formation in the air, glaring at Duan Lingtian. It was as though they had locked onto Duan Lingtian. If Duan Lingtian made any strange movements, they would pounce on him. Duan Lingtian isn't even 700 years old, and he's the only true disciple of the legendary heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven, Feng Qingyang. Such a young 9-star god of war, let alone the 9 serenities battlefield. I don't think there's anyone like him in the Devata realms, right? Yang Meng sighed as he looked at Duan Lingtian. In the 9 serenities battlefield and the Devata realms, Duan Lingtian's achievements are unprecedented. Tanjin nodded. A 9-star god of war who's not even 700 years old. If it weren't for his wealth, I wouldn't be willing to destroy him. He Chunli said. His life isn't in vain since he's dying in our hands, Han Xian said. Duan Lingtian snorted. Humph. Beast Fire snorted coldly as the flames around his body flickered. So what if he's a genius? He's still going to die in our hands today. I just don't know if my demonic beasts eat such a genius. Will there be any changes? I'm really looking forward to it. As Beast Fire spoke, the flames around his body flickered even more violently. As for Duan Lingtian, he stood there. His expression was not as serious as when he faced Yang Meng. Instead, a faint smile could be seen on his face as he looked at the 5 people before him. How can you still smile at a time like this? Yang Meng, who was the first to notice Duan Lingtian's smile, could not help but laugh mockingly. Duan Lingtian, are you scared out of your wits? You're finally here. However, Duan Lingtian suddenly said when he heard Yang Meng's mocking words. Yang Meng and the others were stunned by Duan Lingtian's words. Duan Lingtian continued to say, before entering the 9 serenities battlefield, I've heard that there are 5 strongest 9-star gods of war in the 9 serenities battlefield. Each of them possesses a high-grade 5 divine element. Due to their existence, no one dares to reveal the 5 divine elements. Only those who can confirm that one of them has already become a god and possess the 5 divine elements like that person would dare to show themselves. I'm sure all of you have gone through the incubation period. Currently, all of you are the 5 strongest 9-star gods of war in the 9 serenities battlefield. Am I right? Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words, Yang Meng and the others could not help but frown. Since you know that the 5 of us are the strongest 9-star gods of war in the 9 serenities battlefield, why don't you hurry up and surrender yourself? If we join forces, I'm afraid you won't even have a complete corpse. At that time, my demon beast will lose a good meal as well. I've been waiting for all of you. Duan Lingtian was still smiling. Just when Yang Meng and the others were frowning, they could not figure out why Duan Lingtian was laughing. Duan Lingtian had already soared into the air and extended both of his arms. Following that, the silhouette of a gigantic tree appeared and gradually solidified on his body. It was the Pine Willow Divine, tree's godly idol avatar. In the next moment, when the Pine Willow Divine, tree's godly idol avatar completely solidified, a a strange energy suddenly rose from the outer perimeter of the Brahma Alliance's base. This energy spiraled from the outer perimeter of the Brahma Alliance's base, and the center of the spiraling was where Duan Lingtian was standing. At that moment, Yang Meng and the others only felt that this power was a bit strange. However, they did not sense anything abnormal. The reason for that was because this power did not affect them in the slightest, regardless of whether it was their bodies, souls, or even their powers. What kind of formation is this? Although they did not feel anything out of the ordinary, they felt that Duan Lingtian would not do something useless. The more they could not find anything out of the ordinary, the more uneasy they felt. In fact, they even had a faint sense of foreboding. Look, our 5 divine elements. As soon as he Chunli spoke, they quickly realized that the 5 divine elements that were fighting for the 7 orifices' exquisite sword had unknowingly left the sword and were flying toward Duan Lingtian. After that, they swam around Duan Lingtian's pine willow divine tree. When they were close to each other, they looked like colorful ribbons from afar. What's going on? Yang Meng's expression changed. I can't contact the chaos divine earth. I can't contact the world cleansing divine water as well. Han Xian's expression changed as well. As for the other 3, their expressions changed as well. They were also unable to contact their 5 divine element spirits. What kind of formation is this? While the 5 people's expressions changed drastically, Duan Lingtian waved his hand and retrieved the 7 orifices' exquisite sword. His aura instantly became much sharper. 5 divine elements. At the same time, Duan Lingtian's gaze landed on the 5 people. The faint smile on his face widened as he said, "I'm sorry, but I have one as well." Chapter 3588. 5 Divine Elements. I'm sorry, but I have one as well. As soon as Duan Lingtian finished speaking, Yang Meng, Tanjin, and the others were stunned. At this moment, a vigorous energy surged out of Duan Lingtian's body. Around this vigorous energy, there were 5 energies of different colors entwined around it. Ha 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 ha! At the same time, a young boy's voice rang in the air from the yellowish energy. Lingtian boy, well done! I didn't expect I'd be able to ascend from the 7th form to the 9th form in a single bound. It was clear the voice belonged to one of the 5 divine elements in Duan Lingtian's body, the chaos divine earth. Among the 5 divine elements in Duan Lingtian's body, only the chaos divine flame was in its 8th form. The rest of the 5 divine elements were in their 7th form. On the other hand, the 5 divine elements in Duan Lingtian's body were united as though they were a family. If they encountered any other divine elements, they would join forces to suppress them and allow their divine elements to devour the other divine elements. In their opinion, it was a good thing that their companion's strength had increased. They would be able to help him in the future. Little Tian, thank you. At the same time, the world-cleansing divine water also expressed its gratitude to Duan Lingtian. However, its voice sounded weaker than before. It was clear it had not fully recovered. Even the chaos divine Earth's voice sounded weak when it spoke earlier. It seems like all of us will be able to ascend to the 9th form this time. The clear heavens divine wood's voice rang in the air. Although the chaos divine flame and the profound divine metal did not say anything, Duan Lingtian knew they were grateful to him. However, as the 5 divine elements who had followed him since the beginning, they were familiar with each other and had a tacit understanding with each other. There were many things that he did not have to be too formal with them, just like now. 5 divine elements. At the same time, Yang Meng and the other 4 divine elements noticed the vitality energy in Duan Lingtian's body. The 5 energies were familiar, yet unfamiliar to them. They were the 5 divine elements, but they were not their divine elements. After all, they had experienced this feeling many times before. This was because the 5 divine elements in their bodies had evolved by devouring other people's 5 divine elements. In the 9 Serenities battlefield, all the 5 divine elements that had appeared before had been devoured by the 5 divine elements, except for those that were not targeted by the 5 divine elements. That was why the 5 divine elements could grow to such a level today. In the purgatory battlefield, where immortal emperors gathered, plundering the 5 divine elements depended entirely on luck. It depended on whether one could encounter a suitable divine element and whether one could deal with the opponent. However, in the 9 Serenities battlefield, it all depended on one's strength. None of them dared to expose their 5 divine elements in the 9 Serenities battlefield because they were afraid of being killed by the other party and their 5 divine elements being devoured by the other party's 5 divine elements. Hence, they kept a low profile. It was only when they grew stronger that they realized there was no one who could match them that they began to show off. In recent years, the 5 of them had stood at the peak of the 9 Serenities battlefield. Their divine elements were close to the 9th form, and their strength was comparable to that of a 9-star god of war. They were invincible in the 9 Serenities battlefield. If it was not for the temptation of a prominent divine artifact with an artifact soul, they would not have gathered together. In fact, although they all knew each other, it was the first time the 5 of them had gathered together. Oh no, these 5 divine elements are going to devour our divine elements. Hichunli's expression changed drastically when she saw the life energy that was brimming with vitality coming out of Duan Lingtian's body and the unfamiliar divine elements fusing with the pine willow divine tree's godly image physique. Then a devouring force began to spread out and shrouded her and the other 4 divine elements. No, Han Xian's expression changed drastically. Her long hair fluttered in the wind as a chilling aura surged from her body. Soon after, ice formed under her feet and brought her toward her divine elements, the world-cleansing divine water. Until now, her world-cleansing divine water had not shown any signs of activity. She realized that if she did not do anything, her world-cleansing divine water would be devoured by the other world-cleansing divine water. At that time, she would lose her world-cleansing divine water. She would not allow that to happen. Let's get our divine elements back. At this moment, Yang Meng, Tanjin, Beasthua, and Hichunli began to make their moves as well. Different energies exploded from their bodies before they shot toward Duan Lingtian as though they had transformed into 4 different colored rays of light. To be more precise, they shot toward Duan Lingtian with the pine willow divine tree's godly image physique as the center. The 5 divine elements had fallen into a strange state of slumber. They wanted to awaken their divine elements. They did not want their divine elements to sit around and wait for their deaths. They did not want to lose their divine elements. They had been together for so many years and relied on the divine elements to get to where they were today. Naturally, they did not want to lose their divine elements. If they had a choice, even if they had to give up Duan Lingtian's prominent divine artifact with an artifact soul, they would do anything to protect their divine elements. In fact, with the help of the 5 divine elements, they would be able to make a name for themselves in the realms of gods. Even if he couldn't become an immortal expert in the end, he still had a good chance of breaking through and becoming the strongest, ultimate god under the immortal experts, as long as he didn't die prematurely. As for prominent divine artifacts, they would be able to obtain as many as they wanted after they became ultimate gods. They did not even need to become ultimate gods. After they became celestial emperors, they would be able to obtain a prominent divine artifact with an artifact soul. If they learned how to refine divine artifacts in the realms of gods, they would be able to refine prominent divine artifacts with artifact souls even after they became celestial emperors. What was a high-grade divine artifact in front of the 5 divine elements? At this moment, their hearts were filled with regret. I shouldn't have been greedy. I shouldn't have been greedy. If I lose the profound divine metal because of a prominent divine artifact, I won't be able to rest in peace. We must save the clear heavens divine, would at all costs. At this moment, Yang Meng and the four others were extremely anxious. All they could think about was saving their divine, elemental spirits. As for the high-quality god artifacts, they had completely forgotten about them. They were no longer important. Thank you for your divine elements. Almost as soon as Han Xian made his move, Duan Lingtian made his move. In just a flash, he left the pine willow divine tree's godly image avatar and appeared in front of Han Xian to block his path. At the same time, he shook the 7 orifices exquisite sword in his hand and let it fly out. Huang, or I'll leave them to you. Earlier, their 5 divine elements imprisoned and restrained you. Now, no matter how angry you are, you can vent it on them. As for their divine elements, as long as Sister Shui and the others have time, they'll be able to devour them with the 5 elements, spirit devouring divine formation and their own strength. After Duan Lingtian tossed the 7 orifices exquisite sword out, he said unhurriedly. Then he stood at the side with his hands clasped behind his back as he watched everything unfold in front of him. Occasionally, he would look at the life force of the divine element's spirit that was devouring Yang Meng and the others. Occasionally, he would look at Huang, or who was in her human form as she fought with Han Xian. Swoosh! With the help of the 7 orifices' exquisite sword, Huang killed Han Xian in just one blow. Han Xian was one of the 5 strongest 9-star gods of war in the 9 Serenities battlefield. Although the world-cleansing divine water that was no longer under her control was part of her strength, she was still much stronger than Yu Chaochuan, Swordsman Chu, and Jiying, whom Huang had killed earlier. The reason she was in such a terrible state was because she was on the verge of losing the world-cleansing divine water, and she was unable to calm down. Although she had regained her senses when Huang's sword was right in front of her, it was too late. She was killed as soon as she regained her senses. Whoosh! 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 As soon as Han Xian died, Yang Meng and the others who were following behind her regained their senses. They stopped in midair and broke out in cold sweat. Even the group of demonic beasts following behind the beast flame also stopped and stood quietly in the void without making a single sound. Their emotions seemed to have changed along with the beast flame. Traces of fear could be seen in the eyes of the demonic beasts. These demonic beasts were, in fact, celestial beasts without much intelligence. They were trained by Beast Hua using a special method to control them. At this moment, Beast Hua's heart was in a mess. They could vaguely feel the fear in her heart, causing them to feel uneasy. At this moment, Yang Meng, Duan Lingtian, and the Pine Willow Divine Tree's Divine Technique Doppelganger were not far from where the 5 divine elements spirits were. However, there was a rainbow-colored figure standing in the middle of them on a sword. They did not dare to move forward, afraid that they would follow in Han Xian's footsteps. Huang was dressed in a rainbow-colored robe. She stood on her sword as she stared coldly at Yang Meng and the others. Her aura was condensed, and the 7 orifices exquisite sword beneath her flickered with rainbow-colored sword rays. It was as though if Yang Meng and the others dared to move, they would be destroyed at lightning speed. At this moment, Huang looked like a rainbow-colored sword god. I have a sword that can block all enemies in the world. There is nothing better than this. Chapter 3589. Huang stood there with her 7-colored robe fluttering in the wind. She looked valiant as she wielded her sword. On the other hand, Yang Meng, Tanjin, and the others were still unable to contact their 5 divine elements. Moreover, Duan Lingtian's 5 divine elements seemed to be threatening them. Their expressions changed again and again. However, they could not help but feel apprehensive when they saw Huang standing in front of them. Duan Lingtian. Yang Meng looked at Duan Lingtian and said in a deep voice, "If you're willing to let go of my chaos divine earth and let it leave with me, I, Yang Meng, Swear that I'll never make an enemy out of Duan Lingtian again. I'll avoid you whenever I see you. Duan Lingtian, I'm willing to do the same as well. Tanjin chimed in as well. As for Beast Hua and He Chunli, although they didn't speak, their gazes were filled with anticipation when they looked at Duan Lingtian. If Duan Lingtian was willing to let go of Yang Meng and Tan Jin's 5 divine elements, they would make the same promise and leave with their 5 divine elements. They would leave Duan Lingtian and would no longer make an enemy out of Duan Lingtian. At the very least, they would not make an enemy out of Duan Lingtian for the time being. If you want to make a move, then make a move. Duan Lingtian glanced at Yang Meng and Tan Jin indifferently before he said, unhurriedly, I've been planning this for a long time to lure you into my trap. Now that you're here and have given me your 5 divine elements, there's no way I'll give up halfway. If you want to take back your 5 divine elements, do it yourself. Hurry up. I'm afraid you'll only be able to watch as my 5 divine elements devour your 5 divine elements if I'm too late. Duan Lingtian's words angered Yang Meng and the others to the point their expressions changed again. When they looked at Duan Lingtian again, their gazes were as sharp as blades and filled with killing intent. However, Duan Lingtian merely looked at them indifferently. Today, if he hadn't gained the upper hand, he would have been the one to die. Therefore, he did not feel the slightest bit of pity for the 5 people in front of him. He only felt that they deserved it. Make your move. Even if we have to risk our lives, we must rescue our 5 divine elements. Otherwise, our future will be ruined, He Chunli said in a deep voice. Even without the 5 divine elements, they still had a chance to ascend to godhood. However, as someone who had the potential to become an ultimate god or even an ultimate god, it was hard for her to accept the fact that she had suddenly lost such an opportunity. It was not only He Chunli. The other 3 people also reacted the same way. A person who had been standing high for a long time would not be willing to come down. Beast Flame, you and Yang Meng will keep the high-grade divine artifact soul busy. He Chunli and I will attack. One of us will deal with Duan Lingtian, and the other will save our 5 divine elements. Tan Jin's expression instantly turned serious and solemn as he spoke in a low voice. Why are we the ones restraining the artifact soul? Beast Flame asked in a deep voice. He had just witnessed how terrifying the high-grade divine artifact soul was. If possible, he really didn't want to go up against her. Beast Flame, I have no intention of targeting you. However, you have an army of beasts at your command. Yang Meng's defense is the strongest among us. Among the 4 of us, only you and Yang Meng are suitable to restrain her. Tan Jin was not surprised by Beast Flame's question and explained in a clear manner. Beast Flame, Yang Meng said with a gloomy expression. At this point, there's no need for us to scheme against each other. If we waste any more time, our 5 divine elements will really be devoured. I don't think that's what you want to see, right? Don't worry, you and I will work together to restrain the high-grade divine artifact soul. I'll fight her in front of you and block more of her attacks. You just have to support me from behind. Upon hearing Yang Meng's words, Beast Flame no longer had any questions. The 2 of them exchanged glances before they made their move under Yang Meng's lead and charged toward the 7-colored figure blocking their path. As for Tan Jin and He Chunli, one of them charged toward Duan Lingtian, while the other charged toward the 5 divine elements. It had to be said that both of them had made the right choice. However, they had overlooked a problem, which was also the most important problem. The most important issue was that they were currently in a formation. Although the 5 divine elements devouring divine formation was set up by Duan Lingtian, it was set up according to one of his 5 divine elements, the world-cleansing divine water. Naturally, the 5 divine elements did not have to be Duan Lingtian's 5 divine elements. It could be other 5 divine elements as well. In fact, if the other 5 divine elements were trapped in the 5 divine elements devouring divine formation, not only would their energy be forcefully absorbed to maintain the formation, but they would also lose their consciousness. This was the main reason Yang Meng and the others could not contact their 5 divine elements devouring divine elements. At this moment, the 5 divine elements devouring divine formation were no longer being maintained by Duan Lingtian's 5 divine elements devouring divine formation. Naturally, the core of the formation was the pine willow divine tree's godly image phenomenon that had merged with Duan Lingtian's 5 divine elements devouring divine formation. It was easy to break the formation. All they had to do was destroy the pine willow divine tree's godly image phenomenon. However, the pine willow divine tree's godly image phenomenon was currently under the protection of Yang Meng and the others' 5 divine elements devouring divine tree. Since they were the energy source of the formation, it was only natural that they were the energy source that maintained the stability of the formation. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. Faced with Yang Meng, Beast Flame, and the demonic beasts led by Beast Flame, Huang made her move. Her movements were as fast as lightning, and the 7-colored sword ray followed her like a shadow. In just a blink of an eye, it had turned into a rain of swords that enveloped both of them. Come at me. Yang Meng roared as the yellow energy on his body exploded, forming layers upon layers of protective shields that blocked the rainbow-colored sword rain. Although the protective shield shattered inch by inch, the shockwaves from the attack weren't enough to harm Yang Meng. No matter what, Yang Meng was still one of the strongest 9-star war gods. Moreover, he specialized in the law of earth, which was known as the #1 defensive law among the many laws. Of course, Yang Meng alone wasn't enough to block all of Huang Er's attacks. A mere artifact soul. Watch how I destroy you. Beast Flame's flames surged as he transformed into a flaming giant in the blink of an eye. With a raise of his hand, he seemed to be able to incinerate the heavens and the earth. Roar! Roar! When Beast Flame made his move, the demonic beasts behind him moved as well. Although there was fear in their eyes, they didn't slow down in the slightest. Even if a large number of demonic beasts at the front were killed, the demonic beasts at the back didn't seem to notice as they continued to advance like a suicide squad. At this moment, Yang Meng and Beast Flame were clear about their duty. They had to restrain the artifact soul in front of them so that she wouldn't be able to deal with Tan Jin and He Chunli. Of course, if the situation permitted, they would also want to destroy the artifact soul in front of them. However, after a round of confrontation, they knew that it was difficult to restrain the artifact soul, let alone destroy it. Tan Jin, He Chunli, hurry up. We can't hold on for long. Yang Meng roared as the yellow energy on his body surged to resist the 7 orifices' exquisite sword's attack. As for Beast Flame, he led a group of demonic beasts to surround Huang. Huang was surrounded by demonic beasts from all directions. There was no way for her to escape. There was only one way for her to escape. She had to fight her way out. On the other hand, Yang Meng and Beast Flame were fighting with their lives on the line. They were fighting with their lives on the line to save their 5 divine element spirits. On the other hand, Tan Jin, who was shrouded in a golden light, as though he had transformed into a golden giant, charged toward Duan Lingtian. As for He Chunli, she was being pulled by the vines toward the 5 divine element spirits. Tan Jin. Duan Lingtian narrowed his eyes as he looked at the person shrouded in golden light charging toward him. Tan Jin was one of the strongest 9-star gods of war in the 9 Serenities battlefield. He was also skilled in the law of metal. His attacks were so strong that he could definitely be ranked among the top in the 9 Serenities battlefield. For such an existence to attack him, even though he felt pressured, what flowed through his blood was more battle intent. His fighting spirit soared into the sky. Good timing. As the golden figure approached, a golden saber radiance whizzed toward him. Duan Lingtian's eyes narrowed as he teleported and disappeared. When he reappeared, he was above Tanjin's head. As for Tanjin, it was as if he had eyes on the top of his head. His legs suddenly shook the void, and his entire body seemed to have turned into a golden pillar of light, soaring into the sky. Bursts of rumbling sounds rang out, and everywhere he passed, the fine moisture in the air was completely evaporated. The terrifying power caused the surface of the golden pillar of light to produce streaks of golden lightning that looked like golden electric snakes. At this moment, Duan Lingtian did not have the time to cast the teleportation profundity again. Control! Duan Lingtian's eyes narrowed as he displayed the way of control. He then combined the space sword principle with the power of space to display. Although he did not have the 7 orifices exquisite sword to rely on, he still had other medium divine swords that did not have sword souls. He still has a divine artifact. Tanjin had thought that he could easily defeat Duan Lingtian with the power of his divine artifact. After all, Duan Lingtian's divine artifact was restrained and could not be used. He did not expect Duan Lingtian to have another divine artifact. How many divine artifacts does Duan Lingtian have? Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. The sword radiance formed by the power of space swooped down toward Tanjin. At this moment, Tanjin was punching out his right fist toward the sky. He was wearing a pair of gloves on which the power of the law of metal bloomed. It was like golden lightning intertwining with each other, giving off a dazzling light that was extremely dazzling. In an instant, the attacks of the 2 men collided together. In the next moment, after a moment of silence, a terrifying power exploded. The whole world flashed and dimmed for a moment before it slowly returned to normal. As the parties involved, Duan Lingtian and Tanjin were now facing each other from a distance. Both of them looked a little embarrassed. Chapter 3590. My current comprehension of the laws of space is still a little lacking. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. Earlier, he had exerted all of his strength, but he was still evenly matched with Tanjin. This showed how terrifying Tanjin's comprehension of the law of metal was. Duan Lingtian had even used the Tao of Control and the space sword principle earlier. Even so, he was still unable to gain the upper hand. It should be known that his way of control and space sword principle had greatly improved his strength. Even so, when he used 70 to 80% of his strength, he was only evenly matched with Tanjin. Tanjin is indeed a top 9-star god of war in the 9 Serenities battlefield. Although Duan Lingtian had expected Tanjin to be so powerful, he was still shocked when he saw it with his own eyes. In fact, Duan Lingtian was not the only one who was shocked. Even Tanjin was shocked. Duan Lingtian is still so powerful even without the help of a prominent divine weapon? Duan Lingtian was not the only one who had exerted all of his strength earlier. Even Tanjin had exerted all of his strength earlier. However, he did not gain the upper hand at all. He was completely evenly matched with Duan Lingtian. His expression turned solemn. When he looked at Duan Lingtian again, his eyes were filled with vigilance. However, when he saw He Chunli approaching his profound divine metal and the other 5 divine elements from the corner of his eye, he heaved a sigh of relief. Although he did not manage to defeat or kill Duan Lingtian, at least he managed to pin him down, giving He Chunli a chance to rescue the 5 divine elements. If Yang Meng and Beast Hua had seen He Chunli approaching the 5 divine elements, they would have been as happy as Tanjin. Unfortunately, they were completely focused on the battle and could not afford to be distracted. On the other hand, Beast Hua's group of demonic beasts would lose one of their demonic beasts every now and then. At the same time, they were gradually at a disadvantage. It was obvious they would not be able to hold on for long. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. The sharp 7-colored sword radiance looked bright and beautiful, but in fact, It contained waves of cold, killing intent. If Yang Meng and Beastfire were careless, they could die under the sword radiance in the next moment. Clear Sky Divine Wood. He Chuanli arrived in front of the Pine Willow Divine Tree without any obstructions. She looked at her Clear Heavens Divine Tree with excitement in her eyes. "I'm here to save you." As soon as he finished speaking, He Chuanli had already furiously attacked. Whoosh! 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 Thick vines appeared out of thin air. They were none other than He Chuanli's power. The vines flew toward the Pine Willow Divine Tree's godly image, celestial body like violent pythons. From the looks of it, they wanted to destroy the Pine Willow Divine Tree's godly image, Dharma body. A few moments later, the python-like vines landed on the Pine Willow Divine Tree's godly image projection. In an instant, a 5-colored light rose from the Pine Willow Divine Tree's godly image, celestial body, and it forcefully blocked the vine's attack. He Chuanli was shocked by the Pine Willow Divine Tree's powerful defense. This was because her attack earlier was completely useless. However, in the next moment, she realized her attack was not useless. Under normal circumstances, she would be happy. Since her attack was not useless, she would be able to destroy the Pine Willow Divine Tree's defense with a few more attacks. However, after her attack, she hesitated and did not attack again. Instead, she stared at her Clear Heavens Divine Wood in disbelief. Clear Heavens Divine Wood, why are you still helping it? That's not right. It's not just my Clear Heavens Divine Wood. Even Tanjin's profound divine metal, Beast was Chaos Divine Flame, Yang Meng's Chaos Divine Earth, and Han Xian's World Cleansing Divine Water are helping to fend off my attacks. At this moment, He Chuanli realized that after her attack, not only did her Clear Heavens Divine Wood dim, but the other 5 divine elements that belonged to Yang Meng and the others had dimmed as well. On the other hand, the Pine Willow Divine Tree's godly image, celestial body, Duan Lingtian's life energy, and the 5 divine elements surrounding them did not change at all. No, she could not say that there were no changes at all. At the very least, the auras of Duan Lingtian's 5 divine elements seemed to be transforming at every moment. This was because they were devouring the 8 forms of the 5 divine elements to their heart's content. Originally, their devouring progress was very slow, but when He Chuanli's attack caused the 5 divine elements to dim a little, they were able to devour them with twice the result with half the effort. It could be said that He Chuanli had indirectly helped them. This was one of the great mysteries of the 5 divine elements devouring divine formation. As the longest living divine element among Duan Lingtian's 5 divine elements, the world cleansing divine water had long anticipated that they would discover what was happening. Therefore, she had set up this trap to lure them in. He Chuanli had successfully taken the bait. It's a formation. Initially, He Chuanli was still puzzled as to why her attack had depleted her Clear Heavens Divine Wood and Yang Meng's 5 divine elements when it had clearly landed on the Pine Willow Divine Tree. After a while, she extended her divine consciousness and quickly discovered that the energy surrounding the Pine Willow Divine Tree came from their 5 divine elements. In fact, the energy that was powering the formation came from her Clear Heavens Divine Wood and Yang Meng's 5 divine elements. When she discovered this, she was so angry that she almost vomited blood. That Duan Lingtian was too shameless, wasn't he? It was one thing for him to set up a trap to steal their 5 divine elements, but he had even resorted to such a despicable method to make their 5 divine elements destroy themselves. Forget it. Even if I manage to disperse their energy, they'll be able to recover after some time. The depletion of their energy won't affect their current form at all. They'll be able to recover by sleeping. After making up her mind, He Chuanli decided to make another move and continue attacking the Pine Willow Divine Tree. She wanted to see how long the Pine Willow Divine Tree could last, even with the protection of her Clear Heavens Divine Wood and Yang Meng's 5 divine elements. However, just as she was about to make another move, she caught a glimpse of Duan Ling Tian's 5 divine elements from the corner of her eye. She could sense the life energy in the 5 divine elements. All right, how could I have forgotten about them? Didn't Duan Ling Tian want his 5 divine elements to devour our 5 divine elements? Now that his 5 divine elements are devouring our 5 divine elements, if I can injure them, they won't be able to devour our 5 divine elements anymore, right? Who knows, I might even be able to capture them and turn them into nourishment for our 5 divine elements. He Chunli's eyes brightened when she thought about this. Without any hesitation, she made a move on Duan Ling Tian's 5 divine elements. The vines shot out again like pythons with their mouths wide open as they charged toward the 5 divine elements. However, He Chunli soon discovered something else. Her clear heaven's divine wood, Yang Meng and Yang Meng's 5 divine elements extended their energy to protect Duan Ling Tian's 5 divine elements. Damn it, it's the formation again. Although He Chunli knew this was the effect of the formation, she was still infuriated. She coughed out a mouthful of blood before swallowing it back down. At the same time, her clear heaven's divine wood, Yang Meng and Yang Meng's 5 divine elements dimmed even more. The speed at which Duan Ling Tian's 5 divine elements devoured them had increased. He Chunli had once again done them a great favor. He Chunli was infuriated when she saw this. In the next instant, she made her move again. Again and again, she depleted the energy of her and Yang Meng's 5 divine elements. During this process, Duan Ling Tian's 5 divine elements devoured their 5 divine elements faster and faster. After 2 more attacks, I'll be able to completely destroy our 5 divine elements' energy. At that time, I'll be able to destroy this formation. He Chunli thought to herself. Her eyes shone with hope. Boom! However, after another attack, before He Chunli could launch another attack, a shrill cry rang out beside her ears. Tanjin, He Chunli, save me! He Chunli's expression changed drastically when she heard this cry. When He Chunli instinctively turned around, she saw the soul of the divine weapon, who was dressed in a rainbow-colored robe, killing Yang Meng with a swing of his sword. He Chunli felt goosebumps all over her body when she saw this. Among them, the one with the strongest defense was Yang Meng. However, he had been killed in just a blink of an eye. At this moment, it was not only He Chunli, but even Tanjin, who was still evenly matched with Duan Ling Tian, had a horrified expression on his face when he saw Yang Meng was killed. He did not expect Yang Meng would be killed so quickly. While He Chunli and Tanjin were still in a daze from Yang Meng's death, another shrill cry rang in the air. After Yang Meng's death, Beast Hua had lost its defensive barrier and was killed by the rainbow-colored sword rays. Yang Meng's death was like a fuse that ignited Beast Hua's withering life force. In just a blink of an eye, 2 top 9 star gods of war who had dominated the 9 Serenities battlefield for many years had died. This scene shocked He Chunli and Tanjin so much that they looked at each other in horror. At the same time, when they sensed that the soul of the divine weapon had turned its attention to them, they quickly fled in different directions. They no longer dared to think about rescuing their divine elements' spirits. They were already very lucky to be alive. However, could they escape? Whoosh! The 2 of them who only wanted to escape had no intention of fighting in the face of Huang Er's pursuit. In the blink of an eye, Tanjin was killed by Huang Er's sword. Then Huang Er continued to chase after He Chunli. Everything happened so quickly that He Chunli did not manage to escape from the Brahma Alliance's encampment. Hearing Tanjin's unwilling cry and sensing the murderous intent behind her, He Chunli's face turned pale. She stopped and looked at Duan Ling Tian, hurriedly shouting, Duan Ling Tian, as long as you don't kill me, I, He Chunli, am willing to serve you as your slave. Chapter 3591. When Duan Lingtian heard He Chunli's words, he ignored her completely. However, what he did not expect was that when Huang heard He Chunli's words, she stopped in her tracks. The rainbow-colored sword lights that filled the sky only revolved around He Chunli, surrounding her. They did not attack her. At the same time, Huang looked at Duan Lingtian and asked softly, "Master, what she said, do you want to consider it?" When He Chunli heard Huang words, she finally heaved a sigh of relief. Then she looked humbly at Duan Lingtian, her eyes filled with hope. At this moment, if one looked closely, they would see that He Chunli's forehead and neck were dripping with cold sweat. She would never forget what had happened today. 4 top 9-star gods of war who were as strong as her, who stood at the pinnacle of the 9 Serenities battlefield, who were invincible in the 9 Serenities battlefield, had been killed in a single day. She was the only one left, and her life and death were in the hands of the person in front of her. When he saw Huang looking at him, Duan Lingtian was speechless. Did this girl think that he would be soft-hearted just because of this? Was he, Duan Lingtian, that kind of person? Huang, do it. Duan Lingtian transmitted his voice into Huang ears. She instantly activated the rainbow-colored sword radiance and killed He Chunli, who was still waiting for Duan Lingtian's reply. Before He Chunli died, she was still waiting for Duan Lingtian's reply. Huang's attack was fast. Since then, the 5 top 9-star gods of war who had dominated the 9 Serenities battlefield for many years had all died in a single day. Thank you for your hard work. Duan Lingtian smiled at Huang. She bowed respectfully to Duan Lingtian, then turned into a ray of rainbow-colored light and entered the 7 orifices exquisite sword. She returned to Duan Lingtian's body as if she had never been there. At this moment, Duan Lingtian shifted his gaze to the pine willow divine tree. To be more precise, the 5 divine elements were devouring the 5 divine elements. The 5 divine elements belonged to Yangmeng and the others, while the 5 divine elements belonged to Duan Lingtian. Moreover, among the 5 divine elements, only the chaos divine flame had entered the 8th form. The other divine elements were only in the 7th form. However, the existence of the 5 elements spirit devouring divine formation not only suppressed the intelligence of the 5 8th form divine elements, but even their energy was forcibly taken away from them to maintain the operation of the formation. Needless to say, Duan Lingtian had spent a lot of effort in setting up the spirit formation. Moreover, the world-cleansing divine water had taken the time to prepare for a rainy day. Duan Lingtian looked at the world-cleansing divine water among the 5 divine elements as he muttered to himself, "Fortunately, Sister Water is on my side and not my opponent's side." When Duan Lingtian thought about the world-cleansing divine water's plan, he felt as though a lifetime had passed. At the same time, he could not help but feel a sense of dread. This plan had started when he left the Tidal Temple's main hall. At that time, the world-cleansing divine water had planned to gather the strength of the 5 divine elements to help him escape from the 2 god kings. At the same time, she had also told him about the plan to enter the 9 Serenities battlefield and set up the 5 elements spirit devouring divine formation. Naturally, when the world-cleansing divine water told him about this plan, she had also reminded him that he had to be careful. He had to be confident he could deal with the 5 strongest 9-star gods of war in the 9 Serenities battlefield, since they did not have the 5 divine elements to rely on. It was also the world-cleansing divine water's plan to lure them in by using a prominent god artifact. Naturally, the world-cleansing divine water did not expect Duan Lingtian to rely on Huang and his own strength to deal with the 5 9-star gods of war instead of relying on his own strength to deal with the 5 divine elements. The world-cleansing divine water did not expect this day to come so early. This was because, in her opinion, no matter how high Duan Lingtian's innate talent and comprehension ability were, he would at least need a few tens of years to set up this plan. However, she did not expect Duan Lingtian to set up this plan so quickly. Moreover, he had succeeded in the end. After this, even if Sister Water and the others can't transform to the 9th form, they're not far from it. As for Senior Chaos Divine Flame, he should be able to transform to the 9th form successfully. Duan Lingtian muttered to himself as he looked at the 5 divine elements that belonged to him. At this moment, the speed at which his 5 divine elements devoured the other 5 divine elements was much faster than before. In just half a day, he discovered his 5 divine elements had almost completely devoured the other 5 divine elements. Little Tian. At this moment, the world-cleansing divine water's voice rang in Duan Lingtian's ears as he watched the 5 divine elements shone even brighter. Sister Water. Duan Lingtian could tell the voice belonged to the world-cleansing divine water. After this battle, he became even more respectful toward the world-cleansing divine water. Why did you suddenly stop devouring Han Xian's world-cleansing divine water? As soon as the world-cleansing divine water finished speaking, Duan Lingtian discovered his 5 divine elements, the profound divine metal, the chaos divine flame, the clear heavens divine wood, and the chaos divine earth, had stopped devouring the divine elements of Yang Meng and the others. What was going on? Duan Lingtian was confused. Little Tian. At the same time, the world-cleansing divine water spoke again. Based on what we've devoured so far, all of us will be able to enter the peak of the 8th form. Old Hu will be able to enter the 9th form as well. As for the remaining 5 divine elements, even if the 4 of us devoured them, we won't be able to enter the 9th form. As for Old Hua, he won't need the remaining chaos divine flame to enter the 9th form. We've unanimously decided to use the remaining remnants of the 5 divine elements as bait to help you break through the spatial barrier of the 9 Serenities battlefield and enter the realm of gods. Haven't you always wanted to go to the realms of gods? Once you enter the realm of gods, you'll be able to enter the realm of gods. Perhaps one of the realms of gods will be the divine offering land that you've always wanted to visit. Naturally, the possibility of that happening isn't high. The world-cleansing divine water replied, "Enter the realms of gods." Duan Lingtian held his breath when he heard the world-cleansing divine water's words. He did not expect that he would be able to enter the realm of gods in advance. Moreover, it was highly possible that he would be able to enter the divine offering land before everyone else. However, Duan Lingtian did not lose his composure. He quickly regained his composure and asked, "Sister Water, are you sure it won't affect all of you if you leave the 5 divine elements behind and stop devouring them? Although it's beneficial for me to enter the realms of gods in advance, staying in the 9 Serenities battlefield or even the Devata realms won't interfere with my path to godhood." Duan Lingtian said, "Moreover, the heaven and earth spirit energy in my little world is the same as the heaven and earth spirit energy in the realms of gods. It's guaranteed that my cultivation speed won't be lower than the godly spirits in the realms of gods after I become a god." Little Tian, why do you have to lie to yourself? The world-cleansing divine water said with a sigh, "Now that your prominent divine artifact has been exposed, let alone the fact that there are countless people in the Devata realms who want to kill you and steal your prominent divine artifact. In 300 years, when the spatial passages between the realms of gods and the Devata realms are opened, even the godly spirits in the realms of gods will know that you possess a prominent divine artifact with an artifact soul. At that time, your situation will be even more difficult than it is now. Moreover, there's no lack of godly powerhouses in the 81 Devata realms. Unless you hide in the mundane realms, there's a high chance they'll find you if you continue to stay in the Devata realms even after you've become a god." Duan Lingtian fell silent when he heard the world-cleansing divine water's words. Naturally, he knew his current situation very well. It was indeed as the world-cleansing divine water had said. Moreover, we've devoured the 8th form divine elements, so we'll have to sleep for a period of time to digest and absorb them. During this time, it'll be difficult for us to help you. Naturally, you can find a mundane realm to hide in, but that'll definitely affect your state of mind and your cultivation. You can't miss a single step on the path to godhood. If you have inner demons, it'll be even more difficult for you to become a god. For this reason, I think it's best for you to head to the realms of gods in advance. At the very least, once you're in the realms of gods, regardless of whether you're in the divine offering land or not, you won't have to worry about being targeted for the next 300 years. Moreover, I think 300 years in the realms of gods is better than 3,000 years in the Devata realms. Naturally, these are all my suggestions. After all, even if you're able to enter the realm battlefield in advance with our help, it'll still be extremely difficult for you to leave the realm of gods alive. In the end, it's up to you to make the decision. Duan Lingtian fell silent after listening to the world-cleansing divine water's words. The world-cleansing divine water's words struck a chord with Duan Lingtian. If Wu Hongqing, the hall master of the Tidal Temple, and Mi Xian, the patriarch of the Dead Spirit clan, had revealed the existence of the 5 divine elements, they would not have spread the news. However, news of the existence of a high-grade god artifact with an artifact soul would not have spread far and wide. After all, there were too many people who knew about it. Wu Hongqing and Mi Xian had concealed the existence of the 5 divine elements from Duan Lingtian because they thought it would be better if fewer people knew about it. As for those who knew about his high-quality god artifact, many of them were destined to never be able to take it from him. Under such circumstances, why would they hide the fact that he possessed a high-quality god artifact with an artifact soul? Chapter 3592. The only reason the 5 divine elements were exposed was because of Wu Hongqing, the palace master of the Tidal Temple, and Mi Xian. Now that the prominent Devata artifact had been exposed, he had become the target of public criticism. Naturally, Duan Lingtian could choose to escape to a mundane realm. However, just as the world-cleansing divine water had said, even if the little world in his body provided him with heaven and earth spirit energy that was similar to the heaven and earth spirit energy in the realms of gods, it would still affect his cultivation. Duan Lingtian knew this very well. Otherwise, he would not have chosen to enter the 9 Serenities battlefield in the first place. He would have chosen to hide in a mundane realm. Even if he entered the netherworld battlefield because of the 5 elements spirit devouring divine array, he could have hidden in the mundane plane and waited until he became a 9-star god of war before entering the netherworld battlefield to set up the array. He wouldn't have entered the netherworld battlefield before becoming a 9-star god of war. The reason he did not do that was because the environment in the mundane realm would limit his cultivation and development. This was also the reason the world-cleansing divine water had mentioned. Sister Water, I'll head to the realm battlefield in the realms of gods and enter the realms of gods through the realm battlefield. However, before that, I'd like to make arrangements for my family. The choice the world-cleansing divine water had mentioned was not a choice for Duan Lingtian at all. In his opinion, there was only one path he could take. He would head to the realms of gods. Although it would be safe for him to hide in the mundane realm, the improvement he would receive from the realms of gods was not even comparable to the Devata realms. Cultivation was not only about innate talent, but it was also about one's state of mind. Although he could convince himself that hiding in the mundane realm was only a temporary solution, it would still affect his cultivation. Throughout his journey from the mundane realm to the Devata realms, Duan Lingtian's cultivation base had improved by leaps and bounds. Apart from being lucky, he knew it was mostly due to the environment he was in. After he ascended to the Devata realms, his wife, Kur, who was in the divine offering land, had encouraged him to cultivate diligently. I knew you would make such a choice. The world-cleansing divine water was not surprised by Duan Lingtian's decision. You should settle your family first. Once you've settled them down, will send you through the space barrier of the 9 Serenities battlefield to the realm battlefield. After the world-cleansing divine water finished speaking, Duan Lingtian left the 9 Serenities battlefield. Of course, he was the only one who knew that he had left. As for the 5 divine elements, they had entered Duan Lingtian's little world. The remnants of the other 5 divine elements were also placed in his little world. As for the 5 divine elements devouring divine formation, it had been removed by Duan Lingtian. After Duan Lingtian left the 9 Serenities battlefield and returned to the Devata realm, he carefully teleported between several Devata realms to make sure no one was following him before he randomly chose a mundane realm to enter. While Duan Lingtian was preparing to settle his family in the mundane realm, the situation in the Devata realms was not as peaceful as before. The commotion was due to the deaths of Yang Meng and the others, 5 top-notch 9-star gods of war who had dominated the Netherworld battlefield and possessed the 8th form of the 5 divine elements had perished just like that. Naturally, this startled the people around them. Although no one knew about their secret, the people around them knew about it. Apart from Beast Hua, Yang Meng and the others were all reclusive people. Most people did not know about their existence. They traveled in the Devata realms under different identities. Their identities in the 9 Serenities battlefield were fake as well. However, even those who lived in seclusion still had family and elders. For example, Yang Meng was a descendant of the Titan race. The Titan race was a very ancient race. They were a race that was passed down through the union of special life forms and humans. However, many years ago, the Titan clan had offended a heavenly emperor in a Devata realm and was almost annihilated. Although they managed to survive, they lived in seclusion and did not dare to reveal their identities. After all, if their identities were exposed, they would be annihilated again. For the Titan clan, Yang Meng's appearance was their hope. Moreover, Yang Meng had also obtained the Chaos Divine Earth, one of the 5 divine elements. Moreover, the Chaos Divine Earth was in its 8th form. It was as though they could already see Yang Meng entering the realms of gods, becoming a godly venerate, and becoming a supreme powerhouse. However, he had never imagined that a trip to seize a high-grade divine artifact would cause him to perish just like that. Who killed Meng? Even if the other 4 people joined forces, they wouldn't be able to kill Meng, right? With Meng's defense and the Chaos Divine Earth's help, he should have been able to escape unscathed. The remaining members of the Titan clan gathered together to discuss Yang Meng's death. Their faces were filled with grief. They could not figure out how Yang Meng had died. Yang Meng's original name was not Yang Meng, but Meng. Everyone in the Titan clan addressed him as Yang Meng. He was the one who gave himself the surname Yang. He Chunli, Han Xian, and Tan Jin had died. Their families and seniors were heartbroken. They could not figure out who had killed them and who had the ability to do so. The deaths of these people were destined to be a case without clues. Before Tan Jin died, he tried to send a message to his younger brother, who was also in the 9 Serenities battlefield. However, he discovered the formation that enveloped him, and the 5 divine elements prevented him from sending a message out. It was as though a special force had sealed the area. Under such circumstances, no one was able to send a message out. Among the 5 9-star gods of war who had died in Duan Lingtian's hands, the person with the most sensitive identity was none other than Beast Hua. To be more precise, his real name was Zhong Yan, not Beast Hua. Zhong Yan was a member of the Hellbird clan, a heaven-grade force that was famous in all Devata realms. To be more precise, he was a mixed blood between the Hellbird clan and the human clan. He had completely refined the Hellbird's blood essence and was a peerless genius among humans. The Hellbird clan was a demonic beast from the Azura Hell, one of the 7 deadliest places in the Devata realms. They had wreaked havoc in all the Devata realms. In the end, many powerful divine emperors from the realms of gods had stepped in to suppress the Hellbird clan. However, even so, The ferocious reputation of the Hellbird clan was still known by everyone. Moreover, the Hellbird clan had many divine emperors and divine emperors in the realms of gods. Due to this reason, the Hellbird clan lived a comfortable life in the Devata realms. No forces dared to provoke them. As a mixed blood between the Hellbird clan and the human clan, Zhong Yan was originally disliked by the Hellbird clan. However, due to his extraordinary natural talent and acknowledgement of the chaotic divine flame that was passed down in the Hellbird clan, he had become the holy son of the Hellbird clan. His status was only inferior to the patriarch and supreme elders. The Hellbird clan saw him as their only hope. Currently, the strongest powerhouse in the Hellbird clan was only at the divine emperor stage. All of them felt that Zhong Yan had a high chance of breaking through to the ultimate god stage. At that time, the Hellbird clan would become a transcendent force like the Qilin clan in the 10,000 Beasts Heaven. This was the Hellbird clan's goal. However, Zhong Yan, the holy son of the Hellbird clan, who was also Beast Hua, was dead. Investigate. Regardless of who killed Zhong Yan, our Hellbird clan will exterminate his entire clan and tear them into 10,000 pieces. It doesn't matter if it's Duan Lingtian or the other 4 people. The patriarch of the Hellbird clan ordered furiously. Many titled celestial emperors from the Hellbird clan were sent to the 9 Serenities battlefield to investigate the whereabouts of Duan Lingtian and the other 4 9-star gods of war who possessed the 5 divine elements. However, their efforts were in vain. After all, the other 4 9-star gods of the Hellbird clan, Zhong Yan, who was also Beast Hua's subordinate, had also died. As for Duan Lingtian, he had also left the 9 Serenities battlefield. Naturally, Duan Lingtian was unaware of this. At this moment, Duan Lingtian had brought his family and friends to a completely unfamiliar mundane realm. Moreover, he had spent a lot of effort to find a beautiful paradise in this mundane realm. It was located on a remote island. The sea around the island was filled with demonic beasts whose strength was close to the pinnacle of the mundane realms. It was precisely because this sea was so terrifying that such a desolate and uninhabited island had appeared. Birds chirped and flowers bloomed on the island, but there were no humans. After Duan Lingtian summoned his friends and family from the little world in his body, the deserted island became livelier. With so many people on the island, the demonic beasts in the surrounding sea who could leave the sea and smelled the human aura immediately made a move to devour them. Alas, all of them were killed in the end. Throughout the entire process, only Duan Lingtian's son, Duan Yantian, had made a move. The blood of the demonic beasts dyed half of the island red and spread on the sea around the island. The demonic beasts in the vicinity were so frightened that they quickly left the island, afraid that the humans on the island would attack again. Father, mother, please stay here for the time being. Don't go to the Devata realm. Wait for me for 300 years. After 300 years, I'll bring Kerr back. After settling down his family, Duan Lingtian prepared to leave. Before he left, he went to look for his parents, Duan Rafeng and Li Ro. Tian, be careful, Duan Rafeng said solemnly. However, a hint of pride could be seen in his eyes. He was proud to have such a son. Tian, don't force yourself when you go to the realm of gods. You must be extra careful. Li Ro tried her best to persuade Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian did not tell them that he wanted to go to the realm of gods through the realm battlefield. Otherwise, they would have been even more worried. Duan Lingtian told them that he wanted to go to the realm of gods. He could directly go to the realm of gods through the 9 Serenities battlefield. Chapter 3593. Apart from his parents, Duan Rafeng and Li Ro, Duan Lingtian also told his wife Li Fei and his children that he would leave the 9 Serenities battlefield and head to the realms of gods. He did not want them to worry about him. If they knew he would have to go through the dangerous realm battlefield to head to the realms of gods, they would definitely try to stop him. However, no matter who tried to stop him, they would not be able to sway him. For this reason, he decided to keep it a secret so they would not worry about him. For the next 300 years, all of you will stay here and cultivate. I'll set up a formation to store some of the heaven and earth spirit energy in my little world. Duan Lingtian was also worried that his family, especially his children, would not be willing to waste their youth in the mundane realm since the heaven and earth spirit energy in the mundane realm was too weak. For this reason, before he left, he set up a formation on the island with the help of the world cleansing divine water to transfer some of the heaven and earth spirit energy out of his little world. The entire process was so grand that it was as though he had stolen the sky and changed the earth. For a time, the entire island was shrouded in rich heaven and earth spirit energy. Wait for me. When Duan Lingtian left, he only bid farewell to his wife, Li Fei. He didn't bid farewell to the others because parting was always sad, and he didn't want to see a group of people revealing sad emotions in front of him. After he left, he told his wife, Li Fei, to pass on the message to them in a few days. Sister Water, what should I pay attention to in the realm battlefield? Duan Lingtian asked the world cleansing divine water as they made their way to the transporting formation in the 9 Serenities battlefield after leaving the mundane realm. You have to pay attention to everything, the world cleansing divine water said solemnly after entering the realm battlefield. All you have to do is leave. If you're lucky, you'll appear near the transporting formation that leads to the realm battlefield. That's the safest place for you. If you're unlucky, you'll have to look for the teleportation formation yourself. Given your strength, you'll definitely die if someone sets their eyes on you. After all, killing you won't give you any merit points. After all, you're not someone from a realm of gods who entered the planar battlefield to earn merit points. You're just someone who entered the planar battlefield by accident, Duan Lingtian explained. However, it is also possible for you to meet someone who is violent and bloodthirsty. They may attack you. There are also some people who are weak and have to be careful in the planar battlefield. After being careful for a long time, they will feel stifled in their hearts. When they see someone like you who hasn't even become a god, even if killing you doesn't give them any military merit, they might kill you to vent their emotions. Once you're in the planar battlefield, act according to the circumstances. If there's a chance to curry favor with someone else and get them to take you away from the planar battlefield, you definitely can't miss such an opportunity. Even if we lower ourselves, it's fine. You should know that there is only hope if you are alive. Lowering your head now is for the sake of raising your head better in the future. When the world cleansing divine water reached the end of its sentence, its tone was solemn. Clearly, it was worried Duan Lingtian would still put on airs after entering the planar battlefield, even though he had been in a Devata realm for a long time. Most importantly, you mustn't expose us and the prominent divine sword in your possession in the planar battlefield. If you expose us, you'll definitely die. The world cleansing divine water's tone turned even graver. Understood. Duan Lingtian's expression turned grim as he replied. He knew this even without the world cleansing divine water's reminder. Along the way, he had also learned about the rules of the planar battlefield from the world cleansing divine water. People from different realms of gods could kill each other to obtain military merit points. When one's military merit points reached a certain level, one could enter a secret realm left behind by a supreme powerhouse and exchange it for treasures left behind by the supreme powerhouse. In short, there were many fortuitous encounters left behind by the supreme powerhouses in the planar battlefield. For this reason, every time the planar battlefield opened, countless people from the realms of gods would enter to obtain military merit points. Naturally, there were also those who entered to train. In short, the planar battlefield was much more terrifying than the 9 Serenities battlefield and the Purgatory battlefield. It's starting. After returning to the Nine Serenities battlefield, Duan Lingtian found a secluded place. At this time, the world-cleansing divine water and the other 4 divine elements emerged from Duan Lingtian's body. They planned to use the remaining 5 divine elements as the core of a formation to help Duan Lingtian break the spatial barrier of the Nine Serenities battlefield and send Duan Lingtian into the planar battlefield. After all, the spatial barrier between the Nine Serenities battlefield and the planar battlefield was extremely sturdy. Even those below the God Emperor realm would not be able to break it. Naturally, even if God Emperors or stronger could break it, they would not do so. After all, if they accidentally entered the Nine Serenities battlefield, their lives would be in danger. No matter what, the Nine Serenities battlefield was a derivative of the planar battlefield, and the planar battlefield was created by the ultimate powerhouses. Even if it was a derivative of the planar battlefield, the Nine Serenities battlefield and the Purgatory battlefield followed the rules of the ultimate powerhouses, and the power of the ultimate powerhouses controlled the rules. Even God Emperors would die if they entered the planar battlefield. Although ultimate gods might not die, they would be severely injured and would not be able to stay in the Nine Serenities battlefield and the Purgatory battlefield for long. For this reason, even if God Emperors or stronger from the realms of gods could break the spatial barrier between the planar battlefield and the Nine Serenities battlefield and the Purgatory battlefield, they would not do so because it would be extremely dangerous for them. The higher one's cultivation base was, the stronger one was, and the more difficult the journey would be. Therefore, God Emperors valued their lives even more. Swoosh! Swoosh! Under Duan Lingtian's watchful eyes, the 5 divine elements began to burn the remains of the other 5 divine elements to activate the formation they had spent a long time setting up. Following that, a terrifying energy with a mysterious aura began to swirl in the air at an increasing speed. Although burning the remains of the 5 divine elements can temporarily break the spatial barrier, it won't last for long. I think it'll only last for 1 or 2 breaths at most. Keep an eye on it and be prepared to break through at any time. If you fail, you won't have another chance. After the world-cleansing divine water finished speaking to Duan Lingtian, it returned to Duan Lingtian's little world with the other 5 divine elements. At this moment, apart from the divine tree of life and the 5 divine elements, there were no other living beings in Duan Lingtian's little world. Even the 2 Ning dragons were freed after the Devata realm's battle of the geniuses had ended. Upon hearing the world-cleansing divine water's words, Duan Lingtian closed his little world as he stared at the swirling energy with a solemn expression on his face. He could feel the mysterious aura growing denser and denser. Although Duan Lingtian had prepared himself for this, he could not help but feel his heart palpitate when he sensed the terrifying energy. After the remains of the 5 divine elements were ignited, they were able to unleash such terrifying power through the formation. If the 5 divine elements burned while they were still in perfect condition, would they be able to create a huge hole in the Nine Serenities battlefield? While Duan Lingtian was still lost in his thoughts, he saw the swirling energy had finally torn a hole in the air. The hole grew to a diameter of 1 meter in just a blink of an eye before it began to shrink. At this moment, Duan Lingtian could feel the swirling energy weakening. Now's the time. Duan Lingtian was prepared. His eyes flashed as he transformed into a streak of purple light and entered the black hole in just a blink of an eye. A breath after he entered the black hole began to close up as though a hole had been sewn up. In the Nine Serenities battlefield, the place where Duan Lingtian had set up the 5 divine elements formation, and the place where the remains of the 5 divine elements were burned returned to normal. It was as though nothing had happened. At this moment, Duan Lingtian was shuttling through the spatial tunnel behind the black hole. As soon as Duan Lingtian entered the black hole, he felt a 5-colored energy enveloping him. It brought him through a turbulent space before it tore a hole in the air that was about 1/2 meter in diameter and sent him in. Swoosh! In just a blink of an eye, Duan Lingtian discovered he was in another world. The 5-colored energy around the black hole that was only 100 meters in diameter began to shrink as well. In the end, the black hole disappeared. So this is the realm battlefield created when the realms of gods collided? Duan Ling Tian glanced at his surroundings and discovered that he had appeared in a gloomy world. His surroundings were desolate. There were many hills that seemed like obstacles, and there were also many skeletons scattered everywhere. The ground beneath his feet was stained with a black liquid. That was none other than the dried bloodstains. Occasionally, a few black crows would fly past. Coupled with the deathly silence in the surroundings, it was eerie. Although Duan Lingtian was considered bold in the Devata realms, he did not dare to be careless in this realm battlefield. His expression was solemn. He knew this was not a Devata realm or the Nine Serenities battlefield. According to the world cleansing divine water, those who dared to enter the realm battlefield were at least godly kings. Moreover, there were not many godly kings who dared to enter the realm battlefield, since it was filled with danger. In the realm battlefield, most of the people there were at the Divine Emperor stage. The Divine Emperor stage was above godly kings. It was the cultivation base below godly emperors in the realms of gods. The most important thing now is to find a transporting formation to leave the realm battlefield. Sister Shui said that there are many military camps in the planar battlefield. The military camps are there to protect the godly beings who enter the realm battlefield. They can't use their divine energy or soul energy in the realm battlefield. Chapter 3594. Apart from that, the barracks in the realm battlefield were equipped with teleportation formations that led to the realms of gods. The barracks are divided into large and small barracks. There's only one large barracks in each realm of gods, and only those from the realms of gods can enter them. There are 100 small barracks, and those from all realms of gods can enter them. Once they enter, they won't be allowed to kill each other. Apart from that, the teleportation formations in the small barracks can send you to any of the realms of gods that collided with the realm battlefield. Duan Lingtian had learned all these from the world cleansing divine water. Apart from that, the world cleansing divine water had also told him that he had to rely on himself. Now that he was in the planar battlefield, he could only rely on himself. He couldn't simply open the lesser world in his body because doing so would risk exposing the divine elemental spirits and the divine tree of life. Moreover, his divine elemental spirits had to go into seclusion to digest the other divine elemental spirits. The chaos divine flame had to enter its 9th form. As for the other 5 divine elements, including the world cleansing divine water, they had to enter their 8th form as well. Moreover, all of them could enter their 8th form. If they were interrupted midway, they would fail. For this reason, Duan Lingtian would not disturb the 5 divine elements unless it was a matter of life and death. Moreover, even if it was a matter of life and death, he would want to see if the 5 divine elements could help him. If they could not, there was no need to disturb them. Even if he died and the little world in his body was destroyed, the 5 divine elements would be able to escape into the chaotic space turbulence. However, they would not be harmed by the chaotic space turbulence. Even if they were trapped in the chaotic space turbulence, they would still be able to enter their next form. For this reason, Duan Lingtian would not disturb the 5 divine elements, even if he died, unless the 5 divine elements could help him overcome a crisis. After all, it was meaningless to disturb them. On the other hand, if he did not disturb them, he would be able to help them. Although the 5 divine elements had to rely on him to survive in this world and steal from the other 5 divine elements, Duan Lingtian had no other choice. However, the help they provided him was also innumerable. Duan Lingtian wasn't an ungrateful person. Harming others to benefit himself was something he wouldn't do. Whoosh! In the desolate desert, Duan Lingtian's figure swayed as he walked on the ground, using various obstacles as cover. Whether it was the hills, the mountain ridges, or the desolate stone forests, they all became his cover. Of course, advancing like this was very inefficient. However, other than this, he had no other choice. He couldn't possibly fly in the sky in a high-profile manner, right? Now he was using so many bunkers as cover to move forward. As long as the gods who passed by did not use their divine sense to search the area, it was basically impossible for them to find him with their naked eyes. However, if a deity were to use their divine sense to scan the surroundings, they would definitely be able to discover him. After all, he was only a half-step deity and had yet to ascend to godhood. His soul had yet to evolve to the level of a deity. For the rest of the journey, Duan Lingtian was on tenterhooks, his heart hanging in the air. He had no choice. If there was a food chain in the planar battlefield, then he would be at the bottom of the food chain. He could be destroyed at any time. Hopefully, I'll be able to find the army camp as soon as possible. Duan Lingtian thought to himself, as long as I can find the army camp and enter it, I'll be safe. There's a formation set up by a supreme powerhouse in the army camp to prevent anyone from attacking. Nobody will be able to do anything to me there. On the first day, Duan Lingtian did not encounter a single person. He safely passed through a large area. On the second day, he still did not encounter a single person. On the third day, Duan Lingtian encountered someone who was so fast that he could not even catch a glimpse of the person's figure. In just a blink of an eye, the person had disappeared. This person, I'm afraid he's at the Divine Emperor stage or above. Even if he isn't, he's definitely a very powerful God King. Duan Lingtian had encountered lesser God Kings before. Wu Hongqing, the temple master of the Tidal Temple, was one. However, Wu Hongqing's speed could not catch up to this person. On the fourth day, he did not encounter a single person, but he did not see the army camp either. On the fifth day, on the sixth day, for an entire month, Duan Lingtian did not see the army camp. However, there were no less than 10 people who flew past him. Among them, Duan Lingtian could barely catch a glimpse of the weaker ones. The stronger ones could only catch a glimpse of their afterimages. The stronger ones could only hear the sound of something breaking through the air. During this month, Duan Lingtian could feel how insignificant he was. He even suspected that some of the people he encountered during this month had discovered his whereabouts, but simply ignored him. After all, in their eyes, he was like an ant. How torturous. It's been an entire month. After a month, even if Duan Lingtian did not feel tired physically, he was still mentally exhausted. If he had a safe place to rest, he felt that he could sit quietly for 2 years without thinking about anything. It was fine as long as he could rest. I hope I can find the army camp soon. Duan Lingtian continued to roam the realm battlefield. He was extremely cautious and did not dare to be careless. In the blink of an eye, another half a month passed. On this day, Duan Lingtian suddenly felt a swift gust of wind blow towards him, causing his expression to change. Not good. Almost as soon as this thought appeared in his mind, an elderly figure appeared in front of Duan Lingtian. It was an old man dressed in a long green robe. He had a head of long gray hair and a kind and gentle face. Deep within his murky eyes, traces of surprise flickered. The old man stood in the air, giving Duan Lingtian the feeling that there was no one there. If not for the fact that he could see with his eyes, he would not have been able to sense the old man's existence. This made him deeply aware of how unfathomable the old man was. "Greetings, Senior." Without waiting for the old man to speak, Duan Lingtian hurriedly bowed to the old man while the old man was scrutinizing him. "You, a demigod who has not even stepped into the divine spirit realm, actually dared to come to the realm battlefield." The old man stared at Duan Lingtian, his eyes filled with surprise. Duan Lingtian smiled bitterly. "Senior, I didn't mean to enter the realm battlefield. It's my bad luck that I happened to encounter 2 great figures fighting. Space was distorted, and I was swept into the realm battlefield." These words came from Duan Lingtian of the world cleansing divine water order. Space was distorted. The old man's eyes widened when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. You encountered two godly venerable rank experts fighting? They should be godly venerable rank experts. Duan Lingtian nodded. I heard that in the realm of gods, only godly venerable rank experts have the ability to tear space apart. No wonder you don't have the aura of a military merit token on you. So that's how you entered the realm battlefield. The old man shook his head. Generally speaking, those who entered the planar battlefield would have come from a realm of gods through a military camp. They would have a merit medallion in their possession. The merit medallion could not be kept. Moreover, the merit medallion could be used to identify one's identity. It could be used to identify one's opponent or one's own realm of gods. He had noticed earlier that the purple-clad young man in front of him did not have the aura of an identity token. Moreover, the purple-clad young man was only a demigod. Why would such a demigod appear here? He did not expect the young man to be swept into the realm battlefield because of the battle between godly venerable rank experts. Senior, Duan Lingtian looked at the old man and bowed respectfully as he said, During this past month, I was lucky enough to survive the realm battlefield, and I've been looking for the military camp. I wonder if you can send me to the military camp? Without waiting for the old man's reply, Duan Lingtian said solemnly, Senior, if you're willing to help, I, Duan Lingtian, will remember this favor in my heart and will definitely repay you generously in the future. Duan Lingtian? The old man smiled faintly. Not a bad name. However, you're just a demigod. How are you going to repay me, a medium celestial emperor? The old man shook his head and said with a smile, Forget it. It's fate that brought us together. Since I've come here out of curiosity, I'll give you a ride. With my speed, I'll be able to reach the nearest military camp in 2 days. The old man said, Thank you, Senior. Duan Lingtian was overjoyed to hear the old man's words. He felt as though someone had saved his life. As the old man led him forward, Duan Lingtian asked respectfully, Senior, may I know your name, which realm of gods you're from, and which faction you're from? Young man, why are you asking so many questions? Are you really going to repay me? The old man smiled and asked with a benevolent expression. Please tell me, Senior. Duan Lingtian said solemnly. It's fine if I tell you. My name is Yi Beiyuan. I'm from the profound gangland, and I'm an elder of the Heaven Illumination sect. The old man said as he shook his head. After he finished speaking, he asked Duan Lingtian, What about you? Are you from the profound gangland? Yes, Duan Lingtian replied. However, I'm from a small place in the profound gangland. I haven't even heard of the Heaven Illumination sect you're from. I'm just a frog at the bottom of a well. Our Heaven Illumination sect isn't a big sect. It's normal that you haven't heard of it, Yi Beiyuan said with a smile. Yi Beiyuan said with a smile. However, it seems like fate has brought us together. You actually came from the profound Handle land as well. Indeed, it's fate. Duan Lingtian nodded. At the same time, he memorized Yi Beiyuan's name and the name of the sect he was from. Yi Beiyuan, Heaven Illumination sect. As long as he could leave the realm of gods with Yi Beiyuan's help and enter the realm of gods, he would definitely repay this favor in the future. To him, this was no different from a life-saving grace. 2 days later, we're here. Yi Beiyuan's voice sounded out, and only now did Duan Lingtian notice that in the vast wasteland ahead, there was an area that was enveloped by a layer of translucent golden light, and there were many figures moving about within it. There were also some buildings that seemed to be ancient and experienced. Young man Lingtian, we've arrived at the barracks. Let's part ways here. Yi Beiyuan bade farewell and prepared to leave after sending Duan Lingtian into the barracks that was enveloped by the translucent golden light barrier. Chapter 35, 95. Thank you, Senior. Duan Ling Tian had a serious expression as he bowed to Yi Beiyuan. It was all thanks to the old man before him that he was able to arrive here without encountering any danger all along the way. If it wasn't for the old man, he might not have been able to arrive here alive. This kindness was greater than the heavens, and he would remember it in his heart. I hope we can meet again in the future. Yi Beiyuan smiled, then turned and left. He had a good impression of this courteous young man, and he could tell that the other party was truly grateful to him, without the slightest bit of pretense. However, he did not take the other party's previous words to heart. Even though he and the sect behind him were nothing in the profound Handle land, this purple-clothed youth was only a demigod who had not even stepped into the divine spirit realm. He was still very, very far away from him, so it was almost impossible for him to help him. Therefore, he only smiled at Duan Lingtian's promise, and did not take it to heart. Duan Lingtian sent the old man off with his eyes. When the old man's silhouette disappeared from his sight, he withdrew his gaze and studied his surroundings. At the same time, he pricked up his ears to listen to the noise in his surroundings. His appearance attracted many people's attention. After all, it was rare for a demigod to appear here. However, since a divine emperor had sent him to the military camp, many people thought that he was here to watch the show and that there was a celestial emperor protecting him along the way. I heard that a medium god emperor died in the pilgrimage grounds not long ago. The one who killed him was a high god emperor from the Ouyang clan in the profound Handle land. Along the way, Duan Ling Tian heard the discussions around him. Not only did one of the voices attract his attention, but it also attracted the attention of many people. He saw a middle-aged man talking to another person about how a high god emperor from the Ouyang clan in the profound Handle land had killed a medium god emperor from the pilgrimage grounds. A medium god emperor died in the planar battlefield. Middle god lord, that was an existence even stronger than the old man who sent Duan Lingtian over Yi Beiyuan, but he still fell here. Duan Lingtian could not help but feel his heart palpitate. The more he thought about it, the more he felt that he was lucky to be able to arrive at this military camp safely. At the same time, he felt even more grateful to Yi Beiyuan. Killed a god emperor? In the planar battlefield. Unless there was some sort of enmity between them, experts of that level generally wouldn't kill, right? After all, if the news were to spread that the middle-level god emperor had some sort of background, the murder would be met with fierce revenge. Another person said in surprise, the god emperor who died was from the reincarnation sect of the pilgrimage grounds. The middle-aged man who had spoken before continued, Reincarnation sect. Upon hearing his words, many people felt relieved. So he's from the reincarnation sect. That's not surprising. It is said that 400 years ago, the reincarnation sect had a god emperor who was killed by the Ouyang family of the Xinjiang land. Now the Ouyang family is taking revenge. It seems like the reincarnation sect and the Ouyang family are at odds with each other. It'll be interesting to watch if they fight. Amidst the discussions of the crowd, Duan Lingtian obtained the information he wanted to know the most after arriving at the military camp. The two realms of the gods that had collided and formed the planar battlefield that he was in now were two realms of the gods that he had never heard of before. One was the Xinjiang land and the other was the pilgrimage grounds. It seems like I'll have to wait 300 years before I can go to the world of divine remains. Duan Lingtian sighed in his heart. I'll cultivate in one of the realms of the gods for the next 300 years. I'll strive to have the strength to bring Kerr away from the Xiao family and the world of divine remains after 300 years. Duan Lingtian's eyes shone brightly. Although it was more difficult than ascending to the heavens, he still set this goal. 300 years. Kerr, I'll come and get you after 300 years. Duan Lingtian promised inwardly. Along the way, Duan Lingtian, who had not even entered the godly spirit stage, had attracted many people's attention. Some even wanted to kill a weakling like him to show off their strength. However, in the military camp of the realm battlefield, no one could use their strength to communicate with the laws of profundities. Duan Lingtian was no exception. Although the energy in his body was not divine energy, but celestial origin energy that possessed the characteristics of divine energy, he discovered that he was unable to utilize the celestial origin energy in his body after entering the military camp. An invisible force suppressed the entire military camp. Although he could move freely in the military camp, his celestial origin energy and comprehension of the laws of profundities were suppressed. He could not even use the Tao of control. This is the work of a supreme powerhouse. Duan Lingtian was shocked. After asking for directions, he arrived at the transportation formation that would lead him to the mystic Handleland in a realm of gods. Among the many military camps in the realm battlefield, one could choose to be transported to two realms of gods, the mystic Handleland and the pilgrimage grounds. However, due to Yi Beiyuan, who had brought Duan Lingtian to the military camp, Duan Lingtian chose to enter the mystic Handleland. Duan Lingtian would always remember Yi Beiyuan's favor. In the mystic Handleland, it would be easier for him to return the favor in the future. Swoosh! The transportation formation in the military camp was casually set up by a supreme powerhouse. It did not require any divine stones to operate. Therefore, when Duan Lingtian stepped into the transportation formation that would lead him to the mystic Handleland, a force enveloped him and sent him out. In the planar battlefield, apart from the teleportation formations in the two major military camps, the teleportation formations in the other 100 minor military camps were all indiscriminately teleported to different planes of gods. The transportation formation would send you to the realms of gods you wanted to go to. However, the destination was completely random. Although it was random, the transportation formation would not send you to any place that was covered by the transportation formation. It would not even send you to the vicinity of the transportation formation. The transportation formation would avoid special places so that you would not be executed for trespassing. In the realms of gods, there were many forces that would kill trespassers without mercy. Whoosh! In the blink of an eye, Duan Lingtian found himself in a forest. He leaped into the air and looked down. He discovered that he was in a mountain range. The surroundings were empty and there were no signs of humans. At the same time, Duan Lingtian tried to sense the surrounding spiritual energy. It was not difficult to confirm that he had arrived at the mystic Handleland in a realm of gods. The spiritual energy here was no different from the spiritual energy in the realm of gods. Of course, although the spiritual energy in the realms of gods was the same as the spiritual energy in his body, there were many places in the realms of gods where the spiritual energy was denser. Those places were the places where divine stones and divine crystals were located. Back when he was in the Devata realms, Duan Lingtian had learned about the existence of divine stones and divine crystals. They were used by the gods in the realms of gods to cultivate, set up formations, and trade. They were similar to the divine stones and divine crystals in the Devata realms. For example, the ruins of the realms of gods he had encountered previously had divine stones and divine crystals. However, when the realms of gods were reduced to ruins, all the divine stones and divine crystals had been destroyed. Naturally, even if the divine stones and divine crystals were still there, with his strength at that time, it was impossible for him to mine them. In fact, even with his current strength, he did not have the ability to mine them. If one wished to excavate a divine stone mine, one would need to possess the strength of a lesser deity at the very least. On the other hand, if one wished to excavate a divine crystal mine, one would need to possess the strength of a lesser deity at the very least. Otherwise, one would not be able to excavate divine stones and divine crystals from the mine. When they were in the Devata realms, the divine crystals that Huan gave Duan Lingtian were similar to the divine crystals in the realms of gods. They were more valuable than divine stones. In the Devata realms, due to the environment, divine stones could not be formed. Although divine crystals could be formed, they were extremely rare. In the realms of gods, divine crystals are bigger than divine stones. 1 or 2 units of divine crystals is equivalent to 100 taels of divine stones. Unlike the Devata realms, the divine stones and divine crystals in the realms of gods were of the same quality. They were almost the same. However, the difference in value between the same weight and the divine stones was 100 times greater. 1 or 2 divine crystals was equivalent to 100 taels of divine stones. In the realms of gods, divine stone mines are common, but large ones are usually occupied by powerful forces. As for divine crystal mines, even small ones are occupied by powerful forces. Large ones are usually occupied by super forces. Duan Ling Tian had heard about the realms of gods from the world cleansing divine water, so he knew a thing or two about the realms of gods. Since I've come to the realm of gods, the biggest advantage I have is divine stones and divine crystals. Although I came across the ruins of a realm of gods earlier, I didn't find any divine stones or divine crystals. It's obvious that the ruins were destroyed along with the realm of gods. Even the spatial rings of the gods who died in the ruins were destroyed along with the ruins. For this reason, Duan Lingtian did not find a single divine stone or divine crystal when he entered the ruins of a realm of gods. As for the divine crystal that Huaner gave him, it had long been used up. The most important thing now is to find a place with people. The first step is to integrate into the realm of gods and find a way to obtain divine stones and divine crystals to aid my cultivation. Moreover, Sister Shui said there are many divine fruits and divine pills in the realms of gods that can increase one's cultivation speed. In fact, if a demigod wants to break through to the godhood realm, there are divine pills that can help. Duan Lingtian's eyes lit up as he thought about the world cleansing divine water's words. After a short while, Duan Lingtian flew in a random direction. His figure flashed as he passed through the continuous mountain range. In the end, after half a month, he finally saw 2 figures. "There's someone here." Duan Lingtian's eyes lit up when he saw the 2 figures. He quickly followed the 2 figures, thinking that they could bring him to a place where humans gathered. Once he arrived at a place where humans gathered, he would be able to begin cultivating in the realm of gods. Chapter 3596. The realms of gods were not as big as the Devata realms. However, most of the Devata realms were remote and barren. Although there were barren lands in the realms of gods, the proportion of them was very small. For example, Duan Lingtian was currently in a barren land in the eastern polar region of the Mystic Gangland. This area was also known as the Eastern Ridge. The Eastern Ridge referred to a mountain ridge. As Duan Lingtian walked, he could see lush green mountain ranges beneath his feet. There were many villages and towns in the Eastern Ridge. Duan Lingtian followed the 2 men in front of him and soon arrived at a village situated in the middle of a mountain range. The village was so large that one could not see the end of it. The village was surrounded by mountains and the terrain was steep. From the beginning until the end, the 2 men in front of him did not notice Duan Lingtian was following them. The middle-aged man is a 3 talents celestial emperor. The young man next to him is a 1 basic celestial emperor. When Duan Lingtian was tailing the duo, he had extended his divine consciousness to probe their cultivation bases. Both of them were celestial emperors. One was a 1 basic celestial emperor, while the other was a 3 talents celestial emperor. Since their cultivation bases were much lower than his, they did not notice his probing. The Duan clan. When Duan Lingtian followed the 2 of them to the outside of the village, he saw a 5 or 6 meter tall stone tablet that stood at the entrance of the village, and the 3 words Duan Clan Village were written neatly on it. Duan? At this moment, the first thought that appeared in Duan Lingtian's mind was fate. He did not expect the first human settlement in the mystic gangland in the realms of gods would be a place called the Duan clan. Since it was the Duan clan, the villagers here must have the surname Duan. Just when the two people in front were about to enter the village, a figure silently flashed out from the village and went to greet the two people in front. However, his gaze went past the two people and descended onto Duan Lingtian. Before the person showed up, Duan Lingtian had already sensed a 10-direction celestial emperor's divine sense approaching him. Clearly, it was the old man who had suddenly appeared before him. The old man wore a light gray long robe. He had a thin figure and a face that seemed to have experienced the vicissitudes of life. Currently, his eyes that looked at Duan Lingtian revealed waves of dread. Grandpa Qing. When the middle-aged man and the young man saw the old man, they couldn't help but be startled. Grandpa Qing, why did you come out? The old man before them was the third villa master of the Duan clan manor. His name was Duan Qing, and he was one of the 4 strongest people in the Duan clan manor. He was like a guardian of the Duan clan manor. Come out and greet the guests. The old man, who was the patriarch of the Duan clan, Duan Qing, said calmly. Upon hearing his words and sensing his gaze, the middle-aged man and the young man who were tailing Duan Lingtian widened their eyes in unison. When they turned around, they discovered a young man was tailing them. The young man was dressed in a purple robe. He was handsome and had an extraordinary aura. Currently, he was looking at Duan Qing, the villa master of the Duan clan manor. You, when did you follow us? The young man who was tailing Duan Lingtian looked at Duan Lingtian warily. The fact that Duan Lingtian was tailing them without them noticing meant that Duan Lingtian was stronger than them. Although the middle-aged man did not say anything, his eyes were filled with hostility when he looked at Duan Lingtian. Please don't misunderstand. I have no ill intentions. Duan Lingtian shook his head when he saw the 3 men looking at him warily. It was an accident that I followed you here. Then Duan Lingtian asked the 3 men, Is this still the pilgrimage grounds? The pilgrimage grounds was the realm of gods that had collided with the profound Handaland and formed the realm battlefield. The pilgrimage grounds? Duan Qing frowned when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. This is the profound Handaland, not the pilgrimage grounds. You're from the pilgrimage grounds? Although Duan Lingtian was at the bottom of the rankings in the profound Handaland, he had heard of the pilgrimage grounds. However, Duan Lingtian had heard of the pilgrimage grounds before. Moreover, he knew that the pilgrimage grounds was another realm of gods that had collided with the mystic gangland. The profound Handaland? Duan Lingtian smiled wryly when he heard Duan Qing's question. I didn't expect that the battle between the 2 powerhouses would tear open space and cause me to be sucked into the spatial tear and arrive at the profound Handaland. With my cultivation base, when will I be able to return? Duan Lingtian gave an excuse similar to the one Yi Bei Yuan had given him in the realm battlefield. He did not tell Duan Lingtian that he was from a Devata realm. This was something the world-cleansing divine water had warned him about. If he told them he was from a Devata realm, it might bring him unnecessary trouble. Therefore, it was better for him to say he was from another realm of gods, and coincidentally, the realm battlefield was formed. No one would suspect anything if he told them he was from another realm of gods. Tear open space? Duan Qing inhaled sharply when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. According to what I read in some ancient books, one has to be at the ultimate god stage to tear open space in the realms of gods. Ultimate god. The 2 men from the Duan clan who were tailing Duan Lingtian were shocked when they heard Duan Qing's words. Ultimate gods were the most powerful beings in the realms of gods. They were the most powerful beings below the supreme powerhouses. After I was sucked into the tear in space, I fainted. When I woke up, I was in a mountain range. I wandered around for many days, but I didn't see anyone. I followed them, Duan Lingtian said with a wry smile on his face as he looked at the 2 men in front of Duan Qing. I see. I've misunderstood you, sir. Duan Qing's expression softened slightly when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. What do you plan to do next? I'm afraid it won't be easy for you to return to the pilgrimage grounds, right? Naturally, it won't be easy. Duan Lingtian nodded. Now that the realm battlefield has opened, not only are the spatial passages between the realms of gods and Devata realms closed, but even the spatial passages between the realms of gods have been closed. There's only one way to return to the realms of gods, and that's through the realm battlefield. However, with my strength, I'll only be cannon fodder in the realm battlefield. I'm afraid I'll die in the realm battlefield before I can return to the pilgrimage grounds. When Duan Lingtian reached the end of his sentence, he shook his head and sighed. Sir, I'm Duan Qing, the third mansion master of the Duan clan. May I know your name? After learning about Duan Lingtian's background, Duan Qing was no longer as wary as before. In his opinion, even if a 10-direction celestial emperor wanted to harm the Duan clan, he would not be able to harm them. The Duan clan once had a god-level powerhouse who was a higher god-level powerhouse. Now that the Duan clan's defensive formation was activated, even a lesser god-level powerhouse would be severely injured. Once the defensive formation was activated, anyone who was not a god-level powerhouse would definitely die. What a coincidence! My name is Duan Lingtian. I have the same surname as the person from the Duan clan. Duan Lingtian smiled. What a coincidence! Duan Qing's eyes lit up when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. Then he said enthusiastically, Sir, since you don't know where to go, you can stay in the Duan clan for the time being. It won't be too late for you to leave when you decide on your next step. In that case, thank you, Mansion Master. Duan Lingtian's eyes lit up as he thanked Duan Qing. He did not even bother with pleasantries, since he needed a place to stay for the time being. After that, he would gather information about his surroundings and decide on his next step. Since I'm in a realm of gods, I must make plans to improve my cultivation base as soon as possible. Currently, Duan Lingtian urgently needed to improve his cultivation base. He did not need to comprehend any profundities, since he had the supreme powerhouse divinity to rely on. As for the space sword Dao and control Dao, that was up to fate. Brother Lingtian, you're too kind. Duan Qing shook his head and smiled. Then, he led Duan Lingtian into the Duan clan. Through Duan Qing's introduction, Duan Lingtian learned the names of the two men he was tailing. The middle-aged man was Duan Chiwen. The young man was Duan Lang. Both of them were from the Duan clan. Our Duan clan is divided into the Eastern clan, Western clan, Southern clan, and Northern clan. Apart from being the third mansion master of the Duan clan, I'm also the mansion master of the Southern clan. Duan Qing explained to Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian was enlightened. At the same time, he learned from Duan Qing that the entrance to the Duan clan's Southern clan was located in the south. There were 4 other entrances to the Duan clan's Northern clan, Western clan, and Eastern clan that were located in the north, west, and east respectively. After entering the Duan clan's Southern clan's entrance, they saw a vast expanse of land. Outside, they could only see a few scattered buildings. However, that was not the case. It was obvious that was an illusion created by a formation. After passing through the entrance, they could finally see the situation inside. There were many people gathered in the vast expanse of land. Some were sparring, some were chatting, and some were playing with children. When Duan Lingtian and Duan Qing entered the Southern clan's entrance, the people who saw them turned around and greeted Duan Qing respectfully. Grandfather Qing, Uncle Qing, Uncle Qing. Based on the enthusiasm of these people, it was clear that Duan Qing, the mansion master of the Duan clan's Southern clan, was highly respected in the Southern clan. Duan Lang, you brat, you're finally willing to come back. If you still didn't come back, your father would have broken your legs. Don't tell me you've forgotten about your engagement. You'll be marrying the daughter of the second mansion master of Tai Clan Manor in another month's time. Soon after, a middle-aged man scolded with a smile on his face as he looked at Duan Lingtian, who was standing behind Duan Qing and Duan Lang. Upon hearing this, Duan Qing scratched the back of his head awkwardly. I wanted to break through to the Celestial Emperor stage before coming back. If you break through to the Celestial Emperor stage and get married, you'll bring honor to the Duan clan, right? Chapter 3597. Although the Duan clan was only a village, it was filled with celestial emperors, celestial lords, and celestial kings. Even some of the children had immortal cultivation bases. Duan Lingtian deduced from the side. In the realms of gods, a child was born with the body of a celestial. Even when the child was still an infant, the mother had to use her power to suppress the child's strength to prevent the child from hurting the mother. Since Duan Lingtian claimed to be from the pilgrimage grounds in another realm of gods, he could not reveal that he did not know about this. He could only speculate. The Duan clan has been living in the endless mountains for generations and is self-sufficient. There are all kinds of celestial herbs and celestial fruits in the Duan clan manor. That's how the Duan clan manor earns divine stones to aid their cultivation. After ascending to godhood, the Duan clan members had to pay the price of divine stones to borrow cultivation techniques from the outside world. Not only that, they were not allowed to impart the cultivation techniques to outsiders because they had to swear a heart demon blood oath. That's a blood oath made by a supreme expert to the planes of gods. Not even an ultimate god could violate it. Once someone violates the oath, the supreme expert will sense it. Then the supreme expert subordinates will hunt down the person who violates the heart demon blood oath. Even if the person escapes from the realms of gods to the Devata realms or the mundane realms, he'll still die. Anyone who swears a heart demon blood oath in the realms of gods will be marked. Unless one becomes a supreme expert, even an ultimate god can't remove the mark. After staying in the Duan clan manor for some time, Duan Lingtian had gained a better understanding of the Duan clan and the realms of gods. This included the heart demon blood oath. The heart demon blood oath was similar to the lightning penalty oath in the mundane realms. However, it was still inferior to the lightning penalty oath. The lightning penalty was to kill the person who violated the oath. On the other hand, the supreme expert subordinates would have to kill the person who violated the oath. If an ultimate god violated the heart demon blood oath, the supreme expert would personally kill the person who violated the oath. For this reason, the heart demon blood oath was a terrifying thing in the realms of gods. Naturally, this did not include the supreme experts. The heart demon blood oath was useless against supreme experts. The realms of gods are created by supreme powerhouses. To him, a realms of gods is no different from a minor world in his body. In fact, the realms of gods might be formed from the minor world in his body. Thinking back to what the world-cleansing divine water had told him before, Duan Lingtian felt that it was very possible. Of course, even the world-cleansing divine water was not certain. I didn't expect there to be so many celestial emperors in such a small village in the realm of gods. There are even 10 directions, celestial emperors and gods. Although Duan Lingtian had been in the Duan clan manor for some time, he still found it hard to believe. After all, this was something unimaginable in the Devata realms. How could a small village that was considered the lowest level in the realms of gods have such a strong foundation? Although Duan Lingtian found it hard to believe, he kept telling himself that the realms of gods were different from the Devata realms. Speaking of cultivation methods, I have a cultivation method my master taught me. As long as I have enough talent and comprehension, I'll be able to cultivate all the way to the ultimate god stage. After arriving in the realms of gods, Duan Lingtian realized the importance of cultivation methods in the realms of gods. In the realms of gods, Cultivation methods that could allow one to cultivate all the way to the lesser deity stage were commonplace in the Devata realms. Even a small village like the Duan clan manor had such a cultivation method. However, the cultivation methods above that were extremely valuable. One would need to borrow divine stones to read them. Naturally, this was only true for the people in the Duan clan manor. The powerful forces in the realms of gods had cultivation methods that could be cultivated up to the level of an intermediate god. Only the top forces in the realms of gods had cultivation methods that could be cultivated up to the level of an intermediate god. If one wanted to cultivate to the ultimate god stage, one would either have to borrow a cultivation method from a supreme expert or have a relationship with a supreme expert. Otherwise, one could only rely on one's talent and comprehension. It was not impossible to become an ultimate god without an ultimate god cultivation method. It was just more difficult. Apart from that, in the realms of gods, even low-grade divine weapons without weapon spirits are extremely expensive. They require a large number of divine stones to exchange for them. Of course, that's only true for the Duan clan. The Duan clan manor has been passed down for many years. Currently, there's only one divine weapon in the manor, and it's in the hands of the Grand Mansion Master. The first manor head of the Duan family manor was also the East manor head of the Duan family manor. At the same time, he was also the strongest person in the Duan family manor. Currently, he was a mysterious existence in the Duan family manor. Usually, the matters of the East Manor were handled by someone he appointed. As for the Grand Mansion Master, no one knew if he was still in the Duan clan manor or had left. However, many people in the Duan clan manor suspected that he had attained godhood. There are many villages like the Duan clan manor in the Endless Mountains. For example, the Tai clan manor is a village similar to the Duan clan manor. It's the closest village to the Duan clan manor. Apart from the Zhao Manor and the Tai clan manor, there are more than 10 villages of similar size in the Endless Mountains. Apart from that, there are also some small villages. After arriving at the Duan clan manor, although Duan Lingtian had been cultivating, most of his attention was not on cultivation. He was eager to understand the situation around him and see how he could maximize his time. After all, he only had 300 years left. After 300 years, regardless of his achievements, he would have to go to the divine offering land and bring his wife, Ker, away. Time flew by. In the blink of an eye, it had been a month since Duan Lingtian had arrived at the Duan clan manor. During this 1 month, Duan Lingtian had learned a lot of things. At the same time, he planned to leave the Duan clan manor and head to the city closest to the Endless Mountains. The people in the Endless Mountains had to go there if they wanted to borrow god-grade cultivation methods. In that city, there were many god-grade cultivators. Apart from having a deep foundation in that city, the forces that were rooted in that city also had many god-grade cultivators. The reason Duan Lingtian had not left yet was because he planned to leave after attending Duan Lang's wedding ceremony. Duan Lang was one of the 2 people he had followed to the Duan clan manor a month ago. During this 1 month, Duan Lingtian had been instructed by Duan Qing, the villa master of the Duan clan manor's southern villa, to come to Duan Lingtian's place and provide him with various conveniences. After a few visits, Duan Lingtian had become familiar with Duan Lang. During this process, Duan Lang had also invited him to attend his wedding. Duan Lingtian had agreed. For this reason, he planned to leave after attending Duan Lang's wedding ceremony. I'll give him an emperor-grade celestial weapon to congratulate him on his wedding. Duan Lingtian pondered for a moment before he decided to give Duan Lang an emperor-grade celestial weapon. Emperor-grade celestial weapons were considered rare in the Endless Mountains. At the very least, there were no more than 10 emperor-grade celestial weapons in the southern villa. As for emperor-grade celestial weapons with weapon spirits, there was only one emperor-grade celestial weapon with weapon spirits. It was in the possession of Duan Qing, the villa master of the southern villa. Naturally, Duan Lingtian only planned to give Duan Lang an emperor-grade celestial weapon without weapon spirits. Although he had obtained an Emperor-grade celestial weapon with weapon spirits from the 9-star gods of war he had killed in the 9-star battlefield, he did not plan to give it to Duanlang. He knew it would only bring disaster to Duanlang. A man's wealth was his fault. The next day was the day of Duanlang's wedding. Early in the morning, Duan Lingtian heard the commotion outside his door. When he opened the door, he saw the entire southern villa decorated with lanterns and colored banners. It was bustling with noise and excitement. A group of children was running around everywhere as though they had regained their wild nature. Most of the adults in the southern villa were busy preparing for Duanlang's wedding. Nobody cared about the children at all. The wedding ceremony was organized by the Duan clan. Duanlang did not even need to go to the Tai clan village to pick up the bride. He could only wait for the people from the Tai clan village to bring the bride to him. Duanlang, congratulations on your wedding. This is the wedding ceremony I prepared for you. Duan Lingtian walked to the entrance of the Tai clan village's southern villa and handed the spatial ring to Duanlang with a smile on his face. However, Duanlang shook his head and said, "Brother Lingtian, I'm already very happy that you're willing to stay for my wedding ceremony. I can't accept this gift." He had heard about Duan Lingtian's intention to leave the Duan clan village from Duan Lingtian, so he knew about it earlier than anyone else. "Brother Lingtian, you're leaving?" As the Duan clan village's southern villa's villa lord, Duan Qing was also present. After all, the Tai clan village's second villa lord's daughter was getting married this time. According to the rules, the second villa lord of the Tai clan village would definitely come as well. So he naturally had to come out and welcome him. Otherwise, it would be rude and he would be gossiped about by others. "Yes, I'm preparing to leave after Duanlang's wedding ceremony ends." Duan Lingtian smiled and nodded. "I'm indebted to Villa Lord for taking me in this past month. I'm extremely grateful. If there's a chance in the future, I'll definitely repay you." "Brother Lingtian, you're too polite." Duan Qing lightly shook his head. "This is only a small matter. Moreover, Brother Lingtian, you didn't stay in our Duan clan village for nothing during this past month. You also helped us hunt demon beasts. If it wasn't for you, I'm afraid many people from our Duan clan village would have been injured or killed during the previous hunt. 10 days ago, the people from the Duan clan village went hunting. Due to bad luck, they encountered a powerful celestial emperor-grade demon beast. Fortunately, Duan Lingtian went out with Duanlang to get some fresh air. Otherwise, many people from the Duan clan village would have been injured or killed. That demon beast had to be sent to the Duan clan village for reinforcements before they could kill it. In the time it took for them to return, many people from the Duan clan village would have been killed by the demon beast. However, everything was different now that Duan Lingtian was present. Duan Lingtian casually slapped the demon beast to death. Chapter 3598. The demon beasts in the realms of gods were real demon beasts. In the realms of gods, only mutant beasts that were not celestial beasts were considered demon beasts. However, in the realms of gods, whether it was celestial beasts or divine beasts, all of them possessed intelligence and could transform into humans. However, there were some mutant beasts in the realms of gods that did not possess intelligence. In the Devata realms, these mutant beasts were considered celestial beasts without intelligence. However, in the realms of gods, there were mutant beasts without intelligence who had broken through to the godly spirit stage or even higher. In the realms of gods, mutant beasts without intelligence are also called demon beasts. Only mutant beasts that can transform into humans are called celestial beasts or divine beasts. The world cleansing divine water had told Duan Lingtian about this long ago. Therefore, Duan Lingtian was already aware of this. Based on the world cleansing divine water's words, she suspected that the mutant beasts in the realms of gods were intentionally thrown into the realms of gods by supreme powerhouses so that they could cultivate in the realms of gods to maintain the balance of the realms of gods. It was said that the strongest mutant beasts in the realms of gods had the strength of a god emperor or ultimate god. Of course, when one's strength reached the level of an emperor god or ultimate god, even a demonic beast without spiritual intelligence would develop a certain level of spiritual intelligence. After all, the cultivation level of an emperor god or ultimate god was not something that could be achieved purely by instinct. Once a mutant beast gained intelligence, it would not be difficult for them to transform into humans. The realms of gods might be formed from the little worlds of supreme powerhouses. The mutant beasts in the realms of gods might be thrown into the realms of gods by supreme powerhouses to maintain the balance of the realms of gods. After learning about this, Duan Lingtian gained a deeper understanding of how powerful and terrifying supreme powerhouses were. There were many powerhouses in the realms of gods. The strongest were ultimate gods, while the weakest were celestials. However, the realms of gods where these powerhouses lived were merely the little worlds of supreme powerhouses. With this thought in mind, Duan Lingtian thought of his own little world. Although his little world was filled with heaven and earth spiritual energy, similar to the divine tree of life in the realms of gods, it was nothing compared to the realms of gods. If the plains of gods were compared to the vast ocean, then Duan Lingtian's minor world was just a drop in the ocean. All good things must come to an end. Duan Lingtian looked at Duan Qing, whose gaze was complicated. It was obvious that Duan Qing didn't want him to leave. He smiled and said, "Manor Head, if I can't survive there in the future, I might return to the Duan Manor." Duan Qing's expression turned solemn. "Brother Lingtian, if you return, my Duan family's southern manor will naturally welcome you. However, I'm afraid that once Brother Lingtian leaves, it'll be almost impossible for you to return to our Duan clan manor in the future." Duan Qing had never fought with Duan Lingtian before. However, based on the words of the Duan clan member who witnessed Duan Lingtian killing the demon beast with his own 2 eyes, Duan Lingtian's strength was absolutely stronger than him. A person like Duan Lingtian could easily join a force, even if he went to the city. It was a waste of talent for him to stay in the Duan clan manor. At this moment, a loud voice sounded from outside the manor. "The people from the Tai clan manor are here." Immediately, everyone's gazes shifted to the entrance. At this moment, Duan Lingtian and Duan Qing stopped chatting. However, Duan Lingtian only glanced at the entrance of the Duan clan manor before he stuffed the spatial ring in his hand into Duan Lang's hand. "Duan Lingtian, if you don't accept my gift, it means that you don't consider me, Duan Lingtian, as a friend." "Brother Lingtian." Duan Lingtian smiled bitterly. Duan Lang smiled bitterly and could only accept it. "After my wedding ceremony is over, we'll have a private drink before you leave. We'll talk about it when you're free." Duan Lingtian smiled. "I'm afraid that, by then, you'll have fallen into a woman's arms and won't be able to extricate yourself. Brother Lingtian, don't worry. I, Duan Lang, am not a man who forgets his friends for a woman." Duan Lang said confidently, "All right, the bride is here." Duan Lingtian shook his head and smiled. At the same time, he saw a wedding procession walk in from outside the door. They were all wearing bright red robes, and there was a sedan in the middle. It looked similar to the wedding ceremony on Earth. However, Duan Lingtian soon realized that many people in the Duan clan manor were frowning, including Duan Qing and Duan Lang. "What's going on? Isn't that the 4th manor head of the Tai clan manor, Tai Hung? Why is Tai Hung here? Could it be that he's here on behalf of the 2nd manor head? That doesn't make sense. Even if the 2nd manor head is busy and can't make it, he should let someone from his branch take his place. He shouldn't let the 4th manor head come. They're from different branches in the Tai clan manor. No matter what, he shouldn't be here." When the whispers of the people in the Duan clan manor reached Duan Lingtian's ears, he finally understood why the people in the Duan clan manor were frowning. It was because the person who came was not the second manor, head of the Tai clan manor. It could even be said that he was not from the second manor, head of the Tai clan manor. The person leading the group was the fourth manor, head of the Tai clan manor. He was the leader of another branch of the Tai clan manor, just like how Duan Qing was the leader of the southern manor branch of the Duan clan manor. The second manor head of the Tai clan manor was the leader of one of the branches of the Tai clan manor. The fourth manor head of the Tai clan manor led another branch of the Tai clan manor. Although they were related by blood, it was already very thin. In fact, during the time that Duan Lingtian was in the Duan clan manor, he knew that the various large villages in the Endless Mountains did not interact much with each other. It was only when there was a problem that a branch could not solve or a threat to one of the branches that the various branches would unite to face the external threat. Usually, they each did their own thing and rarely interacted with each other. Under such a system, the second manor head of the Tai clan manor, who should have come, did not come. Instead, the fourth manor head of the Tai clan manor came. At this moment, even Duan Lingtian felt that something was not right. Tai Hung, why are you here? Duan Qing, the manor head of the southern manor, asked with a frown on his face when he saw Tai Hung, the fourth manor head of the Tai clan manor, leading a group of people from the Tai clan manor into the southern manor. Tai Hung was a middle-aged man with a curly beard. He was tall and muscular. He was dressed in a brocade robe and was toying with 2 jade beads in his hands. He looked like a nouveau riche. Tai Hung grinned when he heard Duan Qing's question. Villa Master Duan Qing, from today onwards, my Tai clan village's 4th branch and your Duan clan village's southern clan village are one family. In the future, when my daughter marries your southern clan's proud son, Duan Lang, I hope your southern clan will take care of me. Duan Lang was the strongest person among the younger generation in the Duan clan manor. He was not even 3,000 years old, but he had already become a one basic celestial emperor. In the realms of gods, those who were younger than 1,000 years old were considered young. After all, life in the realms of gods was endless once they were born. Moreover, it took time for them to grow. A single closed-door cultivation session could take up to 100 years. Those who were older than 1,000 years old and younger than 3,000 years old were considered young. Daughter, why aren't you coming out to greet manor head Duan Qing? Duan Qing's expression changed drastically when he heard Tai Heng's words. Was she not the daughter of the second manor head of Tai clan manor? How did she become the daughter of the fourth manor head of Tai clan manor? Moreover, the fourth manor head of Tai clan manor only had one daughter, right? Duan Qing's scalp went numb when he recalled the reputation of the fourth manor head of Tai clan manor's only daughter. At the same time, he was furious. Did the Tai clan manor think the Duan clan manor was a pushover? How dare they treat the southern manor like monkeys? Yes, father. A hoarse voice rang in the air as the bridal sedan shook violently. Then, a huge figure walked out of the bridal sedan. It was a fat woman who was 8 meters tall and had a waist circumference of 8 meters. She struggled to get out of the bridal sedan before she walked up to Tai Hung and bowed at Duan Qing with a smile on her face. Greetings, manor head Duan Qing. Tai Lanyu was the only daughter of Tai Hung, the fourth manor head of Tai clan manor. When she smiled, the fat on her face squeezed her eyes. No, I don't want to marry you. I want to marry the daughter of your Tai clan manor's second manor head, Tai Yu. While the group of people from the Duan clan were completely stunned by the scene in front of them, Duan Lang, the person involved, had already stared at Tai Lanyu with a flushed face as he explosively shouted, Other than Tai Yu, I will not marry anyone else. Kid, what did you say? Tai Heng's expression changed as he stared at Duan Lang and asked in a deep voice, facing Tai Heng's gaze. Although Duan Lang was a little afraid, he still said unyieldingly, Manor head Tai Hung, I said it very clearly. Today, I will only marry Tai Yu and no other woman. Humph. At this time, Tai Lan Yu no longer had the courtesy from before. She narrowed her small eyes and looked at Duan Lang. She snorted coldly and said, "Kid, do you think I want to marry you?" "What? You don't like me? However, I'm afraid this marriage is not something you can decide." When Tai Lan Yu reached the end of her sentence, she raised her head proudly and looked at Duan Lang with disdain. At this time, Tai Hung took 2 steps forward and walked to Duan Qing's side. He said a few words to him. Duan Qing's expression changed slightly at the beginning and became as pale as a sheet of white paper. Moreover, if one looked closely, one would be able to see that his body was trembling. Duan Lang. At the same time, Duan Qing looked at Duan Lang and said in a deep voice, "Don't talk nonsense. Wait for me to bring your father here and see his decision." After he finished speaking, Duan Qing left in a hurry without waiting for Duan Lang's reply. He personally went to look for Duan Lang's father. As the person involved, Duan Lang could not help but be stunned when he saw this scene. At the same time, he felt that it was completely unnecessary because he was the main character of this marriage. If he did not want to get married, no one could force him. Looks like it's not that simple. Duan Lingtian saw the scene of Tai Hung talking to Duan Qing. He also saw the change in Duan Qing's expression. However, he was also very curious. What did Tai Hung, the 4th manor head of Tai clan manor, say to the 3rd manor head of Duan clan manor? It actually made Duan Qing react this way. Chapter 35-99. Duan Lang's father was called Duan Yidao. His strength in the Duan clan manor's southern manor was second only to the manor master, Duan Qing. He was also the best candidate for the next manor master of the Duan clan manor's southern manor. During the days he was in the Duan clan manor, Duan Lingtian had met Duan Yidao once because of Duan Lang. He knew that Duan Yidao was a forthright man who was very popular in the Duan clan manor. Today was the day of Duan Lang's wedding. According to the customs of the Duan clan manor, Duan Yidao, as the father, did not need to come out to welcome the bride. What he needed to do was to stay at home and wait for the bride and groom to bow to him. Originally, today was a joyous day for Duan Yidao because his only son, Duan Lang, was getting married. To a father, perhaps only on the day his son and daughter got married would he feel that his son and daughter had grown up. Uncle Yidao is here. Uncle Yidao's expression doesn't look too good. Along with the noise from afar, Duan Lingtian saw Duan Yidao walking over side by side with Duan Qing. Duan Yidao's expression was extremely ugly. This was Duan Lingtian's second time seeing Duan Yidao. The first time they met, Duan Yidao was forthright and enthusiastic. Moreover, he always had a forthright smile on his face. It was as though nothing could stop the smile on his face. Even when he was outside, he still had a smile on his face. However, at this moment, Duan Yidao's expression was as ugly as it could be. Duan Lingtian could imagine that Duan Yidao would not be like this because of an ordinary matter. It was obvious that Duan Qing had told him something that made him reveal such an expression. Father. When Duan Lang saw Duan Yidao, it was as though he had seen his savior. He hurriedly went up to him and said, "The Tai clan manor is too much of a bully. The person I'm marrying today is clearly the daughter of the 2nd manor master, Taixiong Taiyu. However, the person who came today is the 4th manor master, Taihung. He even wants his daughter to replace Taiyu and marry me. This marriage was completely decided by the Tai clan, and they're humiliating our Duan clan manor." As he finished speaking, Duan Lang's originally angry face became even angrier. When Duan Yidao saw Duan Lang, his expression softened a little. However, in the depths of his eyes, there was obvious pain and helplessness. "Lang, or don't be silly. Today, you're marrying Tai Lan Yu, the daughter of Tai Hung, the 4th manor master of Tai clan, not some Taiyu. father personally agreed to this marriage. There can't be a mistake. Don't speak nonsense. All right, go and apologize to the fourth Iron Manor Master. Then finish the wedding ceremony with your future wife. Once Duan Yidao's words left his mouth, it wasn't only Duan Lang who was dumbfounded. Even the surrounding Duan family members were dumbfounded. All of them widened their eyes as if they had seen a ghost. What's going on? Wasn't Duan Lang going to marry Tai Yu from Tai Clan village? How did it become Iron Blue Jade? That's impossible, right? But Uncle Yidao clearly said so. Could it be that we made a mistake? How is that possible? Among the younger generation of Tai Clan village, only Tai Yu is worthy of Duan Lang. Not only is Tai Lan Yu fat, but her conduct is also very bad. How could Uncle Yidao allow Duan Lang to marry her? But Yidao clearly said so now. What's going on? Why do I feel that the Manor Master said something to Uncle Yidao, causing him to act like this? Uncle Yidao's expression was very ugly just now. I'm afraid this matter isn't that simple. The people of the Duan clan who were present broke into whispers. Almost everyone felt that there was more to this matter than met the eye. At this moment, Duan Ling Tian, who was a bystander, was almost certain. There was definitely a secret behind this matter. Now, Duan Ling Tian intentionally glanced at the father and daughter pair of Tai Clan Village's fourth Manor Master, Tai Hung, and saw that both of them had mocking smiles on their faces. Their gazes towards Duan Lang were filled with contempt and disdain. Father, why did you say that? Do you think I don't know who I'm marrying? After Duan Lang returned to his senses, his face flushed red as he shook his head. Back then, I only agreed to this marriage after I found out the other party was Tai Yu. The person I want to marry is Tai Yu, not Tai Lan Yu. The person I want to marry today is not her. As he spoke, Duan Lang was close to roaring. Ha 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 ha! At this moment, before Duan Yidao, whose expression had darkened, could speak again, Tai Lan Yu had already burst out laughing. She placed her hands on her hips and had an insufferably arrogant aura. Duan Lang, even if you're unwilling to marry me, Tai Lan Yu, today, you still have to marry me. You don't have a choice. The person my Tai Clan village wanted to marry you was indeed Tai Yu. But now, the person you want to marry is me, Tai Lan Yu. As Tai Lan Yu spoke, the smile on her face turned into a mocking smile. Of course, you can also try not to marry me. However, if you do that, not only will you be unlucky, I'm afraid you'll also implicate the entire Duan clan village. I definitely won't marry you. Duan Lang coldly looked at Tai Lan Yu as he spoke coldly. Lang, you must marry her. At this moment, Duan Yidao spoke. There was no room for negotiation in his tone. Don't forget that you're a member of the Duan clan village. Could it be that you've forgotten what I've taught you since you were young? In front of the Duan clan village, are personal gains and losses just a small matter? Duan Lang's expression changed as he asked with a gloomy expression, Father, why? This was the first time he had spoken to his father in such a tone. However, in his opinion, even if he wanted him to die, he had to give him a clear reason. Earlier, he already felt that something was amiss with his father. Now that he heard his father's words, he felt even more that something was amiss. Moreover, he urgently wanted to know the truth of the matter. What was it that caused his father to act this way? He knew very well what kind of person his father was. Even if all the clan leaders of the Tai clan village were to make a move, it would still be impossible for him to lower his head like this. Therefore, he felt that there was a great secret behind this matter. Langer. At this moment, Duan Yidao gritted his teeth. He seemed to have realized that he had to explain the matter clearly to his son. Otherwise, his son would not be able to calmly accept everything before his eyes. Before he opened his mouth, he walked to Duan Lang's side and whispered a few words into his ear. As time passed by, Duan Lang's originally solemn expression changed again and again. In the end, Duan Lang's body even started to tremble. After being stunned for a moment, he threw his head back and laughed loudly. Ha ha ha, ha, so it's like this. So it's like this. Duan Lang's loss of composure caused Duan Lingtian to frown. It was not difficult for him to see that Duan Lang must have known something. This matter should have been mentioned by the Tai clan village's 4th clan leader, Tai Hung, to the Duan clan village's 3rd clan leader, Duan Qing. In the next instant, he saw that after Duan Lang stopped laughing, he turned around and walked toward the Tai clan village's clan leader, Tai Hung, and his daughter. Everyone in the Duan clan village looked at him in confusion. What's wrong with Duan Lang? I feel that Duan Lang has lost his composure. What did Uncle Yidao say to Duan Lang? Under the puzzled gazes of everyone, including Duan Lingtian, Duan Lang walked in front of Tai Hung and his daughter. He looked at them and asked indifferently, "Do you think that I'll compromise like you think today?" Humph. Before Tai Hung could speak, Tai Lanyu had already snorted coldly and said disdainfully, "Looks like your father has already told you. Why? You don't want to compromise? Do you have the guts to do so? That person is not someone that you and even the Duan clan village's southern village can afford to offend. Or perhaps that person is someone that even the entire Duan clan village can't afford to offend." Tai Lanyu's tone became more and more disdainful. On the other hand, everyone in the Duan clan village was confused when they heard this. When Duan Lingtian heard this, he frowned slightly. He could faintly tell that there was someone behind all this, and that person was someone that the Duan clan village's southern village and even the entire Duan clan village could not afford to offend. A warrior can be killed, but not humiliated. No one can control the life of Duan Lang. No one can. Under the gazes of everyone in the Duan clan village, Duan Lang, who had his back facing them, suddenly stretched out his hands. Almost at the same time as he finished speaking, a powerful purple light with streaks of dazzling lightning appeared and instantly enveloped his entire body. Oh no! Duan Lingtian's expression changed drastically. In a flash, his body disappeared from the spot. "Langer, don't!" Duan Yidao roared loudly. Then his entire body turned into a ball of flames and whistled as he charged toward Duan Lang. However, in the instant that Duan Lingtian appeared in front of Duan Lang, Duan Yidao arrived first. Duan Lang's body was completely entangled by the lightning energy. Then, with a sudden jolt, a shockwave swept out. At the same time, a mist of blood sprayed out and stained Duan Yidao's body. Even Tai Hung and his daughter were splashed with blood. At this moment, Duan Lingtian's body appeared after teleporting. His expression was ugly as he looked at the pool of blood in front of him. His gaze did not change for a long time. Duan Lang had committed suicide. The group of people from the Duan family manor were also dumbfounded. The villa master of the Duan family manor, Duan Qing, had a remorseful expression on his face. It was as though he regretted something. Why? Duan Lingtian was the first to regain his senses. He looked at Duan Yidao, who was beside him, and asked in a deep voice, "Even a vicious tiger would not eat its cubs. What did you say to Duan Lang?" Duan Lingtian felt that it was impossible for Duan Yidao to harm Duan Lang. However, after listening to Duan Yidao's words, Duan Lang chose to commit suicide. This caused him to blame Duan Yidao a little. However, the current Duan Yidao was completely in a daze. Looking at the pool of blood on the ground, his face was filled with sorrow and remorse. "Langer, Langer, father is useless. Father is useless. Father is the one who let you down. Father is the one who let you down." The group of people from the Tai family manor, including Tai Hung and his daughter, were all stunned. When Tai Hung regained his senses, a respectful expression appeared on his face. At the same time, he said to Tai Lanyu, who was beside him, "Let's go back." Since he's gone, this marriage can be considered to have come to an end. However, even though they wanted to leave, the people from the Duan family manor did not allow them to do so. They moved on their own and surrounded them. Moreover, they were staring at them fiercely. After all, Duan Lang had committed suicide because of them. You're tuning in to the Thunder Spear YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.